Well, hello everybody and a very good morning. Welcome to Trent Bridge. Another lovely bright start to the day here in the East Midlands with play just about to get underway in the next 2 or 3 minutes on day 2 of this County Championship Division 1 match between Nottinghamshire and Somerset. Just to refresh you on what happened yesterday, Nottinghamshire won the toss, opted to bat, 326 for 8 at Stumps. Ollie Stone, the leading hand, he's unbeaten on 74, got Dylan Pennington alongside him on 18 yesterday as well, half centuries for Joe Clark and Jack Haynes. From the Somerset perspective, 4 wickets for Casey Aldridge, 3 to Miguel Pretorius, only 1 to Craig Overton, who you would imagine will be looking to just blow away these last 2 wickets nice and early this morning, and then Somerset can begin their reply. Very good morning. You're welcome to join us throughout the day on BBC Radio Nottingham online, BBC Somerset online via the BBC website and app, and also on the live stream. Pictures available on Trent Bridge Live. I'm Dave Bracegirdle from BBC Radio Nottingham. Alongside me, the sage of Hyderabad. A very good morning to Anthony Gibson.
Thank you, Dave. Yep, good morning, everyone. Lovely day here at Trent Bridge. It's very, very warm. Lots of blue sky overhead. The sun is shining. It's very definitely a batting day, one would think. But with cricket, of course, you never know. Somerset will hope that certainly for the first half an hour or so it'll be a bowling day and they mop up these last 2 wickets and then can set about constructing their innings.
Yes,
like Craig Overton's going to open up from the Stuart Broad end.
Yes, indeed. Yes, if life got in the way yesterday, you were doing other things. You're now in the office, just having a crafty little look at what's going on. We're playing towards the Bridgeford Road side of the square, quite a shortish boundary on that side. And Ollie Stone found it with great regularity yesterday. 74 not out. He's had a 90 not out this season. He was heartbroken really to get as close to a maiden first class 100 and not get there. Let's see what he can do here against Overton as play begins on day 2 with the ball outside the off stump. And there's no run. Reasonably sized attendance inside Trent Bridge for a working day, a Monday, school day, a college day, midweek day. But nice to have people along and nice to see them already in shirt sleeves. Many have come in shorts, looking to enjoy a day in the sunshine, a day at the cricket. Overton in again wide of the pegs, and it goes through to the keeper. Anthony's had a stroll this morning beside the canal.
I have indeed, yeah. It's very pleasant. It's about a mile from the hotel where I'm staying, and most of the way along the canal towpath, the Nottingham and Beeston canal. It's very peaceful. Just the occasional jogger and cyclist, otherwise had it pretty much to myself.
The occasional shopping trolley and broken bike visible.
It was very well tended.
Overton bowls, and Ollie Stone gets bat on ball, pushing it into the covers, no run. That I don't know why it bugs me, but it does. That one bulb shining brightly on the floodlight pylon above the Hound Road stand again.
It's very strange, isn't it?
Yeah.
Are they? I think they're LED floodlights, aren't they?
I don't know.
Light emitting diodes, I think that stands for. Polly Rhodes would know.
Not a breath of breeze across the ground as Stone drops this on the leg side. It might have come off the thigh pad in any case, and he scampered off 2 or 3 paces and was quickly sent back by Dylan Pennington. We're just past 11 o'clock. I'd imagine BBC Radio Nottingham will be interrupting me in the next minute or 2 to... There we go, right on cue.
The redesign is one of 16 major projects being funded by the council.
4 deliveries into the day so far. Yet to see the first run. It's Craig Overton Ball's wide enough for Ollie Stone to shoulder arms. Ball goes through to James Rue. Somerset with a three-pronged slip cordon. 3 more on the offside and fairly regulation leg side field as well.
In cricket, after a few weeks of T20 matches,
There is that update.
back in county championship action at Trent Bridge. It's day 2 against Somerset. They've raised girdles there for us.
Yes, we just started, Lisa. Lovely day yesterday here. Nottinghamshire racking up 326 for 8. Fairly even contest throughout the day. They've resumed this morning. Ollie Stone, 74 not out. He's never had a first-class 100, but he's just played out a maiden to begin the day. 326 for 8 it remains.
And you can hear commentary on the BBC.
Yeah, good over from Craig Overton. It means that Dylan Pennington will be at the business end, and it will indeed be Miguel Pretorius to open up on the Radcliffe Road end.
We've got 4 or 5 non-paying spectators. I can see. That's I think that's the first time we've been able to see
high-vis tabards.
Yeah, right on top of the Dave Bracegirdle retirement apartments, just outside the ground, away to our right. They're up there, and they're certainly not working. They've got their high-vis tabards and the hard hats on, and they're watching the cricket.
Why not? Right, Miguel Pretorius. And Steve Kirby, the Somerset bowling coach, was lavish in his praise of Pretorius's bowling yesterday. He's into Pennington, he's there and bowls. This is edged just wide of Craig Overton, diving to his right. That second slip. Well, he edged a couple down through the slips. I think it was the last 2 balls of the day, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Last evening, Pennington. And various people on Twitter saying, why didn't Somerset have the extra slip? Well, it's very easy to be wise after the event. They do have 2 slips in place and a gully, so can't be accused of not attacking this morning. Those the first runs of the day take Knots on to 330 for 8. As Pretorius is in and bowls to Pennington, who plays this into the covers, and Tom Banton, who's still got, he hasn't got a different pair of cricket trousers on. He's still got that grass stain or soil stain on his left knee. He took it in. I walked past the divot that he took, and it's about a good foot long. As Pretorius is in bowls full length delivery, which is driven up to Jake Ball. Bold Miggy says, I think that's Tom Lammonby. 1 or 2, well, more than 1 or 2 Somerset supporters here. There's a clutch of them up in the 1, 2, 3, 4th bay along of the Smith Cooper stand.
Did you catch up with 1 or 2 last night?
I did. I bumped into them in where I expected to bump into them, in the bat and fiddle. Is Pretorius in the bowls, a play and a miss from Pennington through to James Rue.
Was Tractor with them?
Yep, Tractor was there.
Here for the whole game?
Yep, they go to every Somerset County Championship match.
Lovely.
And they're actually staying up in Derby, commuting, because hotels are cheaper in Derby apparently. This is good ball, well played by Pennington. He's pitching it up this morning, is Pretorius. Steve Kirby saying that there was swing all day yesterday, which I must confess there was a little bit of swing from Pretorius in the one that Pennington played and missed at. It's not exactly hooping about. Pretorius in bowls, and this is runs for Pennington. There should be 2 of them, as Lownby goes in pursuit. 3:32 for 8. Pennington on to 24.
Yeah, highest score for knots for Dylan Pennington.
I was just looking at that.
Previous best 17 against Warwickshire. Interesting to hear you say that, because if people say, you know, I'm obviously coming with the cricket team, then more often than not the cricket teams will stay in the city in one of the better hotels, but people coming along to watch visiting counties, I always say that the road down there, the Bridgeford Road all the way to West Bridgeford on the right, there's a number of small hotels and B&Bs and all sorts of things, and obviously that cuts out the commute as well. You can have a drink, you can walk back, and you know, I always suggest people have a look at the prices there. As Overton digs one in short, and Ollie Stone lets it go through to the keeper.
I'll suggest it to them for future visits.
Well, I mean, I don't know. You'd imagine they've sounded them out. The noise that you can hear is generally the sound of the hover cover being pumped up. I can't see anybody there actually pumping it up, but it's the noise of the leaf blower that tends to do it. 3:32 for 8. Stone again pushes it back to Craig Overton, who almost reverted to his former self there and made as if to throw the stumps down. Don't know what Jake Ball will make of not opening the bowling this morning. It's not as if he can think, oh well, they're saving me for the second new ball, because the captain's gone with himself, understandably, at the Stuart Broad end, who's celebrating his birthday today. Stuart, one of 3 players have put on Twitter celebrating their birthday today as Stone plays this up to mid-on. Nottinghamshire servants of a lengthy period, Stuart Broad and Darren Bicknell, the fine left-handed opening batter, who had half of his career with Surrey and then several years with Notts, and has stayed in the area, very often on the ground. Former committee man Darren Bicknell, and the other one is the South African Vernon Philander, celebrating his birthday today, who of course spent time with Somerset. Yeah. Triple Nelson on the board, a gooch, as Pennington receiving his first ball of the morning from Overton. Lets this go through to the keeper, and of course Graham Gooch no longer has the highest score at Lords. That was broken this season by a former Nottinghamshire man, albeit he only played 2 games, I think.
His former several counties man,
Sam Northeast.
There was a record partnership yesterday at Scarborough as well.
Yes, I without knowing what I'm talking about, as is often the case, I think a couple of times yesterday I said Yorkshire going along nicely at Headingley. Of course it is at North Marine Road, Scarborough this week, their match. Pennington on strike, he's done it again, down to third man for 4. Well, I'd like to see a wagon wheel of his scoring shots, because that's definitely 4 boundaries he's got at third man.
Yeah.
2 right at the end of play yesterday and 2 already this morning, but doesn't matter. If it ain't broke, it don't need fixing. Keep going, Dylan. 3:37 for 8. Notts require 13 for another batting point. Somerset require 1 wicket for a bowling point, and they're putting a third man in. Lammonby has been reduced to a role in the outfield. Pennington says, I'll show you, and nudges this up to mid-on at the end of the over. 99 overs have gone, 3 this morning that have seen Nottinghamshire add 11 runs to their overnight score. The number 9 and number 10 are still together. 3:37 for 8 if you'd like to get in touch at Brace Cricket, at Ant Gibb. Is that the best way to get in touch with you, Anthony?
Absolutely, yep. Yeah, that stand up at Scarborough between Adam Lyth and Finley Bean was worth 307 for the first wicket, eclipsing a record held by Jack Hobbs and Herbert Sutcliffe.
Against Gloucestershire? Or
Yeah. No, highest partnership, highest first wicket partnership
For
ever
Yorkshire,
at
is it?
Scarborough. Yeah. In
Oh, at
first class
Scarborough,
cricket.
right.
Yeah.
Good stuff. Mr. Bean.
Yeah. Obviously very. Haven't seen him. Obviously very, very promising. Here's Pretorius into Ollie Stone. He's there in bowls. This is driven up to Jake Ball.
Well,
Mid off, no run.
there was a game, would it be 2 years ago now? Our good friend Kevin Howells was here covering whoever Notts were playing here. And there was a second 11 game at Lady Bay, which, as you know, is just down the road. Not seconds play, and not seconds were playing Yorkshire seconds. And as here comes Pretorius.
He's in and bowls to Stone, who squirts this off an outside edge. It won't be four because Umeed will cut it off. That went squarer than the edges from Dylan Pennington's bat.
Yeah, I think. Did he get 400? I think he smashed the all-time second 11 highest score. And as he was approaching it, Kevin Howells actually left us and went down the road to Lady Bay and was there and got photos of him, which was a nice moment. It's nice when there's something momentous happening right on your doorstep that you never expected. But yeah, Kevin went
339 for 8.
400 in the second 11 game.
Stone on to 77. This is pitched right up to him. He drives it, but doesn't really time it as he would have wanted. It goes straight to Jake Ball.
Mentioned 3 cricketing birthdays, all with Nottinghamshire links. One with a Somerset link. 1912 born on this day, Brian Johnston. Johners, obviously as cricket broadcasters, we'd know all about him. I presume you've met him.
I worked with him.
Yeah, that's well.
He's Pretorius in and bowls. Is driven nicely between extra cover and mid off. Timed that one, did Ollie Stone. Brings in 4 runs. Takes him on to 81. 343 for 8. It wasn't a half volley. He drove that one on the up through the offside.
I mean, when it comes to that, I've got a couple of old scorecards with his autograph on still, so in that sense I've met him, but certainly didn't work with John as crikey.
Yeah, I scored for him because I scored for him quite a few games actually, and he was always a real pleasure to work with, although he was a real professional and you had to provide the facts and figures when he wanted them, as that's played back up to mid-on. Because in those days, no computers, of course. So batsmen reached 50, you had to have balls, minutes, 4s and 6s written down on a piece of paper and handed to the commentator.
And of course, apart from cricket, he had that great radio programme, Down Your Way, which was produced. It was a delight, wasn't it? An absolute delight.
Produced from Bristol by Tony Smith, and it was Tony Smith who engaged me for my first game for the BBC. As this is turned into the onside for a single, 344 for 8 back in 1969 when I scored the game between a day's play, or would have scored a day's play had there been any play between Gloucestershire and the West Indies and Bristol. But, yes, so yeah, Brian Johnson was a lovely man and one of the best broadcasters of his, or indeed any other generation.
The bowler's holding the batsman's willy.
Yeah. Lots of John's stories.
344 for 8.
Unrepeatable.
Here's Craig Overton bowling to Ollie Stone. And if you're a sort of fairly recent convert to cricket, or maybe under 30 or 40, or wondering, we were talking about Brian Johnston, fabulous cricket broadcaster in general. He wrote a number of really funny books, good books, interesting books. Can't recommend them highly enough. 344 for 8. Stone on 82. Plays this to mid-on, out for 90 in that match against Lancashire here earlier in the season. Before that, he'd never advanced beyond 60 in first-class cricket. He was understandably very pleased to get 90, but when he gets so close to a maiden first-class 100, it's a little gut-wrenching not to get there. You can see a number of people as well away to our right that I've not noticed before over the last couple of years, as again Stone plays it to mid-on and there's no run. They've obviously built the Dave Bracegirdle retirement apartments away to our right, but there'd been no work on a car park area, or now in the little gap between the Smith Cooper stand and the William Clark stand. You can just see through there. It looks like they're tarmacking, and no doubt preparing a car park area. And there's a number of gentlemen in vivid orange boiler suits there working. It's pushed into the offside. That's going to be warm work, isn't it? 344 for 8 it remains.
Yep, they're forecasting 28 degrees, I think, today for Nottingham. It's not actually, the sun isn't out at the moment. There's quite a lot of cloud overhead, but it is pretty warm and sticky. Somerset will want to get rid of these last 2 wickets as soon as possible and get into the cool of the dressing room.
Next delivery on its way, and Stone pushes it into the offside. Andy says, morning, Dave, you're sounding slightly like Norman Collier this morning. Sorry about that. See you at the seaside, he says, presumably going to Southport. It's only Andy said that. Mark the Mod is with us again from Sevenoaks in Kent. Morning, gents. They've got a little bike ride in already today. Maybe Anthony can give us a bit of info on the Taunton Flats overlooking the ground there. Do they have back windows? As this is turned down to long leg by Stone. He'll get a single. 83 to him. 345 for 8 at the end of the over. Do they have back windows with vistas to the Quantocks?
I've never been in one, but I don't think so. But
that'd be mine.
You can probably see the Quantocks though from the balconies of the retirement apartments.
That'd be my look. I'd get one of those retirement apartments overlooking a cricket ground, and you'd be on the wrong side. It's like when he stayed at Old Trafford once in the hotel there, and I had the view overlooking the bins at the back.
Yes. Hotels on cricket grounds becoming more common. Pretorius in and bowls to Stone, who thinks about playing at that.
Fraser says, Dave, do you know, you sound like a robot. You're cutting in and out. Well, I do apologise. I'm not doing it deliberately. Daniel, your sound is a bit dodgy, Dave. Producer Kirsty hopefully will be all over this. All I can say is I'm not talking deliberately like Norman Collier, but
Pretorius, he's in and bowls outside the off stump, and Ollie Stone quite happy just to lift his bat out of the way of ball well outside his off stump.
He made an act out of that, didn't he? Norman Collier. Crikey. Great musical start.
Pretorius scurrying in, he's there, bowls, edged and caught. A good catch by Craig Overton, went quickly and low to Overton, and he just managed to get those big hands underneath the ball, and that's the breakthrough that Somerset have been looking for. It means that they have got their third batting point, and disappointment for Ollie Stone. He's gone caught by Craig Overton off Miguel Pretorius for 83, but he'll get a good round of applause and thoroughly deserves it.
Yeah, 148 balls, 13 fours, and you would imagine from that reception a lot of the people here today were here yesterday, because he was terrific yesterday. He really was. He's only added 9 this morning. But that's the ovation from a crowd that knows he was really on it yesterday. At the crease for 3 hours, as I say, 148 balls, 13 fours, 345 for 9, which means Notts got a little bit of work to do here. They need 5 more for that third batting point, and see if they can get there. A welcome return to the South African Dane Patterson, the 22nd and final player in this match to take his bow. Nice day for Dane Patterson yesterday, able to put his feet up in the dressing room all day.
And Miguel Pretorius' 4th wicket. He now has 4 for 86. And his best figures for Somerset are 4 for 36. So 1 more wicket will give him his first fifer for Somerset and his best figures for Somerset. And he's deserved that wicket, as Pretorius. He's bowled well. He's kept running in. And been bowling good areas, as the coaches say. Good areas. He hasn't been straying down the leg side, making the batsman play most of the time.
Yeah, easy to set a field to as well, if you can just consistently put the ball, as you say, in that nice channel on or around off stump.
So it's South African to South Africa, Pretorius to Patterson.
Yeah, they've both been home, haven't they, in the period we've been playing the Blast.
It's Pretorius in and bowls bouncer to Patterson, who ducks underneath it. Perhaps Patterson is known. Is he vulnerable to the short ball?
He's just generally pretty vulnerable when with bat in hand.
Let's have a look at his top score of 18 so far this season, averaging 8.5. Is Pretorius in and bowls. There'll be a single here for Patterson. Shy at the stumps from Banton, which misses. And it's well backed up out on the boundary in front of the Smith Cooper stand.
I thought he was going to start with a little push for 5 there. Like
Banton looks very disappointed there. He had a stump and a half to aim at, and if he'd hit, I think Pennington would probably have gone. So that's certainly what Banton thinks. 346 for 9. 4 more runs Notts need for a 3rd batting point. Somerset have got their 3 bowling points in the bag. They'll want to deny Notts the 3rd batting point if they possibly can. As Pretorius bowls short to Pennington. Didn't get up as Pretorius was hoping, and Pennington going for the pull shot, not making contact with the ball, which sails through to James Rue. 346 for 9 at the end of the over.
Yes, on Tom Banton. He's not going to win any fashion awards this morning. Looks like he slept in his clothes. It's the flannels certainly that he had on yesterday, with smears of green all over them. Did a lot of diving around. Going to be quite a hefty laundry bill with regards to those flannels. So Overton trying to finish this off. Dane Patterson, the vulnerable number 11, on strike. Notts needing 4 runs, as Anthony said. We've had 102 overs. Can Notts prolong this any further? Here comes Overton looking for his 2nd wicket. Bowls and beats Rue. Beats Patterson as it goes Goes through to James Root on the outside. Just the one wicket in the innings for Craig Overton. That was the very first one as he sent a Seabermeads off stump toppling out of the ground. So he'll be looking to top and tail the innings. Overton turns and comes in past Ben Debenham's left shoulder, and again a play and a miss. Always look on the bright side of life. You're sounding absolutely fine on the BBC Sport website, choppy on the YouTube. Rod George, good morning Rod, never mind Norman Collier, Dave. Freddie Parrotface made a career out of spitting all over the place in a tight fitting hat. They don't make them like that anymore.
Thank goodness.
You remember him, Freddie Parrotface Davis?
No, I don't.
You must do. 346 for 9.
He passed me by.
Next one is pushed more by pad than bat, I think, out onto the offside. No run. Sam Marshall. The sound issues with YouTube, Dave, not you. But the live stream is dragging further and further behind. Just refresh it, Sam. That might bring you more up to speed. Issues beyond our control. Is that the thing to say at this point? 346 for 9. We're in the 103rd over of the Nottinghamshire first innings, and edged and spilled if he's got an edge on that, which I think he did. We'll have a look. And that was an absolute gimme for James Rue. It would have been even more of a gimme for Tom Abell if Rue hadn't dived across in front of him. But either way, the keeper got both clubs to it, spilled it. Regulation 1, and Patterson goes on to 2. 347 for 9.
Dear. Well, Somerset have dropped 3 chances. Rue has put 2 down, and Abell has put down a catch at first slip as well to reprieve Jack Haynes yesterday morning. So it's not been a good fielding display from Somerset by their standards.
Pennington on strike, and is, well, I was going to say he's going to advance the score by 1 with a leg bye, but Dane Patterson sent him back. Jack Leach in quickly to field. I think there probably was a single there. 347 for 9. One ball left in this over. And then the possibility that Miguel Pretorius might be able to get his 5 for Somerset +6 on the over 8. Make it make sense. 347 for 9. Next delivery into Pennington. Again, it comes off the pad, and he sort of suggests, makes a motion towards Patterson that there was perhaps a leg by there, but Patterson didn't want to know. 347 for 9 is the score. +6 on the over 8. When did we finish? 5 past 10 past 6? How does it make sense?
Well, I suppose there were interruptions. I mean, there were quite a lot of wickets fell yesterday. 8 of them, each of which has to be accounted for. We had a bat change. We had several inspections of the ball. We had the
I know,
the 12th
you're supposed to start at 11 and finish at 6 and get 96 overs in.
Yeah. Here's Pretorius into Patterson, who plays this square of the wicket out as far as Jake Ball at cover point. As the sun comes out, it's to drop by James Rue has spoilt my Steve Pittard stat for this morning.
Oh.
But I'll keep it up my sleeve just in case he does take a catch.
Are these fresh day 2 stats?
It's a fresh day 2 stat concerning James Rue. As Umeed goes into the gully, which suggests that Pretorius may be going to bowl this one a little bit short at Patterson. No, it's the opposite, and it's launched over the top of mid-off for, well, there'll certainly be 3 runs as Banton puts in the slide, and they come back for the 3rd, and that's a 3rd batting point for Nottinghamshire, which is thoroughly appreciated by this good crowd. And why not?
Extraordinary roar just for those 3 runs. It's like they were cheering home the Derby winner. Is it a no ball as well?
Yeah, it looks like it. So unless he's just... Runs haven't gone up on the board, so perhaps he was just restraining Pretorius. Pretorius is in and bowls to Pennington, who will pick up a single as Banton puts in the throw.
It's an odd one because he was standing there for quite some time, but no, just a single has gone up there now.
I think it was just because Pennington wasn't quite ready.
Yeah.
351 for 9. Pennington on to 29, his highest score for his new county. Means that Patterson's back on strike for this delivery from Miguel Pretorius. Just the 2 slips, and this is takes off. The Craig Overton bowled one from the other end as well that also took off. So maybe there's just some inconsistent bounce developing from this pitch, which will be encouraging for Nottinghamshire, less so for Somerset.
Seemed a little quicker then. That might well have been an effort ball.
He's a strong man, is Miguel Pretorius. He's in bowls, and this is just over the top of a leaping Tom. No, that's looks like Ben Green. Oh no, it might be. It's not.
Is it Lammonby? I thought it was 15 as it landed.
It is Lammonby. You're quite right.
It was only the number. I know it was difficult to see as he sprawled on the grass, but it was a great leap, great attempt.
Patterson picks up 4 runs, takes him on to 9, 355 for 9.
More description on the shot, please, Anthony, as a cricket purist.
It was a mow. A mow. Pretorius then to Patterson. Oh, a good ball, which is actually very well played as he went outside the leg stump to make room for himself there. Did Patterson, and I think Pretorius saw him and speared in what was intended to be a Yorker. It wasn't quite a Yorker. But, Patterson got bat on it out into the offside, picks up a single, takes him into double figures. 356 for 9.
It'll be unlikely that the fun and frolics will last much longer, but Patterson has done his job already. He's got 10 and got the runs that have taken Notts to an extra batting point. Casey Aldridge now, he's another one with certainly an interest in getting this last wicket, because he may well finish up with a 5 for 4 for 90 yesterday from 22 overs. He was the most used alongside Craig Overton.
He bowled 1 very good spell,
yeah,
and two rather erratic spells.
Yes, the first erratic spell was from this end, but got his wickets from the far end. Mid-afternoon, comes into bowl to Patterson, who slammed this one without properly getting hold of it towards mid-wicket.
This is how a number 11 should bat,
yep,
isn't it?
He generally always bats like this, but sometimes he misses the ball and gets bowled, so it's swish and miss and on your way, but he's managed to get hold of a couple here.
Moving the game along.
Yeah. 358 for 9. Aldridge 4 for 92 now. And that was a very impressive looking drive down the 4th fairway, but he missed the ball by a country mile. 3:58 for 9. You still hitting the ball many a mile down the fairway?
I don't know about many a mile. My golf's a little bit better than it was, or than it has been in recent times. It's tempting Providence.
Should be if you play every day. Patterson on 12. Next delivery on its way now, and he's hoisted this down the ground, and it's offering an opportunity. No, it falls safe. And 2 more to Patterson. Who was that running back?
Colin Cadmore.
Wishing he wasn't wishing he wasn't under that spiralling ball. 360 for 9. That's began the morning. 326 for 8. They've lost Ollie Stone for 83. 15 now added for this last wicket. Patterson moving about in the crease. Misses this one as it goes through to the keeper.
I think the Yorker is the ball, Casey Aldridge. He's going to go outside leg stump. Try and whack it to the short boundary on the offside with the bowling from the Stuart Broad end.
Got similar figures, haven't they? Aldridge 4 for 94, Pretorius 4 for 96. They've both bowled 5 maidens, but Pretorius has had a couple of overs more. There's Aldridge bowls, and Patterson's again missed it, and James Rue caught it. He'll be wishing he caught that one in the previous over. 360 for 9. We've got 1 ball left in the 105th, and the field going out to invite Dane Patterson to play sensibly and take a single. I'm not sure. Fielding side and batting side on the same wavelength here. Patterson will be trying to knock the skin off it. Backs away and does hit it towards the fielder at wideish long off, and it's been caught, and Patterson goes and knocks her all out for 360. Fun while it lasts. Congratulations, Casey Aldridge gets his 5 for 94 to him. Dylan Pennington, he's also got something to be mightily proud of. 29 not out, his highest Nottinghamshire score. Partnership of 15 ends with Dane Patterson caught by Miguel Pretorius from the bowling of Casey Aldridge for 14. And in 35 minutes this morning, Notts have added 34 for the loss of those last 2 wickets. They're 360 all out.
Yeah, good catch by Pretorius. I think he misjudged it slightly. He hung back a little bit, and in the end had to take it quite low down, but got 2 hands safely underneath it. And well, I've said honours just about even.
Yeah.
This morning, Somerset have picked up the 2 wickets that they needed inside just over half an hour, and Notts have got the 3rd batting point that they would have been targeting.
Yeah, good ovation for the players. Warm appreciation for the Somerset side who've toiled for 105 overs there. Casey Aldridge leading them off. 5 for 94. Miguel Pretorius 4 for 96. The other wicket taker, Craig Overton, who got a Seba Mead yesterday. We didn't see Jake Ball this morning. Yesterday, 18 overs, 1 maiden, none for 75 for Jake, or Jack Leach. 12 overs, 6 maidens, none for 24. 1 over, going for 2 runs for Andy Umeed. We'll top and tail everything that's happened so far when we come back, and we'll see how Somerset can respond to that Nottinghamshire first innings score of 360 when we come back in 6 or 7 minutes time. We'll have a little interval, as the players will, but we'll be back in ample time for Somerset to begin their first innings. I hope you'll join us then. Well, hello everybody, welcome back to Trent Bridge. Just a short adjournment as the players changed over. Nottinghamshire have been bowled out for 360. Somerset about to begin their first innings. I'm sure there'll be, I don't know what the collective noun is for a group of Toms, a gaggle of Toms, a collective of Toms, the Tom Tom Club, but it's not going to be the Tom Tom Club because straight away Andy Mead is going to be one of the openers. Anthony Gibson alongside myself, Dave Bracegirdle. Who's the other one? It is a Tom. We have got a Tom.
It's Tom Kohler-Cadmore. Well. It's the first time he's opened the batting for Somerset, I fancy. This could be very lively. A new and untried opening partnership for Somerset.
Lively in the sense that you think he might look to push on, because that's his natural game,
that's
isn't
the
it?
way.
Yeah.
He says it himself. That's the way I play after being caught in the deep for the umpteenth time.
Well, no, it's not the second innings, but do you want to change ends? Do you want to take the Stuart
Yeah, we
Broad
might
end?
as well. Yeah. So we've got Ollie Stone to bowl from the Stuart Broad end. We've got 3 slips. Joe Clark at first slip, Calvin Harrison at second slip,
Will Young at third.
and Will Young at third. Here we go then. Kohler-Cadmore's on strike. Ollie Stone is in and bowls, and Kohler-Cadmore gets on top of the bounce as he advances towards the bowler. It's a slow pitch this, but just occasional unpredictable bounce. 1 or 2 either bouncing more than the batsmen have been expecting, or just the odd one keeping low as well. Extra bounce tending to be from the Stuart Broad end, and the ones keeping low from the Radcliffe Road end. But it's a lovely sight here at Trent Bridge as Stone is in and bowls, and very similar to the previous delivery. Good length ball on off stump, and Kohler-Cadmore, who's a good player of pace, getting on top of the bounce.
He's going to enjoy this then if he enjoys pace, because he'll have Pennington from this end, I'm sure. And the skiddier Dane Patterson to relieve them.
Stone bowls, firmer defensive shot on this occasion, back to the bowler. So we've got just the 3 slips. Backward point extra cover. Hasib Hamid, the captain, at mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and a long leg. Is the field. So not over-attacking Nottinghamshire on this slowish pitch. Stone bowls, and another good ball. He's making the batsman play, which is what you ought to be doing with the new ball. Not wasting it outside the off stump, or sending it down the leg side.
2 in floppy sun hats. We've got Ben Slater at backward point, Jack Haynes at mid-wicket. They do tend to swap over from time to time, so you just have to keep half an eye on that. Haynes just a little bit taller.
Here comes Stone again. He's there and bowls, and playing a miss this time from Kohler-Cadmore, who's advancing on the bowler. Aimless sort of waft at the ball.
It's an unusual approach, wasn't it, to come charging Ollie Stone.
He likes to feel bat on ball, does Tom Kohler-Cadmore. Might
not happen today, but I'm looking forward to seeing Casey Aldridge come out to have a bat and Ollie Stone with ball in hand. Because Aldridge gave Stone a few, didn't he?
He did. Here's Stone then to Coda Cadmore, who thinks about a single as he drops that into the onside, but Andy Umeed at the other end not in the least bit interested. So a maiden over to start with, and a good maiden over as well. 5 balls that the batsman had to play and couldn't do more than play a defensive shot at, and the other one that beat him outside the off stump.
Yeah, I mentioned yesterday Ollie Stone, 30 years of age now, and I was a little surprised just to see that it was only his 50th first-class match yesterday. He's had any number of injury issues over the last few years. He played 3 tests, of course, for England in those 50 matches. Ireland in 2019, India away in 2021, New Zealand at home in the same year. But since then he's missed an awful lot of cricket, but this year he's fit and well. He's also batting beautifully, as we've seen. He was out this morning for 83, following up his 90 from earlier in the season. Now Dylan Pennington, Notts leading wicket taker this season, 24 wickets at 23.8 apiece. From this Radcliffe Road end comes into bowl to Andy Umeed, who gets away first ball with a boundary down to third man, and Dylan Pennington can have no complaints
about
really,
that.
because a large percentage of Dylan Pennington's 29 not out were from that very same shot, just an edge or an open face guiding the ball down to third man. 4 on the board for Somerset in response to Nottinghamshire's 360.
He runs in like he means business, Dylan Pennington, doesn't he?
Yeah. 25 years of age, so there's lots to enjoy, lots to like about Dylan Pennington, and the fact he's 25 and working with Kevin Shine here has prompted 1 or 2 England selectors to come along and have a little bit of a look at him, as this is pushed into the offside, and there's no wrong. Selectors is the wrong word. What do they have? Scouts, they call them, don't they? Yeah. The England scouts. We've seen Jeff Arnold at a number of Nottinghamshire games this year, and it's been clear he's been here following the progress of Dylan Pennington, and there's been 1 or 2 newspaper articles. 1 or 2 people have gone on record as saying he may well be sort of the next one they turn to, but they always seem to be turning to somebody, don't they? There's always a next cabin off the rank. And he comes running away from us and bowls now, and Andy Umeed, well, he played it down into the ground and then just had to have a little look that it didn't fall back onto the off stump, and it didn't. 164 first-class wickets for Dylan Pennington at 27 apiece. As I mentioned yesterday, did actually make his first-class debut on this ground whilst a Worcestershire player, but it was in one of those pink ball games 6 years or so ago. 4 without loss. Pennington in to Umeed. Plays it out onto the offside. Jack Haynes does the fielding. There's no run.
Andrew Umeed joined Somerset as, well, we assumed he was going to be an opening bat back in 2022. After taking a career break, really. He played for Warwickshire back in 2017 and then was let go and headed off to Australia and sort of gave up cricket for a couple of years. Then out in Australia rediscovered his love for the game.
There's Pennington to bowl to him. Oh, and another inelegant shot, really. He clearly thought it was short enough to pull, so got into a position to pull it. There wasn't a great deal of foot movement, but then the ball was through him before the pull was completed.
Didn't bounce as much as he was expecting, I think, Andrew Umeed. But yeah, just to finish on that, he was signed really as a putative opening batsman, but actually he's looked much more comfortable where he's been batting so far this season in the Championship at 4. So it's the first time for some time that he's opened the innings for Somerset.
Right-hander, of course. Pennington bowls to him again. This is helped into the offside, fielded by Haynes. And Dylan Pennington's first over comes to an end. 4 runs from it. Somerset 4 without loss. Just towards the end of, I think, the ball before the Notts innings ended, you were just saying you've got a stat on James Rue. Was it relevant?
From Steve Pittard. Yes, well, it would have been even more relevant had he taken that catch. But Steve says that prior to this match, James Rue had 85 wicket-keeping victims. That's now gone up to 86. From 25 first-class games. That is the most victims for Somerset after 25 matches. This is edged, and well, I'm not sure whether that was actually put down by Calvin Harrison at second slip. It went really quickly to Harrison's left. Seen the we'll see the replay shortly because the live stream is it would have been a spectacularly brilliant catch if he'd taken it.
So it's gone for 4. Joe Clark at first slip. Wasn't a lot of movement there. Harrison low down, very quickly dived low down, went through him. I think he got a fingernail on it.
I think so. 8 without loss then. As Stone is in and bowls, and this time Kohler Cadmore draws the bat inside the ball. Yeah, just to finish on James Rue, he's taken up to the end of his 25th match, which is the previous game, taken 83 catches, 2 stumpings for a total of 85 victims. Craig Keeves, better in his first 25 games for Somerset, took 83 catches and 1 stumping for 84. So James Rue is arguably Somerset's greatest wicketkeeper. There's some way to go before we can say that categorically. Stone to Kohler Cadmore, who again advances down the pitch towards the bowler. I'm not sure what Ollie Stone will make of that. I think it's just a bit of a trigger movement. Tom Banton does something similar, not quite so pronounced. Banton just makes a sort of half a step forward just to get himself going, rather than the more conventional trigger movement of back and across. So whether it's something that Shane Berger, the Somerset batting coach, has been working on, I'm not sure. But
already we had a ball issue there. Ollie Stone gave the ball to his skipper, Seba Mead, took it to the umpire, and it's been given back.
This is good stuff from the Notts opening bowlers so far, making the batsman play. Stone bowls, and this time Kohler Cadmore on top of the bounce. Good stop at extra cover.
Of course, all those wicket-keeping stats, they only really come into play if the batter nicks it. If the bowlers keep knocking the stumps over, the keeper can't catch it anyway. It's one of those, isn't it? How do you define the best wicket-keeper over 25 games?
Absolutely.
Buys is another one. Steve, give us the fewest buys on 25 matches.
Stone to Kohler Cadmore, who gets another good ball. Very good stuff this from both Pennington and Ollie Stone, because they're making the batsman play. Hardly anything has been let go outside the off stump. Whereas in Craig Overton's first over this morning, I think the batsman only had to play 1 or possibly 2 deliveries, all of the others outside the off stump, which does give the batsman a bit of a sighter, helps them pick up the pace of the pitch without any risk involved. Another good ball, this time straighter, and Stone threatens to throw the stumps down. So a life there for Tom Kohler Cadmore. Very, very difficult chance to Calvin Harrison, as he went for a big drive, got an outside edge, and it flew like a rocket low down to Harrison's left at second slip. Got a fingertip to it, but couldn't hold on. 8 without loss after 2 overs, 4 to each batsman.
Yeah, we're approaching an hour's cricket this morning, or we've been going for an hour to be strictly correct, because obviously we had the 10-minute interval. It's one of 9 county championship games. Just to tell you what's going on elsewhere during the course of this over, but Durham bat on at Chelmsford, 509 for 6 as Pennington starts a new over, bowling to Mead, lets it go through to the keeper. Ollie Robinson still there on 184 not out. Yesterday a century as well for Alex Lees. Durham 509 for 6 down at Chelmsford against Essex, who went into this round of matches second in the table. Somerset third, not 6th. Kent yesterday 244 all out at Canterbury. Lancashire lost Keaton Jennings for naught yesterday, but Luke Wells and Josh Bohannon both in the 40s. They're 95 for 1 in reply in that one. Pennington, red soles to his cricket boots, bowls, and this is just played gently up to Mead at mid-off, no run, 8 without loss. Here, Edgbaston, Hampshire 298 all out. Warwickshire, wheels coming off a little bit. 3 wickets for Keith Barker against his former side this morning. 88 for 5, Warwickshire, in reply to Hampshire's 298. Elsewhere in Division 1 at New Road, Worcestershire bat on, 386 for 7. Dan Lawrence with a century there, he's 112 not out. Next ball allowed by Mead to pass through to Tom Moores. 389 for 7 now. Surrey, the leaders and defending champions at New Road. So that's Division 1. Division 2 then quickly. Northants 279, Glamorgan 84 for 1 at Cardiff. At Lords, Middlesex 405 for 9. Ryan Higgins is 140 not out. That's against Derbyshire. Sussex 442 all out yesterday, with John Simpson 183 not out. Leicestershire 28 for 1. One more game to give you. Dylan Pennington bowls now to a Mead. Plays it on the leg side, kept a whisker low, which interested the slip cordon.
Well played by Mead.
It was indeed, yeah. Yorkshire 390 for 6, that one at Scarborough. Lythe 129, Mr Bean 164 in that one. 390 for 6 beside the seaside. In the 4th over here, 8 without loss Somerset. This morning they made sure of getting a 3rd bowling bonus point. Not's got a 3rd batting point. So it's 3 apiece at the moment. Somerset finished their bowling stint with a +6 over 8. Very commendable effort. Here's Pennington looking for the breakthrough, and Mead determined not to let him have it. Nudges it back to the bowler. Neil Malinder is the umpire at this end. Had a little spell, as we were looking yesterday, 30 odd years or so ago with Somerset. Ben Debenham, who I don't think played first class cricket, is at square
I don't
leg.
think he did, no.
Our scorers, the ever reliable Roger Marshall for Notts, Polly Rhodes for the visitors Somerset. Ian Smith works the big screens here at Trent Bridge. He'll be in the scorer's box with them at the far side of the ground as this one past the outside edge goes through to Tom Moores. 8 without loss at the end of the 4th over, and that's a maiden for Pennington. Both bowlers with identical figures. 2 overs, 1 maiden, none for 4. Morning has become afternoon, and the BBC Radio Nottingham midday news has just crawled into its 2nd minute, so we'll have an update now.
A couple of first innings wickets this morning on day 2 of their county championship match against Somerset. Let's get the latest now from Dave Bracegirdle at Trent Bridge.
Yes, for the 2nd time this season, Ollie Stone denied a maiden first-class 100. He was out for 90 earlier in the season, out for 83 this morning, as you say. One of 2 wickets to go down. The other one, Dane Patterson for 14, but Notts before Notts had got that 3rd batting point. All out for 360. Somerset have just started in reply, 8 without loss.
Playing a miss from Tom Kohler-Cadmore, who is chafing, I think it would be fair to say. He's looking for something to hit, to get him underway. He's got 4 to his name, but that was from a attempted off drive that flew off the outside edge between the slips, between first and second slip. He's been offered nothing over pitched and nothing short so far from Ollie Stone, who's in and bowls, and that's another good length ball which is played off the meat of the bat up to Dane Patterson, moving across from mid-on to behind the bowler. This is good, challenging, fast bowling from Ollie Stone and Dylan Pennington. Who's the quicker of the two? Stone by half a yard?
I suspect so.
Stone, he's got the longest run-up that we've seen, I fancy. So, yet again, it's a good length ball on off stump, which the batsman has to play, and Kohler-Cadmore plays it safely enough.
I can't remember the last time we had, it's not been for a while, I can't remember the last time we had a Nottinghamshire game where there was any sort of speed gun or tracking device on. And again, it's all down to perceptive, or percepted. Might have to ask Tom Moores or the slip cordon.
Yeah, wicket keepers are as good a judges as any. Stone in and bowls, and just a pushed off drive with the left elbow high in the accepted classical manner from Tom Kohler-Cadmore, but he's being offered nothing really by Ollie Stone. Hard going out there. He's having to play virtually every delivery.
Of course, the other one we've not seen yet is Josh Tong, who burst onto the international scene last year and then picked up an injury on England duty in the winter, and we've not seen since, but he tends to push it down quite quickly as well.
Playing a miss from Kohler-Cadmore, who is, as I said, chafing. He wants to get going, and well, he chased after that one outside his off stump, wasn't really there for the shot. Yeah, I was going to ask you about Josh Tongue. Any news?
No, not really. No.
I saw him bowl at Lords in the Test match against Australia last summer, and I've seen him bowling for Worcestershire as well. And I think I saw Dylan Pennington's first game for Worcestershire back in a few years ago when they were in the first division, outside the off stump. This time Kohler-Cadmore can lift the bat out of the way and let it go through to Tom Moores. Maiden over that from Ollie Stone. 3 overs, 2 maidens, none for 4. Dylan Pennington, 2 overs, 1 maiden, also none for 4. An object lesson in how to use the new ball from these 2 Nottinghamshire opening bowlers.
Yeah, I mentioned Pennington's debut match was that pink ball game here. Don't know if the sound issue has resolved itself or not. Apologies if we are still sounding a little crackly or erratic. Apologies if we've overlooked any messages. We'll have a little look through the course of this Pennington over as Umid defends. Nigel King. Dave, is that Dane Patterson's highest score of the season? No, I don't think it is. So we'll sort that out. Richard Dawson. Dave, I'm reading a copy of the 1932 Wisden Arthur Staples of Notts made 9 runs off a single delivery. He had an all-run 5 followed by 4 overthrows. Can't be many all-run 5, let alone 9. Crikey, that's a good one, Richard. Arthur Staples.
Is that at the Oval?
Outside edge. Well, I don't know. Richard just said I'm reading a copy.
Probably more
1932
all-run 5s at the Oval than any other ground. Because in the old days it was in an enormous outfield.
Andy Dixon's had another look at that chance at the start of this innings. Hard chance for Calvin. It was going straight into Joe Clark's bread basket at first slip. He says if Calvin hadn't dived across him for it. Thank you, Andy. Thanks for everybody else who's taken the trouble to get in touch this morning. We'll address them all as we go through the day, as Pennington bowls, and this is edge and caught. Mead goes, and that is a really sharp catch. That is a wonderful, wonderful grab, and Somerset have lost the early wicket. And I think it may well have been Harrison again. We'll check on that. It's either Harrison at second or Will Young at third. Really sharp effort, and Pennington gets the breakthrough. It's Will Young with the grab, and Andy Mead will consider himself a little unlucky there, but it was a quickish delivery. Flew sharply off the outside edge and diving to his right. It's Will Young at third with the catch, and Somerset are 8 for 1.
Yeah, Pennington getting the reward from some really good, accurate bowling, offering the batsman nothing, and frustrating Andy Mead into chasing after a ball wide of his off stump, thinking he could drive it away through the covers, getting that outside edge, and a very good catch indeed by Will Young at third slip. So the Umeed-Kola Canmore experiment has not proved to be a success. Tom Lammonby is the new batsman, who is top of the Somerset batting averages so far this season. Has been enjoying batting at number 3, even though he has had to come in pretty early on in most of Somerset's championship games, because their opening partnership has anything but settled and successful, no matter who it consists of. Lammonby 546 runs in 12 innings, averaging just under 50, with 104 50s. He's going to be facing some challenging fast bowling from Messrs Pennington and Stone, who I have to say have looked in a rather higher class than the seam bowling we saw from Somerset yesterday morning.
Yeah, it's been a very good start by both Stone and Pennington. If you can hear noises off, it sounds very much like they've got a steamroller or something. They've laid the tarmac for that car park in the Dave Bracegirdle residential care home just outside the ground. And this morning they've been working on the car park, but quite a noisy steamroller over there. Different sort of heavy roller at the side of a cricket ground. New man is Lammonby, left-hander, and his first involvement is to push this into the offside, and there's no run. So we have got 2 of the Toms together. Still Tom Abell and Tom Banton to come.
First time all 4 Toms have played in the championship for Somerset this season.
There's another one in the ranks, isn't there? Is young Master Roo.
Thomas Roo. I think he tends to be known as Thomas rather than Tom, but that may change, of course.
Yeah, we won't let the facts get in the way of a good line, as this one is a good line from Pennington. Just holding it outside off. Goes through to Moores. So Notts with the early breakthrough. Andy Mead falling. And this the 6th over. 8 for 1. 5 wickets to Casey Aldridge, 4 to Miguel Pretorius. Another one to Somerset skipper Craig Overton for this game. Lewis Gregory not playing. It's Pennington to include a successful over in Lammonby defence. 8 for 1 Somerset at the end of the 6th.
Yeah, good stuff from Pennington again, making Lammonby play 2 out of the 3 deliveries that he had to face in the second part of that over.
Richard's come back, Anthony, and says that that 9 from 1 ball was played at Kettering.
Kettering?
So who would have played at Kettering? Northants?
Yeah.
Leicestershire?
Kettering, I think, is in Northants. I fancy.
Or is it in Cambridgeshire? Anyway, thank you, Richard.
Well, it's near the Cambridgeshire
border.
Stone then to Cadmore, 8 for 1 Somerset. Stone in and bowls, and Cadmore for the umpteenth time gets on top of the bounce. Cadmore has faced 18, that's his 19th delivery for just 4 runs.
4 streaky runs as well, weren't they?
Yeah. He'll be, as I said a couple of times, he'll be chafing, fretting, wants to get on with it, wants to dominate. Doesn't like being a sitting duck, which is what he must be feeling at the moment, with this relentless attack from Ollie Stone at high pace. He's in and bowls, and this time he gets bat on ball, hits it straight to extra cover, where it's
Lyndon James.
Lyndon James. Got the wrong number for Lyndon James, that's why. Eight for 1. The sun's gone in. It's not too hot here. Pleasant conditions for watching cricket. Hot out in the middle, no doubt. This is a nice shot from Cadmore, and at last he'll feel he's underway. A straight drive just on the onside of straight. Didn't try and hit it too hard. Just moved his weight nicely into the shot. Over pitch from Ollie Stone. Brings Cadmore 4 authentic runs. Takes him on to 8, and the Somerset score on to 12 for 1.
Yes, I heard the nice lady on the television this morning say about 26 degrees here today. Can't quite remember how we used to do that to convert into old money. Did double it and add 28, is that? I think it's something like that, isn't it? So what would that be? 52 and 28.
Stone in and bowls, and again Cadmore stunning that into the ground.
It can't be right, can it? Because that'd be 80 degrees. It's not going to be 80, surely.
No, it's not going to be it.
I thought that's what you did. Double the Celsius or centigrade, and at 28, is that right, folks? 26, 52, 72, 80. Something along those lines, anyway. I know 8 kilometres is 5 miles, if that's relevant.
Stone bowls to Cadmore, who gets himself a thick edge. That'll bring in 4 runs, I think. Yep, indeed, as Ben Slater doesn't bother to pursue it. It's a short boundary, and not quite as short as further along the Smith Cooper stand, but there are net pitches down there, so the ball will accelerate across them. So 2 boundaries in the over for Tom Cadmore.
Just whilst I'm having a witter, I think the first thing you said to me this morning, and I can't remember the answer, was, Dave, did you realise it's 3 years today since? And I can't remember what the answer was.
Since Craig Overton presented Jamie Overton with his England cap. This is outside the off stump. Cadmore can let it go through to Tom Moore. 16 for 1 at the end of that over, and the twins' parents were both in the huddle to see one Overton twin presenting it.
That's right,
cap to another Overton twin.
Yeah. Proud family moment. Richard's come back at the time Northants played Kettering, he says. Thank you very much, Richard. We were nearly there, weren't we? 16 for 1. Dylan Pennington with the only wicket to fall. 3 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 4 to Pennington. And that boundary 4 came from the first ball he bowled, so it's been 17 dot balls for Pennington. Comes in to bowl to Lammonby, down the leg side, 4 runs off something.
Battle.
Yep. Neil Mallender signals that it was a little leg side tickle. So Dylan Pennington just not quite getting the line right there to the left-handed Tom Lammonby. So 20 for 1. Lammonby has his innings underway. He's 4 from 4. Kohler Cadmore 12 from 24. Umeed was out for 4. They're only dealing in boundaries here. Somerset 20 for 1. Lunch at 1 o'clock as always. Pennington bowls and Tom Lammonby gets the stride in, plays it up to Ollie Stone, who finds himself at mid-off. Captain,
very stylish batsman is Tom Lammonby.
Seabermead at mid-on. Was off the field for just about 24 hours, wasn't he? Seabermead, he was the first wicket to go down fairly early yesterday morning. There on the live stream, another view of Polly Road's Somerset Standard. An enormous flag. Wonderful to see. Pennington bowls and strikes Lammonby on the pad, but down the leg side, nothing doing there. So many times I have to comment that the visitors have either not brought a flag here or they've not had it hoisted up the flagpole, but lovely to see that.
It's the scorer's responsibility, isn't it, to take
Generally,
the flag
yeah.
to away matches generally.
Yeah, I think there's 1 or 2 that generally leave it to the kit man, whoever that may be. Pennington in again. Now the LBW shout here, and I'm not surprised that there's a hollering and a hooting out there, and nor am I surprised that Neil Mallender said not out. Would have been a tight leg stump line, but didn't get up very high, and I don't think there was any bat involved. So Dylan Pennington gave it the full beans, as our good friend Martin Emerson is prone to saying for an LBW shout. Give it a right old holler there. 20 for 1 not out.
We haven't seen the replay yet, but it looked a good show.
So it might have been just pitching outside leg that saved him. But save him it did. Lammonby remains on 4 and remains at the crease. Next delivery this time. It's the full face of Tom Lammonby's bat. Looks a nice bit of wood there.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think it pitched outside the leg stump. Probably have hit.
Yeah, there's a lot of noise, but you can probably discount everything that you hear from anybody other than bowler and keeper. First, second and the third slip, and everybody else, of course, just going in, just joining the chorus line.
Good call from Neil Mallender.
Pennington was impressed again and fields off his own bowling here. A defensive block from Tom Lammonby. 20 for 1 at the end of the 8th. And Stone and Pennington had 4 overs apiece. May well be Dane Patterson time, judging by the way he's sprinted in and now takes his cap off. Yes, we are going to get a change at the Stuart Broad end, the old pavilion end here at Trent Bridge. We've only got 1 pavilion here at Trent Bridge. I'm sorry
Must
Anthony,
feel
about
deprived.
that. Yeah, sorry about that, but Dane Patterson's going to bowl from it.
Yeah.
Stuart Broad's birthday as well, if you weren't with us earlier today.
Dane Patterson, who taken 17 wickets so far this first-class season. 27.6 apiece, best of 5 for 49. He's going to be bowling to Tom Cadmore, who's on 12. Patterson in and bowls, and he's looking for a single, but there won't be one as Lyndon James fields in the covers. He's been stuck at this end as Cadmore right from the start. They haven't changed ends, the batsmen.
No, they've only scored the runs in boundaries. Dane Patterson, 177 wickets for Notts now in 3 and a bit years. There's only really Franklin Stevenson that's got comparable figures. Each of the 3 years he's had at Trent Bridge has taken 50 or more.
He's not tall, strong. Cadmore advances towards him, it's well outside the off stump, and just lifts his bat.
Yeah, well, that's the one, isn't it?
Away.
He'll nibble it away, nibble it away, nibble it away, and then when you think he's going to nibble another one away, it'll come back with often devastating effects, either pinning the bloke in front or knocking out the off stump. So you've just got to be careful for that. You don't get lured into believing that everyone is going to just pitch and jag away.
Patterson turns at the end of his run. 3 slips go down. Cadmore stands up straight down the pitch towards the bowler. Turns it up to mid-on. Some excitement there. Not quite sure why, but came off the middle of the bat.
Returned to the test ranks in February. Listeners may be aware that South Africa sent a test side down to New Zealand, but because it coincided with their domestic T20, they left a lot of the star names at home to promote that, so it was almost a second string. I don't know how they...
It's a third string.
Well, I was going to say, I don't know how many of them felt about it, but I know Dane absolutely loved it and relished the opportunity and got a bundle of wickets.
There's Patterson in and bowls. And Cadmore down the pitch, driving that over the top for 6 runs. That's the way I play, he says. Lovely shot, as long as it comes off, and it did. Yeah. And moves on to 18, 26 for 1.
It's not county championship batting, is it, old boy? You can cut that out.
It was a fine blow.
He could have shouldered arms and left it. Yeah. Welcome to your first over, Mr. Patterson.
I think that'll get Dane Patterson's dander up. He's in bowls. And Cadmore comes wandering down the pitch towards him and hangs his bat outside the off stump. Fortunately for him, didn't take the edge.
Breaks the sequence of 4s anyway.
It does. Ben Debenham just having a chat with Dane Patterson as the bowler walks back. Good crowd in today for a weekday, although I think weekday crowds are sometimes bigger in the county championship than weekend crowds. Patterson in and bowls, and this is driven through the offside for 4 runs. And it was in the air for a time, but well away from Lyndon James, who flung himself to his right at extra cover. So 6 and a 4 in that over from Cadmore. Moves on to 22, 30 for 1 after 9 overs.
Well, I don't know where I've gone with this. Asking our dear listeners to help me out in converting centigrade to Fahrenheit. Isma says the correct conversion is to multiply by 1.8 and add 32. I can't do that in my head, Isma. But double it and add 28 is a good approximation between around 10 and 30 degrees. Rod George says, correct, Dave, it's 88 degrees. Oh, no, hang on, technically it's 86. Well, that doesn't work, Rod, does it? I'm more with Isma that double it and add 28.
79, I think.
Well, yeah, so not far off. Next delivery is sent down by Dylan Pennington. Tom Lammonby, the left-hander, defends, but thanks Isma and Rod for
I always do it.
helping an idiot out.
10 degrees C is 50 degrees Fahrenheit, and then whatever degrees C are above 50, you multiply by 1.8.
You can't do that in your head, or can you?
Well, you can. If it's, say it's 20 degrees, that's another 1.8 times 10 is 18, so that's 68 degrees. And then just, another say 23 is another 5.4.
We're in the 10th over, 30 for 1. And again down the leg side from Pennington, and again it's gone for 4. And again we look at umpire Malinder, and again he signals 4. So a couple of times now. And the last 2 overs he's got his line wrong. And Somerset have gone 4, 4, 4, 4, 4, 6, 4, 4 in this innings, 34 for 1.
Yep, they still haven't changed ends.
So help me again. Pretend I'm an idiot, Anthony.
10 degrees.
If the lady this morning says, Dave, it's going to be 26 degrees today.
Well, right.
In my money.
10 degrees is 50.
Well,
and then.
Well, if 10 degrees is 50, surely 20 degrees is 100 in that. That thinking.
No.
34 for 1. This wide of the pegs and goes through to the keeper.
And then every degree C above 50, you multiply by 1.8 to get the Fahrenheit.
I think double it and add 28 gets me where I need to be.
Yeah, it's the same principle. So.
But it seems excessive to say today it's going to be generally 26 all day here at Trent Bridge. 80. Wow. Felt like 80 at 3 o'clock this morning. It was very, very sticky overnight.
So, yeah, I mean, it is warm.
79, 80. Apples, pears. Round the wicket is Pennington for the first time to Lammonby. Drives it back and the bowler makes a good stop. Might just have clattered into the stumps at this end had he not done so, but we'll never know. 34 for 1. We are still half an hour or so away from lunch. Clock at the far end. I don't think it was advanced, the one that we can see, but not many other people can because it's high up on top of the pavilion. That would suggest it wasn't changed in March. It seems to be an hour behind. Got a number of people getting in touch, but watch Pennington for a moment. We've got a single. We've got a single off the outside edge of Lammonby's bat, and they change ends for the first time. 35 for 1, and everybody, including the umpire, has to swap over from left-hander to right-hander. So Tom Kohler-Cadmore down to face Dylan Pennington for the first time. Former Worcestershire teammates, of course.
I don't think they were. Funny enough, I was just looking that up. Pennington made his debut for Worcester in 2018.
Yeah.
And Kohler-Cadmore's last season with Worcester was 2017, before he went to Yorkshire.
There is Pennington to bowl to the man who would have been on the Worcestershire staff, but they wouldn't have played together. 35 for 1 at the end of the 10th. It just climbs over the shoulder of the bat and goes through to the keeper. Producer Kirsty, can you wrap your head around a simple formula, Dave? I do struggle, Kirsty, you know that. Temperature is currently 26 here, though, she confirms, but it feels like 28. Much love from Kirsty and Michael Fish. Thank Thank you very much.
No.
I was saying the morning was going quickly up until about 12 o'clock, the last half an hour, and I don't mean any disrespect to anybody at all when I say this, but when I just looked and saw it's 12:30, I was expecting it to be about 5 to 1.
Yeah. Well, Nottinghamshire bowling really well. As Patterson is into left-handed Lammonby, it's a long way outside the off stump. Somerset do now have a left-hand, right-hand combination, and one would have thought that might not have been a bad ploy when it came to selecting the opening partnership. But Tom Lammonby's got all of these runs this season, batting at number 3, and may very well have been reluctant to open the innings. Or it may have been Shane Berger's decision, the batting coach, that he should stay at number 3. As Patterson in and bowls to him, and plays a studious-looking defensive shot.
Ollie Robinson's got that sinking feeling that all batters get when you dismiss for 198. not a bad score. That's in the Durham first innings down at Chelmsford against Essex. 560 for 8. Ollie Robinson just out to Matt Critchley for 198 in that one.
I fancy he'll be playing. Well, I'm not sure he will be playing for England. I think Jamie Smith may be above him in the pecking order to succeed folks. Here's Patterson in and bowls, and Lammonby on the back foot plays a back foot drive without any timing up to Hasib Hamid, who's fielding in the accepted captain's position, or one of them at mid-off, so as he can have a chat with his bowler as the bowler's walking back to his mark. Very much at the fulcrum of events.
I like a nice little bit of synchronicity. The other person who's having a good morning, apart from Ollie Robinson, is Ollie Robinson.
Ah.
The Somerset man, 3 for 13, just nicked out 3 Leicestershire wickets in quick succession.
Patterson to Lammonby outside the off stump. Lammonby gets into position to play it, but lets it go through to Tom Moores. Plenty of vocal encouragement for that bowler from the Nottinghamshire fielders.
That's a Division 2 game yesterday. Sussex racked up the runs, 442. Leicestershire 64 for 4. As I say, they were going along swimmingly then. Ollie Robinson's just picked up 3 wickets in quick succession, 3 for 13. It's a good day to be called Ollie Robinson.
Patterson, this very straight approach. He's in, bowls outside the off stump. And no shot from Lammonby. Fast bowlers don't have quite such curving run-ups as they used to in the old days.
No. There was is it John Price of Middlesex?
John Price at middle here. But,
He used to come in from extra cover.
Semicircle. But Fred Rumsey from
Yes,
Somerset,
yeah.
left arm quick. He ran in at quite an angle. Good old Fred, he's still going. There's Patterson in bowls, and defensive shot from Tom Lammonby. Good disciplined seam bowling from the Notts seamers, with Ollie Stone 4 overs for 12, Dylan Pennington 1 for 13 in 5, and Dane Patterson now 2 overs 1 maiden, none for 10, having been hit down the ground for 6 by Tom Kohler-Catmull, but no such liberties being taken by Tom Lammonby.
It's going to be Pennington to continue. So 3 bowlers have been used so far in the first 11 overs. 4 from Stone and 2 from Patterson. Pennington about to bowl his 6th, the 4th member of the quicker bowling quartet is Lyndon James. Not yet seen him. He's having a decent season with the ball. 16 wickets so far. Of course, the leg spinner Calvin Harrison. He might get the pre-lunch final over. Here's Pennington. Balls to TKC. Eases this into the offside. There's no run. Tom Kohler-Cadmore. He was a definite entrant last year, I think, when we spent half a day somewhere having a little bit of fun, combining a double-barrelled name of cricketers. Tom Kohler-Cadmore and obviously Liam Patterson-White.
Backhanded compliment here, which I'll bring you after this delivery from Dylan Pennington.
35 for 1. This one's through to the keeper.
Yeah, Dave from Cork, ex-Grumpy Git, says, great fun listening to the Codgers Commentators Club. This is county cricket commentary at its very finest, making my day. I don't think you can describe us as Codgers, can you?
It wouldn't be the first time I've...
I enjoy the history of cricket. It's one of the things that makes cricket such a wonderful game. It's the rich panoply of its history.
Probably me veering off onto centigrade that worried everybody. 35 for 1 as this is run down to backward point. Anthony and myself today will try and entice, like we did yesterday, we'll try and entice a guest or two for you a little later on. Tomorrow Grace Ballinger will be with us. The Blaze left arm opening bowler, who was a member of the successful Charlotte Edwards Cup winning Blaze side at the weekend. I've promised it, or rather I've asked her and she's promised to bring in a winner's medal tomorrow, so we can talk about that. This is drilled back towards the bowler Pennington, who, and I should know this, and the instant you say it I'll get it, who's your area women's team?
Western Storm.
Of course.
Western Storm.
Suddenly thinking, hang on, Somerset aren't tagged.
Heather Knight and Sophie Luff. Okay.
Yeah, you're not tagged with the Southern Snipers or the South East Stars, but yeah, the Western Storm, obviously. 35 for 1. Kohler-Cadmore on 22 and gets one that only just goes above ankle height. If he could bowl those at will, not only would Dylan Pennington be playing for England, he'd be playing for a World 11. A magnificent delivery, but probably unintentional. There is a band just off the centre part of the strip that we're playing on that does remain still suspiciously green, but I don't think it was affected by that at all. But
just that's the second or third ball that's just kept a little bit low from this end. Pretorius bowled one earlier on this morning.
35 for 1. Pennington in again, and nicely played by Tom Kohler-Cadmore. Helps this out onto the offside, and there's no run. We've had 12 overs. Pennington 6 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 13. He's not taken his cap from the umpire, has he? Has he left it on the boundary edge? He has left it on the boundary edge. So it may well be the end of his spell, because the Seabermead came up, gave him a pat on the back, and 3 of his teammates. But I was wondering where his cap was, but he has left it on the boundary edge down below us. 35 for 1. So it might be a change at this end. It might be Ollie Stone switching ends, or it might be Lyndon James. I guess it could be the leg spinner, but we'll keep half an eye on everybody.
Yeah, they might give him an over or two before lunch. It's Patterson, though, going around the wicket to the left-handed Lammonby. Lammonby playing around his front pad, hence the excitement that you heard being expressed by the slip cordon. But he managed to get bat on it just as well that he did. This, of course, is Tom Kohler-Cadmore's first game of the season in the county championship for Somerset. because he's been out playing, or not playing, for Rajasthan Royals in the IPL. He only played a couple of games. Couldn't get in the side. Patterson to Lammonby, again is almost turned round as he adjusts to some late movement from Dane Patterson.
I promise we won't go on all day talking about temperatures, but as I did ask people just to help me out with conversion, Steve Crawley says the easiest way to do the conversion, Dave, is just to say, rather than do any maths, just say you're sweating cobs. That's a that's a familiar phrase in these parts, Anthony. I don't know if it's something you're familiar with.
No,
I'm sweating cobs. It generally means it's around about 26 degrees C, and the yellow belly's been in touch as well.
Patterson to Lammonby, who has 9 to his name, plays that defensively into the offside. Excitement from the slip cordon at every delivery at the moment.
Yellow belly says, for the conversion, what you need to do is take the temperature in Fahrenheit first. I'll come back to that. Subtract 30, then divide the answer by 2, and there's your Celsius figure, or do what I do and change the setting on the weather app. I can't do that. I can't start with Fahrenheit if the lady on the telly tells me it's 26.
No. It's Patterson. Oh, a play and a miss this time from Lammonby, and he draws the bat inside, but that was a posthumous withdrawal. He definitely played at that, did Tom Lammonby. Tempted into having a go at a ball outside his off stump, and that's what bowling a relentless line and length can do, to especially if you've got a couple of attack-minded batsmen out there, which these two are, although Tom Lammonby is probably better at subjugating his aggressive instincts than Kohli Cadmore. Patterson is in, bowls, and this time Lammonby gets right into line and plays that from the crease defensively up to mid-on. We're in the 13th over. Notts bowled out finally this morning for 360, so they took 3 batting points, and Somerset 3 bowling points, with Ollie Stone making 83 before he was very well caught by Craig Overton off the bowling of Pretorius. Patterson in bowls, and this time I think Lammonby does draw the bat inside the line of that delivery, which was a good one from Patterson. Another good over, that was a maiden. 3 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 10, and at the other end Dylan Pennington 6 overs, 1 for 13 with 3 maidens. And is it going to be Lyndon James? I fancy it is.
Looks like we've got a school party leaving from the Smith Cooper stand, and the sad thing about that is I hadn't noticed them sat there all quietly enjoying themselves, but it looks as if they've had a morning at the cricket and they're all just heading off back to school.
Back to school for lunch, I expect.
Do you not think they've brought a packed lunch with them here? I don't know. Or maybe they're going back, but I hope they've enjoyed the cricket. Hope they'll come again and bring mums and dads, and hope to see some of them here in the future. We have got a bowling change, and it is Lyndon James. I think what I need to do with regards to what the temperature is out there is just have a catch up with our camera crew, our wonderful camera crew during the luncheon interval, because 1 or 2 last night, I think they were saying they'd been sweating cobs. It's a warm day out there, but can't have it always. At the start of the season, they were saying it was too cold. That's your career choice, folks.
Yeah.
Very much appreciated. Doing a fabulous job. Here's Lyndon James then. Where's number 8? Stuart Broad's old number. Went to Oakham School like Broad, and his first deliveries returned to him by TKC, Tom Kohli Cadmore. his third county now. And Lyndon James just parries it out to Jack Haynes on the offside, and there's no run. Start of the 14th over. Still around about a quarter of an hour to go until lunch here in Nottingham. Day 2 of prospective 4. Got strong vibes that this will go the distance. As this is a lovely looking shot to mid-wicket. Might not go all the way. Ben Slater's out there and should cut it off in front of the William Clark stand, and Slater with a high lobbed return into the gloves of Moores. 37 for 1. Kohler Cadmore with the bulk of the runs. He's on 24. Tom Lammonby came in at 3, is on 9. We've got Tom Abell and Tom Banton to come. James Rue, Casey Aldridge, Craig Overton. Down the leg side, this one from Lyndon James as his 4 leg byes. Absolutely unforgiving outfield here. If it doesn't go to a fielder, it'll go to the rope. 4 leg byes onto the score. First extras in the innings. Somerset a 41 for 1. Didn't finish this Somerset team, did it? There's Miguel Pretorius at 9 listed, and Jake Ball, Jack Leach, Jake Ball.
Jack Leach, Jake Ball.
41 for 1. Went wicketless on his Trent Bridge return, Jake Ball. There's Lyndon James. And again to Kohler Cadmore. Helps this into the offside to Haynes. A lot of aeroplanes around this morning. So another one just descending. Holiday jet coming back from somewhere on its way into East Midlands Airport, unless it's one of those diverted from Manchester. Apparently they had all sorts of problems yesterday, didn't they? Power cut.
Power cut. You thought they had backup generators, wouldn't they?
They even got a generator at Cornton Cricket Club. That had to be cranked up so we could all have a cup of tea on Saturday afternoon. Here's Lyndon James in once more, and stylishly textbook block from Kohler Cadmore, unlike his slog for 6.
It wasn't a slog
Down the ground off
it
Dave
was
Patter.
it was a lofted straight drive.
Don't have opening bats slogging down the ground at the start of an innings in the county championship.
I bet those school kids enjoyed it. That's what they've come to see.
What did you make of your day? Well, I don't know. All we could hear was a steamroller flattening a car park behind us. There's Lyndon James again. This one's again pushed out into the covers to Jack Haynes, who played nicely yesterday. Dismissed for 55. It's 41 for 1 here at the end of the over. Yes, it was Jack Haynes that the media team caught up with last night. The interviews on the Trent Bridge Cricket Club, or the Nottinghamshire County Cricket Club website, trentbridge.co.uk, and on social media. Again, a disappointment, I guess, for Notts that they lost wickets twice in quick succession. Slater and Young followed each other back, and then Clark and Haynes did.
Yeah, Somerset disappointed, I think, that having got Nottinghamshire at 190 for 7. It was 326 for 8 at the close. Was a disappointing result. Here's Patterson and bowls to Lammonby. It's a good ball. Plays it defensively out into the offside where Jack Haynes picks up. Is the pavilion called anything here, or is it just the pavilion?
It's the pavilion.
Yeah. Well, I'm just thinking at the Oval it's the Mickey Stewart Pavilion, and Somerset's the Colin Atkinson Pavilion.
But it's the Stuart Broadend. Dan Lawrence still batting for Surrey, 126 not out. They're 424 for 8 at New Road against Worcestershire, where it's not raining for once.
Patterson in round the wicket to Lammonby. Another good ball.
Did I say that with enough feeling? The Notts' last championship match was at New Road. We got 1 day's cricketing out of the 4. Went there for the blast last week and it rained. We had a shortened blast game. Always rains at Worcester.
Yeah, they've got real problems there, haven't they? But, how typical this last winter is of winters to come remains to be seen. I think it was exceptionally wet everywhere. Patterson to Lammonby, drives without much timing, and it's cut off by Hasib Hamid.
Yeah, I think you popped 1 or 2 photos of the floods in your part of the world, didn't you, during the off-season?
We had, I think, more floods than any year since 2014, but they didn't hang around for as long, which was a blessing. But the land was absolutely waterlogged come the end of March on into April. Almost impossible for the farmers to do any field work. Patterson bowls, and Lammonby just thinks of having a little dab at that, try and maybe run it past third slip, but wisely decides against it. Flies through to Tom Moores.
The only bit of advice I would give any batter facing Dane Patterson is don't shoulder arms or leave any ball, because over the last 3.5 years I've seen so many off stumps get castled with the bat pointing towards the sky.
Absolutely. Yeah. Lammonby is a bit prone to that, despite the fact that he takes guard on off stump. Patterson bowls. This is turned away. Down to deep backward square leg where Ben Slater will field just for a single. So for the second time this morning, the batsman, or second time in this innings rather, the batsman change ends.
Sloggers.
42 for 1. Lammonby 10 from 31. Kohli-Cadmore 24 from 43, and all of Tom Kohli-Cadmore's runs. No, there was a 2, wasn't there? I would say they kept coming boundaries, but there was a 2. He's on strike now to Patterson. Drives nicely and well fielded by Hamid, who anticipated that very well as he saw Tom Kohli-Cadmore ease into an off drive, moving to his right even as the ball was struck. And it was well struck, nicely timed, but Hamid getting across to make the stop. End of that over, 42 for 1. We've had 15 overs, 24 to Kohli-Cadmore, 10 to Tom Lammonby.
Not for the first time. I think Nigel King is suggesting I still live in the dark ages. Dave, just a reminder, the Met Office has been using Celsius for its forecast since 1961. Beautifully put, Nigel, thank you. Point taken. Get with the times, Dave. 42 for 1. Lammonby on 10. And James bowls to him.
Didn't time that at all. He's just looking at his bat, Tom Lammonby.
The other one is when we're watching cricket from abroad. Oh, that was 138 kilometres per hour. Like I say, I know 8 kilometres is 5 miles, so 80 kilometres is 50.
You just multiply by 6, or 0.6, to get miles.
Yeah. Lammonby again defends. Tidy enough this from Lyndon James so far. First over just went for a couple of runs. Tall man finds himself batting at 7 in the Nottinghamshire order now. Got a century and at 96 already this season, to add to his 3 previous first class hundreds. They were all in Division 2, obviously. Now in Division 1, balls to Lammonby, and that's a lovely shot, just expertly cut through the offside for 4. That's as sweet a bit of timing as we've seen in the match.
Yeah, lovely shot. Right up on his toes. He's a very elegant batsman, is Tom Lammonby.
46 for 1. Got 7 minutes or so to go until the interval. 12:53 it says on the Batman board. Lyndon James in again. Lammonby rock solid in defence.
Bumped into him at breakfast this morning, Tom Lammonby, and he was inquiring as to the nature of our commentary position. I was able to reassure him it's one of the best in the country.
Will he be popping up to join us if Lyndon James can get him out in the next minute or two?
He might do.
Very nice. Wasn't pinching your sausage, was he?
No. He's very personable, articulate.
Where's he from?
Exeter.
Master Lammonby.
Exeter boy. One of several Devonians in the Somerset squad.
In the 16th over. Oh, and he's very nearly was in a position to be able to come and join the commentators, because he's chipped it one bounce to Nasib Hamid at mid-on. Is Exeter still the county ground for Devon? I know they've always played all around the county, but back in the 80s when I was down there, it always felt, this is a little bit special when you played there, because it was the county ground of Devon. Yeah.
Although they play it well, as you say, they play at Exmouth and Bobby Tracy.
Sidmouth's beautiful. Next delivery, or it used to be.
Still is.
Played up to Hamid at mid-on. It was like a bowling green. The outfield was like a bowling green.
That's where the Somerset County Cricket Club was born, at Sidmouth. Ironically enough, in Devon, 1875, when the gentlemen of Somerset played the gentlemen of Devon. And at the end of the game, which the gentlemen of Somerset won, they decided that they ought to form a county cricket club. So they sat down on the spot and wrote out the constitution, the terms of membership and so on. And in next year, Somerset County Cricket Club will celebrate its sesquicentennial, which is 150 years. Patterson to Kohler Cadmore. He's turning this down to long leg. Should be 2 runs, as Pennington is in from long leg to do the fielding. Kohler Cadmore on to 26, the score on to 48 for 1.
Sesquicentennial 150. I'd have thought the ses bit would have leaned me towards 160.
No, I think it just means centenary and a half. Sesqui.
And that's of where?
Somerset.
Devon or Devon?
Somerset County Cricket Club.
Right.
Which was formed in Devon.
Yep.
Patterson in and bowls, and Kohler Cadmore again wandering down the pitch. This time I think that came off his pad or thigh pad. It was in the air, hence the exclamations you heard, but nowhere near any field, and I don't think there was any bat involved. Jack Haynes came rushing in from mid-wicket.
Do you think you'd be a lot stronger and might have won a few county titles had you amalgamated, Somerset and Devon and Cornwall county cricket clubs?
County identity is very, very important in the southwest.
It says the West Country man.
Well, yes. Well, I'll come back to that. This is turned into the onside for a single 49 for 1. But as I'm unusual in the sense that my first loyalty, if you like, is to the region. I was born in Devon and have lived for a good many years in Somerset. My eldest was born in Wiltshire. 2 younger ones were both born in Somerset. My grandfather was a Baptist minister in Cornwall, so I've got loyalties to almost all of the southwestern counties, but Devon and Somerset are not sworn enemies, but respective adherents are very proud of. And of course Cornwall is different. As a local government minister remarked, that's a single there, brings 50 on the board for Somerset, 50 for 1, remarked a few years ago. He said the only thing that unites Devon and Cornwall is a shared hatred of Bristol.
Just had a mention from, or a message from Malcolm Hawley of Cornton Cricket Club. Disappointed that I didn't mention him by name for starting the generator up at Cornton on Saturday. Thank you, Mally.
Patterson in the bowls. Coda Cadmore again coming down the pitch at Dane Patterson, who I don't think appreciates the batsman's coming onto it. We'll get one more over in before the lunch interval. 50 for 1, just one ball remaining in this over.
I hope you're going to get stuck in today. You turned down all the fare on offer yesterday and just had a little sandwich, didn't you?
Well, especially on a hot day, if I have too much to eat at lunchtime, you just get a bit sleepy in the afternoon if you're not careful. Can't afford to be dozy. This is Coda Cadmore stroking that nicely into the offside, but straight to Lyndon James. So there will be a further over. It's the digital clock on the scoreboard says 12:59. Somerset 50 for 1, 27 to Tom Coda Cadmore, their makeshift opening batsman. And Tom Navenby on 15, the man out, Andy Umeed, who was well caught at third slip by Will Young off the bowling of Pennington for 4.
Yes, never rely on me to do the Rachel Rileys properly, but I think this is the 27th over of the morning, and of course we had a 10-minute interval between innings. Yeah. There's Lyndon James then round the wicket to bowl to Lammonby, pushes this up to Ollie Stone at mid-on, and there's no run. We just had 4 overs from Ollie Stone with ball in hand this morning, but with bat in hand he advanced his overnight score from 74 to 83. He was the first wicket to fall, caught at slip low down by Craig Overton from the bowling of Miguel Pretorius for 83. It was 345 for 9, and then Dylan Pennington 29 not out, Dane Patterson 14 not out, got knots to 360 all out as this is pulled a shortish delivery from Lyndon James and worked away by Lammonby. Out to Pennington in the deep for a single, 51 for 1. Last man out was Dane Patterson. Dane Patterson should have been caught behind by James Rew, but he put down a reasonably easy chance, but then lifted Casey Aldridge to wide-ish mid-off, and Miguel Pretorius took the catch. Patterson out for 14, 360 all out. And then when Somerset battered, they lost Andy Umeed, a good catch at third slip, diving by the New Zealander Will Young off Pennington for 4. It's James, and that's clearly outside the line and probably too high as well. Didn't have a lot going for it. 51 for 1.
Down the pitch as well, wasn't he?
Yeah. So we're halfway through the final over of the session. I'm sure Radio Nottingham will come and interrupt me in a moment or two with the 1 o'clock update, but rest assured we'll be back. I imagine play this afternoon will start just after 20 to 2, because we're a whisker past 1 o'clock now, so please come back and join us. Lyndon James bowls now, and this is turned away off his hip, and there's 2 fielders out there, and
left it to each other.
Yeah, it did look a bit like that. It may well, from the Somerset perspective, be absolutely perfect timing bisecting 2 fielders, but it did look like Patterson and Slater each thought the other one was going to stop it, and neither of them did. 55 for 1.
Job seekers in general,
2 balls left.
Care leavers, but those sorts of demographics that could really benefit from a more targeted.
Unless a wicket goes down, of course.
Boyle has been admitted to hospital after suffering minor injuries and concussion.
James bowls. That's 4 more again down the leg side. Worked away.
Is expected to make a full and swift recovery after an incident
for
at her
a
deputy
second
partner's
boundary. Cola Cadmore on to 35.
Lucy Lepley has told a jury that she never intended
59 for one.
to harm any baby in her care. Lepley's giving evidence in her defence.
In this partnership,
She's accused of
worth 50.
the murder of a baby while working
51 from 74 balls.
in 2016, which the jury in her original trial
Usually make a big play of that on the Batman board, but too close to lunch. And too close to lunch.
Despite challenges caused by the weather.
Last ball of the session. Lyndon James past umpire Malinder. Bowls to Cola Cadmore, and I like that. Takes the single. Takes the score to 60, so nice and easy to work out that at lunch Somerset trail by exactly 300. Somerset at 60 for 1 after Notts were bowled out for 360. As I say, just about to do an update for BBC Radio Nottingham, so thanks to Anthony for his accompanying commentary this morning, and we'll be back, the two of us, for the afternoon session. Hope you'll join us then, after I've just done this update. And a very good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to Trent Bridge as the umpires and players make their way out to the middle for the resumption of this County Championship Division 1 game here in Nottingham between the host county and Somerset, with the visitors 60 for 1 at lunch in their first innings, replying to Nottinghamshire's all-out score of 360. I'm Dave Bracegirdle from BBC Radio Nottingham. Anthony Gibson alongside me, as we just see those of you watching the live stream will have just seen the players making their way out to the middle. Glorious sunshine, really is a very, very pleasant time of the day. All sorts of talk this morning about the weather, but the cloud cover that we did have, a lot of it has abated, and it is hot, strong sunshine. One or two people collared me during the luncheon interval to say whether it's centigrade or Fahrenheit, it's been blooming hot out there, and you can see it's an afternoon now that has begun in really intense warm conditions, so it's going to be interesting to see if it remains like that through the remainder of the day. Ollie Stone is going to get us underway. Anthony fed and watered alongside me. This could be a good afternoon for batting, really. The sun is out. I don't think there's too much devilment in the wicket. They're both, I know they've got to restart after lunch, but they both look nicely set in the run-up to towards the interval. Just get in and take your opportunity.
Yes, except against bowling of the quality that Ollie Stone and Dylan Pennington produced, particularly early on in the Somerset innings. Batsmen never feel entirely comfortable, even on pretty much a feather bed of a pitch. Is Stone opening up from the Stuart Broad end to Kohler Cadmore, who gets a bottom edge on that as he looks to square cut. Maybe just didn't bounce as high as he was expecting, or maybe just beaten for pace. It went through on the bounce to Tom Moores.
He's got 2 out on the leg side fence behind square, so yeah, I don't think there's going to be any great surprise about what Ollie Stone's intentions might be at various points.
Well, he'll regard that, Tom Kohler Cadmore, as a challenge. Stone is in and bowls, and this is a good length ball on off stump, which he just plays quietly into the offside as far as Lyndon James. Nobody patrolling the cover boundary, very short boundary out to the Smith Cooper stand, away to our right. Then going round anti-clockwise around the ground, we've got the Batman scoreboard, the pavilion, the what's the stand called with the two?
It's the Hound Road stand, and in between it is the Derek Randall suite, the function room between.
And then we've got the Larwood and post. This is played up to, I was going to say played up to mid-on, but intercepted by Jack Haynes from mid-wicket, just straying onto the leg stump there, Ollie Stone.
I have to say, Anthony, it was an absolute delight that we did see them. We thought they were leaving, but clearly not. That school party that's in, they came out, they had a look at the wicket, they were led out to the middle, and then they took part in their own bat and ball game on the outfield, obviously enjoying running about. There was a young girl out there in a pink bucket hat doing cartwheels. She should be in the Olympic team in 8 years. Magnificent.
Stone in and bowls, and similar to the last delivery, similar ball, similar shot. Yes, the best batter that I saw was a little girl.
Yeah. It'd be lovely to know what the school is, if anybody knows which school has come along to Trent Bridge today. Give him a shout out, but yeah, it's great. Just have a little bit of a run about, isn't it? Having been sat on your seat watching the cricket.
So nice that they're able to go out on the outfield as well. I do hope we see that at Taunton for the next home game against Warwickshire, starting on Sunday. It's Stone. He's there and bowls. This is driven back by Tom Kohler Cadmore, but Dane Patterson quickly across from mid-on Let's do the fielding. I've had an email from Steve Pittard at the Rose and Crown at Hewish Episcopi, better known as Eli's, about the unfortunate Andy Umeed, who was drafted in as an opener this morning with TKC. Stone bowls, and Tom Kohler-Cadmore will get a run down to Pennington at long leg. 61 for 1. He moves on to 37. And Steve says, before this match, Andy Umeed had the worst record of any opening batsman in Division 1 cricket, minimum 25 innings. Umeed has played 26 innings as an opener, an average 19.8. Do Somerset employ an analyst? He asks, slightly sarcastically. I presume they do. I'm not entirely sure who it is, though. But it was an experiment opening with Umeed and Kohler-Cadmore, and it was a good ball from Dylan Pennington. Well, an intelligent ball from Pennington that got him. Umeed having been frustrated by some good accurate stuff from Pennington, chased after a wide one and nicked it to third slip, where Will Young took a very good catch.
It's not going to be Pennington from this Radcliffe Road end. Dane Patterson has switched ends. 5 overs, none for 15 earlier. Starts the second over of the afternoon with a delivery on the pads, and there's a shy at the stumps from Ollie Stone, which
I think he was home.
Yeah, I was going to say it wasn't a million miles away, but just wondered if they might well have got an overthrow there had Tom Kohler-Cadmore not run 52 yards rather than 22. Never really understand. I know people are accelerating to make their ground with the tight run, but why people have to run on and on and on and on and on, and then sometimes like that they do miss the opportunity of getting the overthrow. 62 for 1. It was a sharply taken single anyway. Takes.
Well, I suppose with Kohler-Cadmore taking this couple of steps down the pitch as he's doing against the quicker bowlers, he's sort of on the move.
Yeah.
And although he's running to the danger end, relatively safe.
Patterson round the wicket to Lammonby, leaves this alone, and again it just sort of dies out there, hung well outside the off stump, and it actually scuttled along the ground, having gone past the wicket, and Tom Moores had to take it low down. Joe Clark alongside Moores at first slip, Calvin Harrison at second. It was on very early on. In fact, Kohler-Cadmore hadn't scored when he nicked Ollie Stone, and the diving Harrison, putting her fingertip to it, normally hangs on to anything that's remotely possible. Lammonby gets a single here, just easing this into the offside.
Went so quickly though, didn't
Yeah.
it? Because it wasn't a defensive push, it was a full-blooded off drive.
No, it's one of those, isn't it, where you're comparing. You can say, well, Somerset dropped chances here, there, and everywhere, and can you compare Tom Abell's drop yesterday to Calvin Harrison's this morning? You can't really.
Abell's was a much easier chance.
Patterson, South African international, bowls. A really good delivery there. He completely does Tom Kohler-Cadmore, who again was advancing towards him, and that one just nipped away, and Kohler-Cadmore was left prodding at fresh air outside the off stump.
Yeah, just the odd ball. Misbehaving.
That one did carry through to Moores. I was just wondering from the previous delivery if for Patterson he might not be a yard or two deep, but that one comfortably carried through to him.
He's a skiddy sort of fast bowler, Patterson, isn't he?
It'd be difficult to keep to, I would imagine. Comes in again, measured run up, bowls, and Kohler-Cadmore again on the walk. Plays it in the V, as they say, pushing it forward, and Jack Haynes comes in from mid-wicket to intercept it. 63 for 1. Haynes with a laugh and a joke with Ollie Stone before handing it on to the England quick. Now Patterson has it. Plays for Western Province in his home country in the winter. This one's driven into the offside, no run. Fielded by the sliding Bolton boy. Nasib Hamid, the not skipper, ended the over. 63 for 1 Somerset. The deficit then is 297 after Notts were bowled out in 105 overs for 360. Ollie Stone 83, Dane Patterson 14, the 2 dismissed this morning. Dylan Pennington 29 not out, and Casey Aldridge getting that last wicket to get his 5 for 94 and 4 for 96 to Pretorius, doing the bulk of the damage.
I don't know if Ian Shepherd listening, always look on the bright side of life podcast, but it'd be interesting to know exactly how many Somerset cricketers are going to be involved in the 100, given that Ben Green and Sonny Baker have both been drafted this morning. I'm not entirely sure who the others are, but I suspect it may be even more than we've lost to the 100 in previous seasons, which will make our chances of doing well in the Metrobank One Day Cup even less good than previously. Although I did beat a Somerset supporter last night who's putting money on Somerset winning the Metrobank One Day Cup this season. 63 for 1 as the dressing room door is sorted out. And Ollie Stone is bowling around the wicket to Lammonby. Down the leg side, 4 byes. Wild one from Ollie Stone. Tom Moore's no chance. He's not the tallest, Tom Moore's either.
Andrew Parker sent a poster. After your early discussion, I thought you might like to see this one, Dave. And it's a poster which says Devon and Cornwall have cancelled their planned joint 60s and 70s retro music festival after a row. That's over whether to put the jam or cream on first. There we are.
I was very disappointed with the,
I know what you're going to say, and I'm with you.
With the cream tea that we had here yesterday. As a Devonian, it's Stone in and bowls. This is helped on its way down to fine leg. It's going to be fielded down there though by Ben Slater, I think that is, and it's just the single to Lammonby. There's
been more discussions in this box over the years about that than anything else. I'm with you. The cream. No, folks, no, don't respond. But my opinion and Anthony's. The cream is the dairy, so the cream is the butter. The butter goes on first, and then the jam.
Exactly.
Devonian. I spent a long time in Devon. Anthony's a Devonian, so that's the way it is.
Yep.
No other answer is correct.
68 for 1 as Stone is into Kohler Cadmore. Oh, he's brilliant catch by Tom Moores as Kohler Cadmore went for the pull shot, got a bottom edge, and Tom Moore sprawling down to his left, anticipating really well, took a stunning catch, and that's the end of Tom Kohler Cadmore, caught by Moores off the bowling of Ollie Stone. And he'll count himself unlucky, Tom Kohler Cadmore. He's gone though for 38, which he scored off 64 balls with 6 fours and a 6, and that's an important breakthrough for Notts.
Oh my word, that is a really good catch by Tom Moores down the leg side. And as we said, after lunch, you could see what Stone's plan was with the 2 out on the leg side to bounce him. He certainly didn't have that as the possible method of dismissal. He did bang it in short. Kohler Cadmore went for the pull of the hook and just down the leg side, got a thin tickle on it, and Moores had to go a long way and dive full length, and it was going very, very quickly as well, and he got there somehow. Great catch.
Yep. And this innings following a not dissimilar pattern to the Notts first innings. Just trying. Who was it? It was the Notts batsman who was caught down the leg side.
Ben Slater.
Ben Slater, that's right. Who could also count himself a little bit unlucky. And that was good anticipation from James Rue. But, Tom Abell is the new batsman. And Tom Abell playing only his second game in of the season in the county championship, having recovered from the hamstring injury that he sustained in pre-season match against Exeter University. He didn't have much luck up at Chester Street, amassing 6 runs in 2 knocks. He's on strike now to Ollie Stone, 3 slips in place. And he turns this into the onside, and they're going to take the single after Jack Haynes couldn't pick it up at the first attempt. Abell waited to see if the fielding would be, if the ball would be picked up effectively. It wasn't, so went through for the single. He's off the mark straight away, 69 for 2. Well, it's a shame that Cola Cadmore's gone from the entertainment point of view.
Slogger.
He's not a slogger. But he averages, what does he average for Somerset? 38. As Lammonby comes across his stumps to play that ball from Ollie Stone into the onto 38.7 the averages, so he's absolutely bang on with 38 here today. But he'll be disappointed because he'd done the hard work, got through a very testing first 3/4 of an hour from Ollie Stone and Pennington.
Yes, if he just joined us and think I was just being overly critical, he came out as the opener and he slammed Dane Patterson as soon as he came into the attack, straight down the ground for 6.
He did. Here's Stone, and that's going to be 4 runs. It was short and wide from Ollie Stone. And Tom Lammonby stood tall, cut it away, just forward of square for 4 runs. Moves on to 22, 73 for 2 at the end of that Ollie Stone over. He now has figures of 1 for 19 in his 6 overs. The 1 being that wicket of Tom Cadmore.
This could well be a long afternoon for the Notts attack out there under warm conditions, and they'll be grateful for any opportunities they get to eat into this Somerset top and then obviously middle order if they can, and to get Cola Cadmore fairly early on in the piece. They'll be absolutely delighted. They've been playing 15 minutes or so. There's Patterson into Tom Abell, who plays this up to mid-off. So we've had Tom Cola Cadmore, we've got Tom Lammonby, we've got Tom Abell, we'll have Tom Banton and Tom Rue and Tom Aldridge and Tom Overton and Tom Gibson. Strange, isn't it, to have so many of one name collected at the same. It was the Patos that Notts were getting here. 73 for 2 as one of those Patos bowls now on this wide of the off stump. Many times a couple of years ago we had Dane Patterson, James Pattinson and Liam Patterson White all in the same team, and it doesn't take much to confuse an idiot, I can tell you. Played against Yorkshire
were all
Stephen
of their
Patterson.
Nicknames Pato.
Yeah, oh yeah. No, in fact, Liam Patterson White, he's always been Barrel, as in double barrel name, but Barrel. But, there's the second Pattinson brother. Of course, Darren played here before James. He was a Pato, and so is South African. Here is Pato. Bowls now to former Somerset skipper Tom Abell. Plays this up to Ollie Stone at mid-on, no run. Abell has had some fine moments with the bat against Notts in the past, but probably his finest moment against them on this ground, that hat-trick he took in 2018. And as we know, he doesn't bowl all that much nowadays, but it is nice to have one on the CV, isn't it? First class hat-trick. Really, Grandad? Really? Yeah. Yeah, it was. It was, I'll tell you. Always nice to have one there that he can look back on in years to come. Patterson bowls now to Tom Abell, who's nowhere near being a grandad. Plays this up to mid-on and Ollie Stone fields.
He was very nearly as good a schoolboy bowler as he was a schoolboy batsman, and he was a brilliant schoolboy batsman. He was Wisdom Schoolboy Cricketer of the Year in 2012, and in the following year, Tom Kohler-Cadmore received that accolade.
Am I right in thinking that Mark Trescothick got a first-class hat-trick early in his career?
Ooh, I'm not sure about that.
73 for 2.
Used to bowl medium pace.
Yep. Next ball wide of the pegs and goes through to the keeper. And I have a funny feeling it was either for England A or... Anyway, somebody will no doubt say you're spouting rubbish. 73 for 2. One ball left in the 22nd over. If it's true, it's not bad for somebody who can't usually remember what he had for breakfast that day, but next delivery comes in now. Nicely played by Tom Abell. Steers it correctly to backward point. No run, end of the over. Somerset going along at, well, 3 1/3 and over. 73 for 2 after 22. Notts made 363 bonus points apiece at the moment.
And thank you, Ian Shepherd. He's replied to my question about the number of Somerset cricketers who will be playing in the 100, and it is 11 this year. Will Smead with the Birmingham Phoenix, Sonny Baker, Manchester Unoriginals, Tom Lammonby, the Yeovil Invincibles, Craig Overton, Southern Brave, Lewis Gregory, Trent Rockets, Tom Abell, Welsh Fire, Jake Ball, Welsh Fire, Ben Green, Welsh Fire, Kohler-Cadmore, Welsh Fire, and Van der Merwe, Welsh Fire. Who've we got? Ollie Stone bowling to Tom Lammonby.
Bowling with plenty of fire.
So an entire team of Somerset cricketers will be playing in the 100.
Josh Roberts, thank you, Josh. I remember during peak Pato time, Stuart Broad commented on the Notts bowling attack when asked, yeah, it's Pato, Pato, Pato and Fletch this week, he says. Sounds like a firm of Australian solicitors. Ian Robbins, Dave Trez did get a hat-trick. I was there. I'll come back to that in a moment.
73 for 2 here. Ollie Stone in the bowls outside the off-stump, no shot.
Match against Somerset. They were heading for lunch last hour. Let's get the latest from Dave Bracegirdle at Trent Bridge.
Yeah, we've been playing for about 20 minutes now, Lisa, since lunch. Notts have picked up an important wicket. Ollie Stone bowling quickly from the Stuart Broad end has dismissed Tom Kohler-Cadmore. Went for a leg side pull, just glanced it, and Tom Moore's the keeper. Really spectacular diving catch. Important wicket for Notts, who made 360. Somerset are now 73 for 2.
And there's ball-by-ball commentary on the BBC Sport.
That one crept up on us, Anthony, didn't it?
It did.
it's obviously 2 o'clock.
There's Ollie Stone into Lammonby. Lammonby up on his toes, playing that away. Not at full pass through the offside, but they'll pick up 2, and it's accelerating that ball, and they'll come back, in fact, for 3. As is that Pennington who finally retrieved it.
Yeah.
Dylan Pennington, his long legs. The ball gained pace over the practice pitches on that side of the rectangle.
Yeah, Ian Robbins. Trez did get a hat-trick. I was there. It was for Somerset against Young Australia. That was the name for Australia A back in the mid-90s. And they had some good players from memory. Thank you for that, Ian. I'll see if I can find it.
Ollie Stone to the right-handed Tom Abell. And he bowls a short ball, and Tom Abell gets into position to play the hook shot and then thinks better of it. There isn't a deep backward square leg. There is a long leg, though. And Tom Abell, no doubt, mindful of the fate of Tom Kohler-Cadwell. Just going back to the number of players that Somerset are losing to the 100, Ian Shepherd goes on to suggest a team for the Metrobank One Day Cup, which I will start on after this delivery from Ollie Stone to Tom Abell, who plays around his front pad. George Thomas to open with Andy Umeed, James Rue at 3, Sean Dixon at 4, Lewis Goldsworthy at 5, Josh Thomas at 6, Casey Aldridge, who hasn't been snapped up for the 100, at 7, Josh Davey at 8, Riley Meredith at 9, Alfie Ogborn at 10, Sherb Bashir at 11. Not a bad side. And Ian says, I think we just need one overseas batter to augment this team and be more than competitive. Let's hope so. Stone into Abell. Quick delivery, which is defended by Abell. Quick delivery on a slow pitch. End of that over. 76 for 2-1 to Abell and 25 to Tom Namanby. Yes, we discovered the those who were involved in the Trescothic hat-trick.
Not yet, but I'm on his page now. 94, 94 into 95. 95. Somerset versus Young Australia. 5th of July 1995 at the County Ground, Taunton. Young Australians won by 30 runs. Have a little look during the course of this over. 5th, 6th, 7th of July, a 3-day first-class match. Patterson going to go round the wicket then to Lamonby, who's on 25, and turns this delivery to leg, brought in on the angle from Patterson and clipped away. 78. No, it's already gone up. 77 for 2. Lamonby on to 26. First innings, Young Australians 380 all out. Marcus Trescothic 4 overs 1 maiden, 4 for 36. And I need to have a little look at the bottom to see who were the hat trick bods. My word. 77 for 2. Patterson in there to Tom Abell. Push it up to Stone. Marcus Trescothic completed a hat-trick in the Young Australians' first innings, a hat-trick consisting of Gilchrist, Angel and McIntyre. Would that be Joe Angel the quick? We presume it's Adam Gilchrist. So let's find... let's go back.
Useful scalp to have hanging on your belt.
Adam Gilchrist caught Rose, bowled Trescothic for 122. Joe Angel, LBW Trescothic 4, so presumably was a change of an over or some such. Next delivery on its way now and through to the keeper, unless it was caught crossed while the ball was in the air. I've no idea. We'll have a look in a moment. And who was the other one? P.E. McIntyre. Was he a spinner? Peter McIntyre. Caught Turner, bowled Trescothic 0.
Rob Turner, wicketkeeper.
It doesn't say which, whether it was spread over 2 overs or not. But there we are. A first-class hat-trick for Marcus against Young Australia in 1995. Crikey. crikey, this is going to age all of us. That was 29 years ago. 77 for 2. Next delivery is pushed up to mid-off, and Seba Mead goes down almost a textbook long barrier to stop the ball.
Not long into his Somerset career, that. And his debut, Marcus, in 1993.
I presume there were some of the names we know in that young Australians. No, I've not heard of the top 3. Matthew Hayden, is that how that's pronounced? Justin Langer, Richard Ponting, Stuart Law, Michael Love, S. Young, Adam Gilchrist, Joe Angel, Williams, McIntyre and George. Nice check drive there from Abell up to Mead again at mid-off. So it's, you know, that was obviously an example of a second string Australia side and Australia A, where many of them went on to achieve real stardom. Obviously Hayden, Langer, Ponting. Stuart Law didn't play more than a couple of test matches, if that, did he?
No, he was very
Adam
good
Gilchrist,
cricketer.
yeah, outstanding at domestic level, of course, but didn't get too many opportunities. A fine coach now, of course, Stuart Law. 77 for 2. We've got a delay here whilst the ball is being scrutinised by both umpires. Somerset side that played that day. My old mate Mark Laffel got 89 in the first innings. Peter Bowler was skipper. Richard Harden, Keith Parsons, P. Holloway.
Piran, Cornishman.
Yes. Trescothick, Graham Rose, Robbie Turner, Jason Kerr, Jeremy Batty and Harvey Trump. Forgot about Harvey. There we are, yeah. Don't have enough. I know tours are now much shorter. Teams fly in, generally have one warm-up game, sometimes even have just the warm-up game amongst themselves, but at best have one warm-up game, go into the internationals and fly away. I used to enjoy coming down here as a kid and seeing, you know, Notts versus whoever it may be, Australia, West Indies, Pakistan, India, you know, as a youngster. It was a great challenge for the county side. It added a few on the gate, but of course, you know, there's a whole host of reasons why it doesn't happen now. They, you know, they can only fly in and be here for 2 months before they've got to go on to the next tour. You can't have
next franchise tournament.
Yeah, you can't have you know, too many games on squares because you've only got so many wickets, and they need to be reserved for this, and this. And you know, we don't want to have players playing in meaningless friendly matches. But it's a shame.
They weren't meaningless.
Well, no,
I mean, they were.
I enjoyed it.
Was amongst the biggest occasions of the season. Yeah. For a county to play.
Occasionally, you'd get usually a brewery, wouldn't it? They'd sponsor the tour matches, and there'd be, you know, a sizable purse on offer for any county side that could beat the tourists, just to give it a little bit of an edge.
Last match I saw tourists against Somerset was back in 2012 when the Australians played Somerset, and Mitchell Stark was playing one of his very earliest games for Australia. Didn't they have,
I don't know what year it was, whether it was before then or after then, did they have a game, was it New Zealand, where Andrew Strauss played?
That's right, played for Somerset.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just to give him a game. I mean, it's happened with Notts as well. When James Taylor was here, he went off and played one game for Sussex because Notts didn't have a first-class game. And that was because he was on standby in case Kevin Peterson failed a fitness test. So it does say on James Taylor's career record, one game for Sussex, and he scored a century.
Lovely bloke. I had lunch with him last winter. He spoke at the West of England Cricket Society, James Taylor.
James Taylor, yeah.
Very interesting.
Have they changed the ball? Sorry, while we were rabbiting, I think they may have done. Yeah,
they have changed the ball.
So it's only in its 24th over here, but you know, clearly both
James
umpires
doesn't seem very impressed by it.
Who on earth picked this? overs then. Seems like a long over, this one. Bowls now, and well, this one has been nudged to mid-wicket. It's not really been perfectly timed. Either that or it's fairly sluggish as it makes its way over the outfield. They get a couple of runs. I think yesterday that might well have raced away for 4.
It's the slowest part of the outfield, I think. That it's the greenest.
Yeah. 79 for 2 after 24 overs. Patterson 8 overs, 3 maidens, none for 20. So thank you to our correspondent Ian Robbins just for telling me the match, and with all the info I was able to find it. Thank you. And Richard quite rightly says, yeah, we did talk about that one, Richard, that you've mentioned. Yeah, Trescothick also got a hat-trick of catches here, Dave. Craig Overton's hat-trick against Notts, yeah. We mentioned that one yesterday. Also Tom Abell's, and Luke Fletcher was the first of Tom Abell's hat-trick. He was up here in the box with us yesterday.
Yes. There's comments about the migration of Somerset cricketers to the 100, but you can imagine the sort of comments they are. I'll just report that as I was walking along the London road this morning to the ground, they were putting up the posters advertising the 100. Every ball counts outside the off stump, and no shot from now and be as if every ball did not count in other forms of cricket. But there you are. It's not long to go now, I suppose, until the 100. When's it start? Beginning of August?
Is that rhetorical, or are you asking me?
No, I'm actually asking you.
I don't know the exact date. I think it's the end of July. At some point. Corresponds obviously with the start of the 50 overs.
The ticket prices.
They're not happy with this ball now. Between them, I think word has been passed from Dane Patterson back to Ollie Stone, back to the captain of Seba Mead, and
he's having a long chat with
Ben Debenham.
It's interesting, the 100 ticket prices, as they're going to have another ball inspection, so you're not missing any cricket. With £5 for children and adult tickets starting at £13.
You're a much cleverer man than me. Always look on the bright side of life. Has sent something to us both. So I'll let you have a little look at it, because it concerns an over that's just been bowled by Shoaib Bashir. So you can have a peek at that. I think they're going to carry on with the same ball on this occasion. 79 for 2.
To Dan Lawrence.
Has it got a bit messy? Oh, we've got a bumblebee. Here you go, look. Ooh, we've got a bumblet in here. Go on, buzz off.
He was hit for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sixes in succession. I'll come back to that after this delivery from Ollie Stone outside the off stump. No shot from Lammonby.
Where's that bee gone?
Bashir to Worrell, dot. Bashir to Lawrence. No ball, 1 run, so that was 3. Bashir to Lawrence, 5 wides, so that's 8. And then the 5 sixes, all Bashir to Lawrence, so that over went for 38 runs.
Great. Sir Garfield is coming for you.
Poor old Shoaib Bashir playing for Worcestershire. This is driven nicely by Lammonby, but very well fielded by Jack Haynes at extra cover.
Yeah, thanks for sending that. In fact, the first word that always look on the bright side of life has put is 38 off this over. So I think we both missed that. Thank you very much. I've just retweeted that at Brace Cricket if you want to see how that over is just unfurled on something at New Road. Crikey.
Oh well. Ollie Stone then to Tom Lammonby. 79 for 2 outside the off stump. Somerset haven't made much progress since the lunch interval. How long have we had? We've had 37 minutes since they came back after lunch, in which 19 runs have been scored.
Yes, it was 60 for 1 at lunch, 79 for 2 right now.
Good bowling from Notts.
Lot of delays, a lot of ball delays.
Yeah. I don't think they changed the ball that last time,
No.
did they? I think they've stuck with the first change. As Lammonby gets in behind that, defends it from the crease, keeps it down. Ollie Stone in his 8th over. 4th over of this spell, I fancy.
Yeah, it bowled 4 this morning, yeah.
1 for 22.
Oh, they're at it again, look.
Yeah.
A solitary slow hand clap from somebody in the crowd who's just desperate to see a bit of cricket. He's probably got one day off this week and now he's watching it. Or he's spending it watching Stone and Hamid and the umpire.
No change out of Ben Debenham.
No, get increasingly
Metaphorically and literally
infuriated with each other, aren't they?
the ball remains the same.
Round and red.
We're not going to finish at 6 o'clock this evening. Is Stone in and bowls to Lammonby a long way outside the off stump. That wasn't really worth waiting for. Concludes that over. 8 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 22, Ollie Stone. 26 to Lammonby, 3 to Abell. Somerset 79 for 2, are 281 runs behind.
And Ollie Stone's still having a go, and I think Ben Debenham actually said, told him to get off the wicket, don't run on the wicket as well, get off my land. So, don't think they're on each other's Christmas card list at the moment, Ollie Stone and Ben Debenham. Now, Asiba Mead's come down here and he's having a go with Neil Marlinder.
I suspect that they think it's a much older ball than the one that was replaced, rather than there being anything wrong with it, which would automatically lead to its replacement.
It's before the game, each side selects a new ball, don't they, out of the box. 79 for 2 is Patterson running into Tom Abell, who defends. So, you know, in theory, they all should be the same, but they're not. No two cricket balls are the same, but they'll have a little bit of a look. It's usually one of the senior quick bowlers that will have a little bit of a look. But if that ball, as seemingly it has done, has gone out of shape and needs to be replaced, then it's down to the umpires, isn't it?
But I don't think it can't have gone out of shape.
Well, whatever happened to it, but they did change that first one in the 24th over.
Yeah, that one presumably.
But the umpires make that change, and clearly Notts feel we've not had a fair swap here. As Patterson bowls, and this is played up to Stone at mid-on. I'm presuming. I mean, we're a million miles away from the action. You're presuming, but they're clearly not happy about the one they've been given. But maybe they should have stuck with the one they had in the first place.
Well, they won't be endearing themselves to the umpires with all of this.
No, like you say, if it's a legitimate reason, I think they're more than happy to just add on a little bit of extra time, and they don't run foul of the regulations. But if it's just keep chipping away at the umpire, they're not going to get that time back. Patterson bowls nice and full, dug out, accompanied by a puff of dust from the bat of Tom Abell as he digs down on it. Well, actually, jarred his hand, reverberated all the way up the bat and the bat handle, and jarred his wrist there as he's
not really timing it, Tom Abell,
no.
at the moment. He's been playing T20 cricket, got a terrific 96 against Hampshire. runs against Gloucestershire on Friday night, so he's not out of nick, despite having only played the one championship match, and still Haseeb Hamid is muttering on about the ball and tossing it to Dane Patterson, who is going to toss it.
Oh,
Goodness sake. Neil Mallender says, show it to me and we'll see if it goes through the hoop. This sort of stuff gives cricket a bad name, doesn't it?
Yeah. 79 for 2. Was a thing a couple of years ago that you could only have sort of 2 appeals an innings of 80 overs. If the umpires threw it back to you, you'd lost one of those appeals. Let's have a look.
Goes through the hoop, all right.
Yeah, it's gone through one and not through the other. So it looks very much as if that's probably not. I don't know, you can only speculate, can't you? It may be, let's put it that way, it may be that the other one was 24 overs old when they changed it, and all the players out there with a little bit of seniority are looking at it and thinking, well, this one's clearly 40 or 50 overs old. I don't know, but
No dice.
no, it's not been changed. I mean,
It's gone through the hoops.
again, to emphasise his point, starts working on it, trying to get a polish on it, giving it back to Dane Patterson. He looks at it like it's something he's found on the street, not happy with it. But here we go, 79 for 2. Comes in and bowls to Tom Abell, who cuts this away. A decent stop at backward point. I don't think it was in the air, but to be perfectly honest, it was hit that hard that I lost the flight of it, but it seemed like it was chopped down in the ground. There were some oohs from the crowd, and I don't think so on the field. It was Pennington with the stop. Certainly saved a couple of runs. 81 for 2. Again, the captain working hard on the ball. That's normally Ollie Stone's pride and joy, the responsibility of working on the ball, but the captain's seemingly taking that off him for now as Patterson bowls to Tom Abell, and again happy to defend. This pair have added 13 for the 3rd wicket after Notts managed to remove Andy Umeed before lunch, or quite early on in the innings actually. Umeed only made 4. That was 8 for 1. Good catch by Will Young, and then since lunch Tom Kohler-Cadmore, who might have gone on naught. Very difficult one for Calvin Harrison. Fell for 38, caught down the leg side by Tom Moore's. Really good catch this was from the bowling of Ollie Stone. There's Patterson. Bowls now to Abell. Turns it up to mid-on, end of the over. Now Ollie Stone picks the ball up and lobs it on its way. He doesn't want to get involved anymore, I don't think. Is he going to be still bowling? Looks like it, yeah.
Neil Mallender having a chat with the 2 batsmen now.
Yeah.
What that's about. To Ben Debenham joining in as well.
Yeah, you don't see that very often, do you? We've got a 4-pronged conversation, the 2 umpires and the 2 Somerset batters.
Strange. Perhaps I can't imagine anything was said by either of the Toms. They're both as polite as you could ever wish to meet. You know, something said like "get on with it." Right, 81 for 2. Stop-start session this has been so far. Ollie Stone's going to bowl a 5th over in this spell to the left-handed Lammonby. Bouncer. Not a very good bouncer. And Lammonby ducks underneath it.
Oh gosh. Hamid and Debenham now engaged in conversation.
With the
That delivery from Ollie Stone, I'd have a man in a leg slip, because if he had got anything on it, it would have been just deflected fine, but it would have been up around his shoulder and certainly would have brought leg slip into play had there been one.
Stone and bowls, and it'll be a run here for Lammonby. He just runs that wide of third slip. They'll come back for a second run as Pennington fields down below us. No sun at the moment, quite comprehensive cloud cover, but it's a warm, very pleasant afternoon, temperature in the mid-20s. Definitely an afternoon for batting. Fielders facing what they call a day in the dirt. Stone bowls to Lammonby outside the off stump. And he takes that off stump guard, Tom Lammonby, which they take in order so that they, well, they always say that they know where their off stump is, but seen him out clean bowled playing no shot, and LBW playing no shot.
Well, if Shah Bashir's gone to Worcester to get some overs under his belt, his agony is over for the time being. 490 all out. Shah Bashir, 38 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 162. 490 all out, the Division 1 leaders.
Well, he's a work in progress, Shah Bashir. This is played with a dead bat into the onside.
No, he's a highly skilled player, and you know anybody can fall foul of Dan Lawrence right at the end of an innings, and
he's still
we don't
very
know, we're not there. Yeah. Lawrence finished on 175, 16 fours and 6 sixes in his innings.
He's Bashir's only played 9 games for Somerset. I think he's in his 2nd game for Worcestershire. Stone in and bowls. This is pulled and will go for just a single. Good piece of fielding down there on the deep
Lyndon.
Square leg boundary by Lyndon James. That was well timed by Tom Lammonby, and he kept it down, importantly. He does roll his wrists when he plays that pull shot.
Yeah, played it nicely. Extra slip brought in for the right-handed Abell. Doesn't seem like he's been down this end for a while.
He does have a weakness outside the off stump. There's Tom Abell. As Stone is in and bowls, and Abell plays this away for 4 runs. There's nothing weak about that shot. Nicely timed back foot punch through the covers between extra cover and cover point. A 4 to conclude that over. It takes Abell on to 9 and Somerset on to 88 for 2. The man out since lunch, Tom Kohler-Cadmore, got an under edge to a short ball, which he was trying to pull from Ollie Stone, and very well caught low down to his left with great anticipation by Tom Moores.
Another coming together between the 2 umpires, and before it looked to me like Marlander was on his walkie-talkie. He's put it back in his pocket. Change of bowling at this end. Dane Patterson out of the attack. Dylan Pennington replaces him. 6 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 13. He picked off the wicket of Andy Umeed in the morning session. Pennington, who played nicely with the bat as well earlier. It's the highest score since moving from Worcestershire to Nottinghamshire. 29 not out. Scored a lot of his runs down at the 3rd man area. But if you play it in the gaps and there's nobody there, then all well and good. There is Pennington. Where's number 18? He's bowling round the wicket then to Tom Lammonby. The first ball right on the mark, and Lammonby leaning forward defends. Now Dylan Pennington's having a good look at the ball, scrutinising it, wondering what all the fuss was about. Walks past Neil Mallinder. One or two cries of "Come on, Dill," from the players on the field. And here he goes. Lammonby runs this into the gap on the offside, out to Lyndon James. Single taken.
He really gallops in, doesn't he,
Yeah.
Dylan Pennington?
Yeah. Looks like an athlete.
Yeah, he does.
89 for 2.
Remember Wes Hall, great
Yeah.
West
Yeah,
Indian
yeah,
fast
yeah,
bowler,
yeah,
and his
yeah.
run in.
Yeah.
That was tremendous.
Yeah. The Reverend Sir Wesley, is it Wesley Winston Hall?
Yep.
Wesley Winfield Hall.
Yeah, Wednesday, that's it.
Great man. I've enjoyed meeting him a time or two, listening to his tales as Dylan Pennington comes in, bowls, and this is blocked by Tom Abell, and goes up to mid-on. And there's no addition to the total. The wickets have fallen on 4 and 38 in this innings. Somerset with a little bit of graft to do for the rest of today, and hopefully they'll want to still be going tomorrow morning. They're 271 adrift at the moment. Pennington over the wicket to Tom Abell, who's on 9. Ball's now, and this was on the pads, dropped on the leg side. Slater quickly to it, and there's no run. 89 for 2. Not seen Calvin Harrison as yet, but the leg spinner has been warming himself up for a while. In fact, just right now he's down on the ground. Not entirely sure what sort of exercise that is. Some sort of yoga, Anthony. You know all about that.
No, I wouldn't. I'm afraid. Certainly, it wasn't a downward dog. I don't think.
89 for 2 as this one's cut to backward point, and there's no run. Dave Bracegirdle and Anthony Gibson with you in the commentary box. Yesterday afternoon we managed to entice, literally out on the corridor, dragging people in. We managed to entice 1 or 2 guests up to come and join us, and hopefully we might be able to do the same today. We'll take anybody. Oh, 1 ball left in this over. The 28th over of the Somerset first innings. Lovely weather conditions throughout as Dylan Pennington again races in, accelerates, lovely delivery, just shaped away from Abell for all the world. Expected Tom Moores to throw that skywards, he didn't. Lovely finish to the over from Pennington, who's 7 overs, 1 for 40, 89 for 2. All that was a precursor to the fact that we have managed to entice a lovely guest for the next few minutes. I've got to say that because she knows what I'm going to say first of all. Welcome to Beth Farr from the marketing department. Thanks for popping up and saying hello.
My pleasure. Thank you. I'm good. How are you?
I'm very good. You know what I'm going to say, because you made me chuckle. You made me howl on Friday evening because I was sat in this very same chair, and you were out there doing your marketing bit. And those that have been to the T20 Blasts will know this. The sponsors have got these giant cricket balls, inflatable cricket balls, and some poor soul has to blow them up before the crowd come in. And I watched some poor soul blow it up and then let go in a steady breeze, let this poor ball go, and away it went. What happened, Beth?
Well, in my defence, it is very hard to grip. Yeah, I kind of relied on my speed there. I thought I'll let it go and I'll catch up in a minute. So it was fine in the end, and it didn't go too far. But I learnt my lesson, and I didn't think anyone could see me. But
Lyndon James bowling to Tom Lammonby. I think that's off the pad down to short fine leg. Might have been a bit of bat involved. We will see. There was a bit of bat involved. 90 for 2. Lammonby on to 31.
We'll talk, Beth, but we have to make sure we're there, ready to go for every delivery. How long have you been with the club now? You're not another of these Worcester ones, are you? Buy one, get one free, get another one free, and get another one free. But you materialised in the winter.
Yeah, February. I've been here since the beginning of February, so yeah, a good 4 or 5 months now. I'm really enjoying it.
Why cricket club?
Why? Well, I've been an Ox fan all my life. I'm local.
Is the right answer?
Yeah, correct. 10 points for me.
Lyndon James again from the Stuart Broad end. He's into Tom Abell, who pick up a single into the offside as he bisects backward point and extra cover. 91 for 2. Abell into double figures. 10 to him.
There's worse places to call work, isn't there?
Absolutely. Yeah, couldn't agree more.
91 for 2 and a busy time of the year for everybody involved.
Yeah, very busy. Obviously, we've switched to back to the county championship. We've got 2 more T20 games next week, a double dose of action, which we're looking forward to after Friday night's excitement against Derbyshire. So yeah, it's all happening.
Here's James going around the wicket to Lammonby, who plays that away through the offside, but there's a sweeper patrolling the boundary. Dylan Pennington, so it's just a single. 92 for 2. Lammonby on to 32.
Pretend you're dealing with an idiot. I know that's not hard, but what is the idea of the game with those big inflatables?
So it's John Pye Auctions Supersize Sprint. We have 2 large
catchy
cricket balls that they're about 2 metres tall, and we get 2 people from the crowd.
Here's Lyndon James to Tom Abell, plays around his front pad up to mid-on. There won't be a run.
So yeah, 2 people from the crowd, basically race them, pushing them from one end of the pitch to the other, and it's just quite entertaining. So,
how do you select people from the crowd?
A variety of ways. We've mentioned it in our emails to our databases and people that are coming to the matches, online as well, on social channels. So keep your eyes peeled. We might even pick them on the day as well.
There's Lyndon James. Got a long run up. Oh, just manages to get his bat down on one that didn't bounce as much as some. Tom Abell. Thought that was through him momentarily, but he survives.
Because the half-time entertainment always used to be racing the squirrel. That blooming nuts the squirrel, but with those great big boots on, the squirrel didn't win very often.
No, I think it's quite tricky for the squirrel. Maybe he's eaten a bit too much over the winter as well. I'm not sure.
Down in the West Country, we have giant cricket balls made up as apples. Oh, and Abell again goes for a pull shot to one that doesn't bounce as much as he was expecting. As one of the main sponsors for both Somerset and Gloucestershire is a big cider maker.
I've heard about that. Sounds good.
Yep.
Are these the ones you can get inside, or no, just the inflatables?
No, just the inflatables.
Because I like to see those that the glass or plasticky ones that you can actually get inside, and you see people tumbling about in those. The things that amuse us at a cricket ground.
End of the over. 92 for 2. 10 to Abell. 32 to Lammonby.
Just on nuts the squirrel, obviously the mascot race not that far away on finals day. Your first involvement in that, I guess if you're involved in that. Nuts the squirrel needs trainers on, not those big clodhoppers. Nuts have never won the mascot race as Pennington bowls to the left-handed Lammonby and then fields off his own bowling. 92 for 2 Somerset. Anthony Gibson, Dave Bracegirdle. Beth Farr from the marketing department here at Trent Bridge quite literally has said, I'll come and have a chat, I'll come and have a look out your window, I'll come and see where this 3rd floor commentary box is. We don't give everybody the keys to the door, but Beth's come to say hello.
I feel honoured, thank you.
92 for 2. We're in the 30th over. ugly looking shot out onto the offside, and Slater does the fielding. Test match tickets going well, or keep getting the odd email?
Yes, they're going well. They've the first 3 days have now sold out. So day 4 still on sale via our website. So it's going to be a good showdown.
So day 4, it starts on a Thursday, doesn't it? Against the West Indies, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. So there's Sunday tickets still available.
Yeah.
Pennington round the crease, round the wicket, I beg your pardon, and nearly topples over as he reaches the crease.
Is it easier to sell tickets for weekdays or weekends? Which is the easier sell?
I think it depends on the day of the match, really, and depends if people are coming with work. That it'll be easier to sell on a work day, but then you'll get more families at the weekend because obviously they're not at school. So it's a mixture, really.
So there's 2 audiences, aren't there? There's and I'm not being disparative here, but there's Joe Public, there's the general cricket spectator going to sit in the stand, but there's also the hospitality sides of things, the corporate side of things. You want to get the businesses involved there, bringing their clients. As Pennington bowls and an outside edge from Lammonby forces it out onto the offside. Single taken, Patterson Fields, 93 for 2, halfway through the 30th over of the innings.
Yeah, he's just turning his wrist, Tom Lammonby. It's 2 leading edges he's got in this over so far. Just needs to play straight.
So you're a cricket fan, cricket background, cricket involved anywhere?
No,
you,
actually,
family,
no.
friends,
Well,
local club? No?
Brothers and dad played cricket, and so I've kind of been exposed to
Where's
it
that at?
growing up. Thurgerton,
Yeah,
Farnsfield, that kind of area.
Oh, well, Jackie down on reception downstairs will be listening.
Yes, yeah.
The Queen of Thurgerton, 93 for 2. This one is driven back down the ground, and they scamper through for a sharp single.
Oh dear, poor old Pennington.
Pennington
is under fire.
Well, he went down to the ground to try and stop the straight drive, so he missed that. Maybe got a fingertip on it. Was laid sprawled out right in the middle of the track. The 2 batters did their level best not to trample on him. And Ollie Stone fielded, shied at the stumps, and very nearly wiped out Pennington with the ball as well. So, all in all, young Dillon did well to avoid being mortally wounded. 94 for 2, Somerset. Easing their way along nicely under cloudy but not threatening skies at Trent Bridge. And this next one's driven up to a mead at mid-on. And there's no run. 94 for 2, Lammonby 33, and Tom Abell 11. Yeah, lovely spot to play cricket. Thurgerton, the trees on the outfield. It's always a little bit different, Anthony, isn't it? When you go somewhere there's a tree on the outfield. That's Bet's local club. Yeah, lovely. Nice down there. They've done a lot of renovations. The umpires again getting together and chatting over the ball. Yep.
Can't imagine anything that's happened in recent overs would cause it to go more out of shape. They haven't exactly been smashing it all around Trent Bridge. But clearly the umpires are...
They're just having a nice quiet day in the sunshine, enjoying the cricket at Trent Bridge, and one of them, I presume it's Ben Debenham because he's at the broad end, has picked this ball out of the suitcase of maybe 8 or 10 or a dozen balls. I'll have that one. And since he's picked that ball out, he's had players in his ear every minute of the last 20 minutes.
And yet again, there's to be no change.
Just have to get on with it, says Neil Miranda. Just have to get on with it. They want Beth's big inflatable ball. That's all right. That's nice and round, isn't it? Red and round. We can all see that one.
That's caused a few problems. Had to inflate it quite a few times again.
Here comes Lyndon James from the Stuart Broad end, bowling to Tom Abell. Turns this off his hip down to a tall figure of Dylan Pennington coming in off the deep square leg boundary for a single, 95 for 2. Abell on to 12 from 32 deliveries. He's just struggling to get his timing right, Tom Abell. At the moment, only his second game of red ball cricket in the season because of his hamstring injury, from which he is now, I'm happy to say, fully recovered.
Get a chance to watch much of the cricket, Beth, or have you got guests all the time that you're having to look after?
Miss James bowls. Oh my goodness me! And that comes off the bottom of Tom Lammonby's bat hard into the ground, and fortunately for him does not bounce back onto the stumps, but very nearly did so.
Could have gone anywhere, couldn't it?
Yes, we do get time to, well, we're kind of watching and working at the same time, if that's possible.
Oh yeah.
So keeping an eye on things, between us, we as a team, we cover the match on socials as well and online, so we always have to have one of us watching, at least.
That's what we try and do, isn't it, Anthony? One of us
One
tries
of us
to.
watching. It's James going around the wicket to the left-hander, outside the off stump. No shot from Lammonby. He's got abundant patience, has Tom Lammonby. He's naturally a stroke maker, but he's prepared to block it out for as long as it takes. .95 for 2. Dane Patterson giving the ball a meaningful polish on the back of his thigh, but rather lost on the umpires, I fear. James to Lammonby. Good accurate stuff from Lyndon James, but he's only sort of medium fast as opposed to fast medium, and Ben Debenham isn't happy with where he's planting his feet after he's bowled around the wicket. Just goes down and gives the pitch a meaningful look. No warning as such.
Those of you watching the live stream will have seen that Calvin Harrison's giving every indication that he's got the nod from the skipper.
There's James in and bowls, and good ball. Bowling from wide of the crease, angling the ball into the left-hander.
What's that, Beth? Do you know that one?
Side plank.
There you go. Who, me or? This is Calvin Harrison doing all sorts of very energetic exercises. What's that one?
Some sort of side lunge.
Side lunge. He's the lone slip. As James bowls to Lammonby, who puts a broad defensive bat in the way of that delivery from Lyndon James. Runs out into the offside, there's no run. It's 95 for 2. We've had 31 overs. Tom Abell has 12. Tom Lammonby has 33.
There's all sorts of other events going on at Trent Bridge, of course, this year. Are you involved in those?
Yes, definitely. We've got all sorts going on besides the cricket. We've got, firstly, the not street food festival, which is coming to Trent Bridge on Sunday the 25th of August in the bank holiday weekend. We had a very successful event in April, which pretty much sold out. So we're looking for the same again. Really, a lovely, busy street food festival.
Is that a match day, or are you having food when I'm not here?
It's not a match day, actually.
Well,
I have to come down.
Doggy bag. Save me a doggy bag.
But we're opening it for a bit longer this time, so there's even more time for people to come and get their food. Opening at 11 instead of 12 p.m, 11 a.m. instead of midday. And open until 9 o'clock, and there'll be 2 sessions. So
where does that take place then? In the concourse, in the car parks?
Yeah.
On the pitch?
Yeah, so it's kind of all underneath Smith Cooper stand, and around in the TBI courtyard. Not on the pitch, unfortunately.
Slight delay here. We are going to get Calvin Harrison as previewed over the last 10 minutes or so. He is going to come into the attack. We're just waiting for extra helmets and protective gear and all sorts being brought on. Just before we go into a little period of spin from this end. Only frontline spinner in the Nottinghamshire attack for this game. In the blast this year, we've had both Liam Patterson-White, the slow left-arm spinner, indeed Matthew Montgomery bowling right-arm off-spin. Neither of those involved in this match. I guess if they needed to turn at some point in the game to another spinner, Ben Slater might come into the attack. But right now, just about ready, I think, for Calvin Harrison to have a little bowl.
So
maybe
we've
we're
got
not.
2 wicket keepers at the moment. It's going to go to forward, short forward square leg.
Yeah, Jack Haynes has gone in at Boot Hill. He's got the pads on now, and everybody's watched him get dressed, so we can now play. Ben Slater in at mid-wicket, one slip. Here comes Harrison, the leg spinner. A little bit of flight, maybe just slightly over-pitched, and worked down the ground by Tom Abell for one more run. Somerset advancing to 96 for 2. In the 32nd over. We're in theory halfway through the afternoon, but tea may well be delayed. Another 22 overs or so before the tea break, so this could be a long old session. Tom Lammonby on 33. Not played too many false shots at all. Nicely set, and another full toss from Calvin Harrison, worked out onto the leg side in the deep. That's Sammy King out there doing the field, and I didn't notice Sammy sneak on. I saw him at lunchtime out on the field, helping out with the baseball mitt on, but Sammy King on the field. Have a little look in the fullness of time who's gone off. I can't see Ollie Stone is the instant feeling, but I'll just check on that. 98 for 2. Usually by the time I've found out who it is, they're back on the field anyway. Let's just push back to Calvin Harrison. 98 for 2. Not forgotten you, Beth. We'll come back to your food festival in a moment and see if you can get me salivating at the prospects of some street food as Harrison bowls. Walk down the leg side, and there's going to be runs here, plenty of them, as many as they want, I think. And Lammonby, in fact, he's going to get a boundary. It was a bold effort from Sammy King. If you're out there as a subfielder, you want to try and make an effort, and he's sprinted round the boundary and then flung himself full length and unable to cut it off. And the applause is for the Somerset total reaching 3 figures, 102 for 2. And Lammonby on to 39. Just a little too leg-sidey for Calvin Harrison on that occasion. Comes in again, once more tossed up nice and high through the offside. That'll be 4 more. It's been an unusually loose over this from Calvin Harrison. Not quite Shoaib Bashir-like that we were just talking about, but
wall-to-wall full tosses.
Yeah, it's gone for 11 from 5 balls here.
What do you think Sammy King's nickname might be?
Kingy or Kingo?
Yeah, Kingy.
Yeah, that would be my guess.
First time I've seen him.
Well, like a good nickname.
21 years old, born in Nottingham.
106 for 2. There's Cal coming in to bowl to Lammonby, and at the end of an over that cost 11 runs. 106 for 2. Lammonby 43, Abell 13. They've added 38 together. Tell us more then, Beth, on the date again for the Street Food Festival here at Trent Bridge.
Street Food Festival, so they bring their festival here, and we host it on our concourse. We open up lots of our bars. Sunday the 25th of August is the date, 11 a.m. till 9 p.m, split into 2 sessions. You can purchase tickets for either session, £6 or £3 juniors.
And is that, again, you know you're dealing with an idiot, is that like a taster session? And you can try a bit of this and a bit of that or a bit of that?
You can do whatever you want, yeah. There's 20 traders to choose from, so it depends how much you can eat, I guess.
Oh, well.
You could come earlier and have a bit of lunch.
What's your favourite street food then, Dave? Vietnamese?
The problem when you absolutely like anything bar beetroot is the answer is I like everything.
You've got to pick one. I can give you some ideas.
You
Go on then.
Have a
Some
think
traders.
about it while Dylan Pennington bowls this delivery from the Stuart Broad end to Tom Abell. We've got a close-in fielder at... Who's that?
Joe Clark.
Oh, it's Joe Clark, yeah. Will Young has slipped.
No, Harrison's at slip. I know they're moving about to full. Yeah.
Short, straight.
Yeah, very straight.
Mid-on, with his left foot almost on the cut strip, not quite. Pennington bowls to Abell, who cuts away for 4 runs. Short and wide from Pennington. Thankless task for a fast bowler bowling on this pitch today in this heat on a pretty slow surface. And he bowled really well in his first spell this morning, as did Ollie Stone, Dylan Pennington. But as tiredness sets in, so the occasional loose ball is appearing, and that was nicely dealt with by Tom Abell, who's on 1710 for 2.
It's also, I think, the first time he's bowled at that end in this innings.
Sun's coming out. Pennington sprinting in, he's there and bowls, and Abell plays that firmly up to mid off. There won't be a run.
I know it's not exactly street food, but I did have my moan yesterday, didn't I? There was promised a barbecue on Saturday night, and by the time we got there, they'd run out of food. So that was a little bit frustrating. But a sausage, does a sausage qualify? I like all sorts of the old sausages.
Well, my favourite has to be Japanese. I think I'd go for something Asian. But there's even food. There's vegan food. There's going to be Malaysian, Japanese, Mexican inspired.
Yeah, bring it on.
Pennington to Abell, who cuts again, and this is, well, half stopped by Ben Slater. And he saved his side 3 runs there. They take the single, but if he hadn't managed to get a hand on that, that would have run away for 4.
And before the Beetroot Council get on to me, it's not that I don't like beetroot, it's the fact that it can't just stay on its own. It's got to spread itself all over the rest. Like if you have it with a salad, it bleeds all over the rest of the salad.
You don't have to have pickled beetroot. You can just have ordinary roasted beetroot, which is a lovely, especially I grow golden beetroot.
Well, it's Somerset colour. That's
beetroot crisps.
Yeah, beetroot crisps, absolutely. There's Pennington going around the wicket to the left-handed Lammonby, who plays that down to Slater. That long leg for a single, 112 for 2. Just roasted in the oven.
I don't
with
mind
your Sunday
crisps.
joint.
I don't mind beetroot crisps, but you missed that one, didn't you? It's the fact that it's Somerset colour. That's what puts me off.
Yeah. Well, there's authentic Argentinian barbecue street food is one of the traders, and there's a whole list of them all on our website, on the events page of Trent Bridge website. So have a little look.
112 for 2 as Pennington bowls to Abell, who turns this into the onside, where it's stopped or half stopped by Jack Haynes. He's wearing the fielding pads, and that was hit firmly by Tom Abell. End of the over, 112 for 2, 18 to Abell, 44 to Lammonby. This partnership is now worth
44 now.
44 from 75 deliveries.
Fourth line down on the left-hand side. If you were doing the mentals.
I knew it was there. I just.
Yeah. It's like when I go to your place, I sit there doing the sums, and then you say, "Well, it's there. Look, it's there on the bottom right. It says what the lead is, or how many you need, or whatever. Every scoreboard's different, aren't they? I think there's most things.
These
up
are
there.
amongst the best in the country, though. I have to say, the scoreboards.
It's all up there. It's just finding it. You can have a complete half hour to yourself looking at every little box on the scoreboard there as Harrison bowls. This is eased into the offside. I knew when you said you'd pop up, Beth, to say hello and share a few minutes with us, that you'd no doubt have one or two things that you wish to expand upon and delight our listeners with. Things that are coming up as Harrison bowls again, and this is dropped on the leg side, no run.
Yeah, I'll try and squeeze in what I can, but we've mentioned the Street Food Festival in August, and we've also got Robin Hood Beer and Cider Festival taking place in October.
Harrison bowls, and this is drilled up to mid-off, and there's no run, fielded by Pennington, your favourite merry man.
My favourite merry man?
Yeah.
Will Scarlett.
Yeah. Got to be, isn't it? This is pushed back to the bowler. Who else was there? Friar Tuck. Alan Adale? Or was he an actor?
I'm not sure.
No, I think it was Alan Adale. 112 for 2. LBW shout here, sweeping, I thought, to a ball that was maybe going down the leg side, but not out. Little John. Little
Indeed,
John.
Yeah.
You want him on your side in a battle, don't you? 112 for 2. This one is defended.
Good over.
Was indeed Calvin Harrison with a maiden, 2 overs, 1 maiden, none for 11. Absolute definition of cheddar cheese and chalk there. The first over went for 11, second one a threatening maiden. 112 for 2.
You say it's a beer and cider festival?
Yep, that's taking place in
Got
October.
any Somerset ciders coming by any chance?
Have you got any Somerset
it's
judges
local.
coming?
No, well,
Somerset
you can come and
cider
try them.
judges?
Very much. Well, no, I think it's local and national actually, so I'm not sure. I think there might be.
Do you know about these things, Mr. Gibson?
A little bit about cider.
No, I mean, do you know about the ones held outside your fine county?
There, I'll tell you this after this delivery
Okay.
from Dylan Pennington. He's outside the off stump and able to go through. The champion farmhouse cider at this year's British Cider Championships, which I helped to organise at the Royal Bath and West, was won by Alistair Smith, who farms, or he's not really a farmer, but he got an orchard and he makes cider just up the road from Nottingham. And I'm trying to remember his brand name. I'll upload it if I can. But very nice chap who's a very good supporter of the championships. He makes very good cider as Abell pushes this into the offside. He gets quite a lot of his apples from Herefordshire, but there are also some locally grown ones that he uses. So it is more than possible to make very good cider in Nottinghamshire.
You're getting complaints, Miss Farr, at the end here. You're getting
no.
complaints from a member, Andrew. A man from the fine kingdom of Newark. Andrew says, Dave, can you ask Beth? In fact, Bev. Can you ask Bev why she never throws any T-shirts to us members?
Oh, okay.
Is Pennington in the bowls and playing a miss from Abell. I thought he got a nick on that. So as he plunged forward at it, it wanders away towards square leg, thinking that was a close run thing.
Is this a valid complaint?
Yeah, I mean, well, I don't physically throw them myself, but I will make sure that those
You have
who
staff.
do.
You have staff.
My
My staff, my T-shirt throwers.
I will relay the
How
message.
posh.
Pennington into Abell, plays around his front pad up to that fielder Joe Clark. It's short, straight, mid-on.
What sort of T-shirts are they?
It's Vitality Blast T-shirts. Scatter Blast, as it's commonly known.
What sort of crowds do you get here for the Vitality Blast?
Cricket, Nottinghamshire.
Oh, you have to wait.
Quick update
360 in their first
for Radio
innings on
Nottingham.
day 2 of their county championship match against Somerset. Let's get the latest from Dave Bracegirdle at Trent Bridge.
Quiet period of the match here, Lisa. Somerset 112 for 2. Notts picked up a wicket right at the start of the afternoon session with Tom Kohler-Cadmore falling to Ollie Stone. But since then, Abell and Lammonby just grinding out the runs here. Notts trying everything they can. Notts 360 all out. Somerset in reply 116 for 2.
And there's ball-by-ball commentary on the BBC
Yeah.
Sport website.
Crowds for T20s?
We had around nearly 9,000, 8,500, 9,000 on Friday night.
That's for the local derby.
Yeah, and we've got another derby coming up next Friday, so it should be the same again. It'll be a great atmosphere again.
That's good. Pennington to Abell. Outside the off stump, we get a full house at Taunton. But a full house is only around about 7,500, 8,500 probably with the temporary stands.
Yeah.
Whereas capacity here is what?
17.5?
Yeah. Has it made any difference to the attendance at Taunton just having it slightly earlier in the season? Because obviously the blast,
no, not really.
it did take place in the slot that the hundreds now got, and all that school parties leaving. Mind you, we said that earlier, didn't we? And then we found them on the field at lunchtime. But lovely to see them here.
Yeah.
And Brian's been in touch. I put a picture of the school party on, and he said that's absolutely tremendous to see. When I can find it, Brian, I think he said that's something they'll remember all of their lives. From Brian, a school teacher for 38 years. Thank you, Brian. I'll find it in a minute. There's Harrison bowling to Lammonby, closing in on a half century. This is pushed up to mid-off. And they take 1 run, 117 for 2. Right-handed Abell. Just popping his gloves back on. Hot, sticky, sweaty afternoon. Saw Haynes and Clark change gloves about 3 times in their partnership yesterday, or certainly seemed to, as lots of running repairs taking place. This was dropped on the leg side. Ben Slater fields.
Not really a pitch for a leg spinner, this, is it? It's not enough bounce.
Bit of flight and guile. He comes in again. There's not been enough guile. There's been plenty of flight. This one's cut away, and that is the 50 partnership. 118 for 2. There is the 50 partnership. Coming up from 90 deliveries. It's not been easy, but they've played very nicely indeed, this pair. Lammonby on 45, and again just happy to milk the bowl in here, really. Turns it on the leg side and he'll get 2 more. 120 for 2. Come back to the Robin Hood Beer Festival in a moment, if we may. What a name, what a fabulous name for it. The obvious name for anything Nottingham related. This one is turned behind square, and there's no run. That's just really hoping for a mistake here, hoping that something happens, a ball will pop, maybe just catch an inside edge and pop up to short leg. Harrison bowls again, and Lammonby makes sure that one doesn't pop. End of the over, 120 for 2. Tell us again, Beth, when it is, without me making Robin Hood type sounds.
It's in October. I'm just going to actually get it up in front of me because I don't want to say the wrong date. That wouldn't be very good marketing, would it? But tickets aren't on sale at the moment. You can register your interest at the moment, and we'll be revealing information soon about when tickets do go on sale in early July, so not long to go. But it lasts 4 days, and if I could find it.
Brian said sorry Brian, I said 38 years as a school teacher. I've read it now. 28 years as school governor at a primary school. Thank you, Brian. Same sentiment. Lovely to see those youngsters out on the outfield. And Annie Chave, lovely to hear both from this side of the microphone, enjoying the game. Dead jealous of your cream teas, Anthony. Lovely to spend time with Annie earlier in the season.
Yeah, he's been at Pennington into Abell, who cuts and doesn't go where he intends. It came off the bottom edge down to third man, but it's 4 runs nonetheless. 124 for 2, Abell on to 27. And the dates?
Yes, Wednesday the 9th, Saturday the 12th of October. For some reason I didn't write that down, but those are the dates.
It's a good old session, Anthony.
Yeah.
4 days here at Trent Bridge, drinking ale and cider.
Yeah, so keep your eyes peeled for more information about tickets in the next few days, but you can register your interest for early bird tickets at the moment on our website.
I'm told that is hugely popular.
It is, so I would strongly advise registering interest to get access to early bird tickets when they do go on sale in the near future.
124 for 2 as Pennington is into Abell, who defends back to the bowler. No sun at the moment, just that lone light on in one of the floodlights.
Yeah. It is always on.
It's like it's almost a sort of Big Brother is watching us, isn't it?
It is. It is. Beth's going to tell us it's a marketing tool of some description.
Pennington bowls to Abell. Adjusts well to the pace. He's running in hard is Dylan Pennington. He's going to just get a little bit of a gentle reminder from the umpire Debenham about running on the pitch. Debenham didn't say anything, just wandered up to where Pennington had been following through and gave the pitch a meaningful look. So if he does it again, there probably will be words. Pennington is there, bowls and bouncer, and Abell shapes to play the pull shot, and it's given us 1 for the over. 1 over shoulder height. If you ask me, that was over head height, but I'm not the umpire.
Andrew started something now because people are telling him that they haven't got his size in stock. You need some
t-shirt.
You need some
free t-shirt.
Yeah, you need some big lads
Okay.
t-shirts, Beth.
I'll take it back to the team.
Pennington to Abell. Abell gets himself a thick edge along the ground. Out to Joe Clark, who's fielding at short third man. Nicky, Somerset back puts talking about the prospective Somerset team in the Metrobank One Day Cup. Somerset have the opportunity to field 3 pairs of brothers in the same team if they play both Roos and both Bakers alongside the Thomas brothers. Well, they won't be playing both Bakers because Sonny Baker is, I can't remember who he's going to be playing for, but one of the 100 franchises have snapped him up. Pennington bowls, and that's nicely driven by Abell and very well fielded by Pennington in his follow through. Fielded it and threw it back at Abell's stumps in one motion, but Abell had regained his ground.
I'm dying to know Sonny's brother's name. Will you share that with us?
I don't know was the answer.
You are?
No, I honestly don't know.
That fell on deaf ears, didn't it?
Go on then. Do you know?
No.
Oh.
Would you share that with us? Sonny's brother?
Oh.
It's still falling. Sonny and Cher.
Oh, for goodness.
Oh dear.
Oh dear. Yes, well done.
Oh dear.
Tough crowd.
Tough crowd indeed. This is pushed into the offside. Tumbleweed tough crowd. 125 for 2. Lammonby on to 48. Partnership of 57. Wasn't bad off the cuff, I thought. We don't know his brother, but he's got a brother clearly on the second 11 or on the fringes. So it was the Bakers, the Roos,
and the Thomases.
Not aware.
George and Josh. The Roos are James and Thomas, and Bakers, Sonny and not sure.
125 for 2. Last ball was pushed back to Calvin Harrison. Wastes no time in picking it up, delivering the next one, and turned to short leg. Didn't quite carry to Jack Haynes there under the lid. Just needs something like that, I think. It's going to be one of those days, I feel, where once you're in, you're in. And it's a mistake that's probably going to cost you your wicket, as this next one's pushed back to Harrison. But once a wicket does fall, then a little bit of pressure can be applied on the incoming player. Will be next, Anthony Banton.
Banton, yep.
125 for 2. His delivery is dropped on the leg side. And there's no run. Son of former Nottsman Colin Banton. Last ball of the 38th over. Still got 15 overs to go until the tea break. That's not going to be given out, I don't think. Calvin Harrison bellowing towards umpire Malinder, end of the over. 125 for 2 here on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Radio Somerset, and live pictures available on Trent Bridge Live. Hope you've enjoyed the coverage and the commentary so far. Big thanks to our camera crew all around the ground, and to Kirsty and Aaron doing everything they can to keep us on air, and to Beth Farr, who's popped up to join us for another couple of overs. Is there anything else on your list there? Cause
it's quite a long list of things going on at Trent Bridge. Well, I've covered a couple, so I think the last one is the drone show, which is coming to Trent Bridge. A drone light show.
You've just had one of those, haven't you?
A drone light show.
Have.
Did you have one of those? How did that go?
Really well, actually. I'll tell you in a minute.
Pennington to Lammonby. Lammonby will pick up a single. It goes for it slightly belatedly as a shy at the stumps from Steve Hamid. But Abell was very quick between the wickets. Comfortably home. Single taken. 126 for 2. Lammonby on to 49.
There's never been a moment where Steve Hamid has fielded a ball when he's not lost his cap. Cricketers do like to have a cap and keep it for all their career, don't they? But that one just doesn't fit him. Always just flying off in a different direction.
Pennington sprinting in from the Stuart Broad end to Abell. Tucks this away down to long leg. Lyndon James with the fielding. It's a single. 127 for 2. Abell on to 28, which is his best score of the season in red ball cricket, first class cricket. Outside the off stump is from Pennington.
Always look on the bright side of life. Has just put Blaze.
Blaze Baker.
Ah. Thank you. ALOTBCL.
And he's played.
That's not how you spell Blaze. That's always look on the bright side of life. I can see the cogs whirling.
There we are. Plays for Somerset seconds. Pennington in bowls, and there'll be a No, there won't be a single for Tom Lammonby.
That's a name that's got superstardom all over it, hasn't it? Blaze Baker. Great name.
Right-hand bat, right-arm medium. More of a bowler than a batsman by the look of it. Picked up wickets against Essex seconds and Worcestershire seconds. Family are from Torquay. Pennington bowls outside the off stump. Lammonby lets it go through to Tom Moore's. Just the one slip now. Another 13 overs, no, 14 overs to go before the tea interval. Best part of an hour's worth, isn't it? So,
yeah, definitely. It's obviously been a good source of recruitment for Somerset, Devon, but
and Cornwall as well.
But I was going to say not. I know Devon next door
Cornwall
and
so
then
much.
Cornwall, but not so much Cornwall.
Lewis Goldsworthy is the most prominent Cornish recruit at present. Pennington to Lammonby, who plays a lazy shot without moving his feet to a ball wide outside the off stump. He'd have been kicking himself all the way back to the pavilion if he'd got an edge on that. He didn't. It's the end of the over. It's 127 for 2.
Because there was a Cornishman that you had that came here, Neil Edwards. He was Truro,
Yep,
wasn't he?
that's right.
And we also had Charlie Schreck, who came from Truro. Where were we, Beth? What were you telling us?
Where were we? The drone light show in
yes.
December. We launched that last week. It's on sale now on our website, on the event site, on the event page. Saturday the 7th of December that takes place. So it's called A Christmas Carol, so it's a very festive version.
It was up on the big screen, wasn't it?
Oh yeah,
yesterday?
you will have seen it.
There's Harrison. Came just slightly short of a length, whipped away by Abell. Played very nicely. On 28 for 2. Tom Lammonby on 49. You have to take over here, Anthony. I know it's not a century, but this has been a nice knock from Lammonby. Needs one run here.
He does. Lammers, as he's known. He's back on his stumps and he won't get the run there as that goes around the corner to Will Young, who's fielding on the 45. Sort of backwards square leg rather than short fine leg. Harrison bowls and this is attempt to play a similar sort of shot, goes into fielding pads of Jack Haynes. Forward square leg. Haynes is going to move across to Silly Point. Oh, no, Silly Point in Silly mid off. Harrison bowls and Lammonby stretches forward. That angled down. He's keeping the pressure on, is Calvin Harrison, not offering any free gifts to help Lammonby to his 50. He's in the bowls, and no, that won't be his 50 either, as Hamid fields at mid-wicket. Last ball of the over. Slip and a silly mid-off, the close catches. Harrison bowls, tosses this one up, it's driven by Lammonby, but only as far as Ben Slater at extra cover, so no 50 in that over for Tom Lammonby. A good over from Calvin Harrison, who's bowled 5 overs for 17 runs, yet to take a wicket.
Drone show, yeah. See you there? Saturday the 7th of December. It's a slightly earlier one than when we did one in April. This one starts at 5:30.
What does it consist of?
It consists of, I think, 600 drones in the sky telling the story about Ebenezer Scrooge and A Christmas Carol.
So it's a light show, It's
a light show. It's really impressive. If you look at some of the photos online on the Trent Bridge website, you'll get a bit of an insight. But the one in April we had was about the evolution of life. So they have different themes and different stories and narration as well. Perfect for all the family because. I
guess it's just getting the right sky as well as.
Yeah.
There's Lyndon James in and bowls outside the off stump to Abell. Does it matter if it's raining?
I think it can affect things, so it's a kind of a bit of a play by ear, but it'll be hopefully a nice crisp winter's evening. Everyone can wrap up, there'll be lots of food on sale around the concourse. The bars will be open. There'll be
Dave
music
will be able
playing.
to get sausage, will he?
Yeah, probably, or beetroot if you want.
No. Don't want any of that stuff.
This is Lyndon James in bowls, and Tom Abell plays and misses, and he always does that. Tom Abell, when he plays and misses, he looks behind him to see if the wicketkeeper's taken it cleanly. And even though he didn't get an edge on that,
yeah, I thought he'd gone for all the world as well. Then nice bit of bowling from Lyndon James.
Yes, he does have this weakness. He picks his Petrie says he picks his bat up towards the gully. This is the problem. And this time he whips that away down to long leg for a single. 129 for 2. Abell on to 30. He's been working on picking it up more straight back and straight through, rather than coming down on the ball at an angle. But he still has that slight weakness. Been working very hard on his game. Pennington to Lyndon James rather to Tom Lammonby. Turns it into the onside to Joe Clark. Lammonby on 49 from 103 deliveries. So going along at a strike rate of around about 50. A respectable rate of progress on a slow pitch, but it is a very fast outfield. There's that short boundary which Somerset really haven't exploited perhaps as much as they should have done. James bowls, and there is Tom Lammonby's 50. He'll come back for the second run as it's fielded by Ollie Stone out in the deep, and good applause around the ground from this generous Trent Bridge crowd. Tom Lammonby 51 from 104 deliveries with 6 fours, and it's his 5th 50 of the season to go with his 1 century.
Played very nicely. I've been quite impressed by him today. Some lovely stroke play.
James in again and bowls, and thinks about a single this time, but a loud cry of no from Tom Abell. It's the end of the over. 131 for 2, 51 to Lammonby, 30 to Tom Abell.
The last thing I was going to say about the drone show was that they actually did a demonstration of the drone technology and how it all works, because it's quite as you'd imagine, it's quite complex. So I think if you're interested in technology, I think they will show how they do it. 600 drones to control and manage, so it's going to be a real spectacle. I guess there's a computer involved somewhere. Yeah. But yeah, thank you for having me and allowing me to talk about all the lovely things we've got going on at Trent Bridge.
You're very welcome, and don't be a stranger, you know where we are.
I won't. Thank you.
Beth Farr with us from the Trent Bridge marketing team here, just popping up a number of things that are coming up here at Trent Bridge. I guess from the cricket side of it, day 4 test match tickets still available. England West Indies, that could be a cracker, you know, day 4. 131 for 2. As Harrison bowls to Tom Abell, who's on 30. Lammonby 51. Partnership of 63. 131 for 2. 2 men out. Mead and Kohler Cadmore so far, and now then an LBW shout here. Don't fancy that will find favour with Neil Malinder. Abell really get into a particularly good position there. It was on a round leg stump, but I guess the umpire felt it was again probably pitching outside. Just got to be a little careful there, Tom Abell. He doesn't play around one that pitches in line. He doesn't. He blocks this one. Nicky's been back in touch, Anthony. I don't know if you've seen that one about the Somerset second.
Blaise Baker is in the second 11 playing Warwickshire at Taunton Vale today.
Next ball is pushed up to mid-on, and there's no run. I don't think I've ever played at Taunton Vale. I played at Taunton Dean. I don't recall ever having been to Taunton Vale. Abell on 30, that's too short and has been pinged away through the leg side for a gift of a boundary. Calvin Harrison knows he just dropped that one too short, but Abell was quick to seize on it, wasn't he? Played it away and
timed it nicely.
Just absolutely no margin for error here. 135 for 2. Harrison threw 6 overs, none for 21, but his first over went for 11 and a boundary in that one. The others have been very economical.
Yeah, just watching the LBW appeal, it was a little bit leg side. It wasn't a bad shout at all. Batsman getting the benefit of the doubt. Another over coming up from Lyndon James. He's pulled 6 overs for 23. Here's a long run-up for a bowler of no more than medium-fast pace, mid-70s, I think, something like that. Bowling to Tom Lammonby, who drives, and another good stop by Lyndon James. That was nicely struck by Tom Lammonby, but stopped by Lyndon James in his follow-through, and he's just wringing his right hand. That obviously stung. It was travelling. We'll have to get a marketing person up into the commentary box at Taunton next week. It's rather a good idea, that, to preview some of the events taking place here at Trent Bridge over the coming months. This is driven by Lammonby, but won't get it past Dane Patterson, who comes across from mid-on to mid-off, rather, left-handers to the fielding.
Another Cricket World Cup match about to take place in the Caribbean. In fact, they're in St Lucia, Australia, India. Australia, of course, could be in peril of going home if they don't win that one.
Lyndon James is there and bowls to Lammonby. Just turns his wrists on that, just to be a single. As Will Youngfield out in the deep. 136 for 2, Lammonby on to 52. Partnership now worth 68 for the third wicket.
I think when we were talking at lunchtime, you and I off mic, I think this is the sort of afternoon we expected, wasn't it?
James to Abell. Plays that off an open face down to the ground, but runs down to Ben Slater.
In fact, I think we thought 100 for maybe 1 or 2 wickets, perhaps. We've not quite had that many runs. We only had 78 for 1, but there are still 10 overs to go. So it might be there or thereabouts.
Yeah, I think Notts have bowled pretty well. Bit like Somerset yesterday, they've stuck to their guns, the bowlers. Well backed up in the field. James to Abell. Tucks this away into the onside, just for single as Ollie Stone in a white fluffy sun hat fields out in the deep. 139 for 2. What's happening elsewhere?
I was just thinking, actually, I'll have a look in a moment. I was just thinking, all the fuss about the ball seems to have died down.
Yeah, strange, isn't it? James in bowls to Lammonby. Plays a nice looking off drive, but not at full power, and it's cut off by Dane Patterson at mid off.
There's one ball left in this over. Durham at down at Essex made 587 with Ollie Robinson out late on in the innings for 198. Essex 101 for 2 in reply. At Canterbury, Kent 244. Lancashire have got a good lead already. They're 295 for 1.
James to Lammonby. No run there.
Centuries and big centuries by the look of it for Luke Wells. He's currently 143 not out. Josh Bohannon 131 not out after Keaton Jennings was dismissed without score. So Wells and Bohannon and a few more get all their runs out of the way this week, because of course Notts play Lancashire next week at Edgbaston. Warwickshire 222 for 7, replying to Hampshire's 298 all out. So that one looks to be heading towards an even keel. Surrey and Mammoth 490. Worcestershire are 58 for 1. They're the Division 1 scores. Give you Division 2 throughout this Calvin Harrison over. The leg spinner will be bowling to Tom Abell, who's on 35. Scored roughly half the runs of this partnership, and he defends the one at the start of the over. At Cardiff, Glamorgan 265 for 4. On their way to a first innings lead, you'd imagine, because Northants fell for 279 yesterday. Harrison's leg spin just eased into the offside by Abell. Meadfields, no runs. At Lords, Middlesex 433, big century from John Simpson yesterday. Derbyshire 133 for 2. Harrison again short and cut into the offside. There is protection, just a single. Takes Abell to 36, 140 for 2. Just 2 more. Sussex at Hove 442 all out. Leicestershire 175 for 5. And at Scarborough, Yorkshire 456. Gloucestershire now batting obviously 62 for 1. Calvin Harrison round the wicket as a man in under the nose of Tom Lammonby, and he defends. No run. All the scores and all the text updates whenever there's a milestone or a wicket falls on the BBC Sport website, and on the cricket page you'll find all of that information. This one's just held back by Harrison, and then Lammonby in turn checks his drive. I think he was looking to perhaps expand and hit over the top, but was a little fearful when he realised the ball wasn't pushed through as much as the previous one had been. Final ball of the 44th. Harrison bowls, Lammonby turns it just to a mead at mid-wicket, shortish mid-wicket, and there's no run. 140 for 2, so Somerset trail by 220. I don't think it would be the biggest surprise in the world to me if this was pretty much even Stevens at the end of the first innings. We're a long way to go yet. Somerset, as I say, still 220 behind, but it's got that sort of feel that this innings may well mirror the Nottinghamshire one yesterday.
Well, if it does, then Somerset are due to score a few more runs and then lose a cluster of wickets, which would not be untypical, it has to be said. But they do bat a long way down, Somerset, with Jack Leach, fresh from 100 for Somerset seconds, coming in at number 10. And Mickey Pretorius at 9, more than useful batsman as well, if a little bit frenetic at times. Stumps.
Yeah, he was top scorer at Taunton against Notts, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Quick fire 77.
He laid about him. Like Little John in Sherwood Forest. Here's Lyndon James in and bowls to Abell, who plays it into the offside. And Hasib Hamid fields. He's got rather a wispy beard now, Hamid, doesn't he?
Yeah. He did have really long hair in
Yes, that's right. Earlier in
his first season that he came to Trent Bridge, the COVID year 2020. In fact, there was Finn Hudson-Prentice, who was at Derbyshire and then moved to Sussex, and Hasib Mead, and now there was a bit of a chat between them as to who had the longest hair.
There's Abell looking for a single with the offside. That's not there.
I only know that because the game we had down at Hove, myself and BBC Sussex commentator Adrian Harms had Finn Hudson-Prentice in as commentator with us. He was out injured, and
He let his hair down. Did
well,
he?
he did. Literally, he sort of revealed that both him and Hasib were vying for the longest hair in county cricket. I think Rory Burns. I don't know if it is, but
Well, I haven't seen Burns with his hair.
No.
He's always wears it
in
that
a bun.
dreadful top
Yeah.
knot. This is run down to short third man by Tom Abell. There's no run. I fancy Hamid's had his hair cut since
Yes,
Notts
yeah.
played at Taunton. He had quite long hair then.
Working hard on that ball, isn't he?
It's interesting they seem to have given up complaining
Yeah.
about it. Obviously decided it's a lost cause. James to Abell. Abell defends. It's a no ball. Is that, I think that's the first no ball of the Notts innings,
Yeah.
of the Somerset innings, isn't it? Notts are 2 overs behind the required over rate, but I dare say that would be adjusted, and the reason they're probably behind is all the fuss and bother over the ball,
Yeah.
which will be allowed for. 142 for 2. James to Abell, who drives, and it comes off a thick inside edge out into the onside. That wasn't where he was aiming. And Ollie Stone will field. It's another single. Abell on to 37, 143 for 2. Crowd quiet. It's a warm afternoon. I dare say one or two of them dozing off. Oh, here we go again. Here we go again.
On with it.
Get on with it. Umpire Manander has the ball in hand. He shows it to umpire Debenham. Umpire Debenham, I think, has got the handcuffs, the rings, and they're having a long chat, the umpires. But who knows? Oh, he's summoning Hamid over.
Oh dear.
Wasn't Hamid this time who initiated this particular inspection?
But it's supposed to be, isn't it? I think they're supposed to go through the captain.
Was it Ollie Stone? I think it probably was, wasn't it?
I don't know. No,
Tom Abell coming over to
Stone's well away from the
Tom Abell's going to have his 4 penneth as well. Nothing wrong with that.
No, if you're either Tom Abell or Tom Lammonby, you don't want this ball changing.
Lammonby's deep in conversation with Jack Haynes.
Just grateful for the opportunity just
Dylan
to
Pennington.
towel off and change your gloves and get some water down your neck, but you don't want the ball changing. It maybe.
Oh, I think they are going to change it.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Get on with it.
Well, we're just coming up to 2 hours for the session, and we've still got 8 overs and 2 balls to complete it. And one of the 12th men is emerging from the pavilion with a suitcase full of used cricket balls.
I would imagine there'll be 1 or 2 interested parties just peering into that box now. Although there isn't at the moment. Ollie sat, couldn't be any further away from everybody else. As if to say, this isn't my doing.
No, just taking a bit of
There he is on the live stream away to our left.
a breather. One of the Somerset 12th men, Josh Davies, out there having a chat with the 2 batsmen. The Notts 12th man's coming out with refreshments for the Notts fielders. Slightly surprised we haven't had a drinks break.
Yeah, I'm just watching Neil Mallender. He's just written on that ball. He's got his pen out and he's written on that ball. Seba Hamid is smiling. There's humour out there, which I'm pleased to see. And
They've selected one. Devon was just saying to Hasib, I mean, no, you've got this ball. I don't want any more nonsense about dissatisfaction with it. Wasted enough time.
It's all well and good unless this one suddenly starts hooping round corners and 2 or 3 wickets go down in quick succession. It'll all be a conspiracy. Nottinghamshire got their own way. It's generally the way, isn't it? I'm not suggesting they would be.
No, I mean any fielding side does it.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, it's if the ball's not doing anything, you try and get it changed.
It just seems that I suspect that was probably the issue more than there was something wrong with the ball. There's nothing wrong with the ball, but they just sensed it was softer because it wasn't as old as the one that had gone out of shape.
Could just break the batsman's concentration. Yep. Lammonby's on strike to Lyndon James outside the off stump. It's not the sort of delivery you want with a batsman who's just had a break and might just have lost concentration.
Yeah, but
well outside the off stump.
Like you say, I mean, it was just, as far as they were concerned, a drinks break, wasn't it? Lammonby and Abell, and they may well have been happy just to have that little moment just to themselves and towel off and change their gloves and, right, let's get ready, let's go again.
143 for 2 as Lyndon James bowls outside the off stump, and again Lammonby can let it go through harmlessly. 2 top balls behind the stumps. End of that over. James 8 overs, no maidens, none for 30. Calvin Harrison will bowl another over from the Ratcliffe Road end.
That applause was all about. Maybe
ironic applause.
Oh yeah, I was going to say maybe a hint of irony in it. So it is going to be the leg spinner. It's just bowled 1 or 2 looseners to Dane Patterson at the end of his mark whilst everybody gets ready. 143 for 2 is the Somerset score. There was 60 for 1 at lunch. Harrison bowls. This one just dies on Abell as it's slowly turning away. Cuts it down to backward point, no run.
See, you've been tagging Nottinghamshire County Council.
Not me though, it's another Dave
Right.
who's done it. It's a Somerset Dave who's...
Am I right in thinking that is Nottinghamshire County Council's building?
Yeah.
To the right.
It's the Civic Centre.
Is that County Hall?
Yes.
Yeah.
143 for 2. It's County Hall to our right with the green roof. 143 for 2. I think that's been, well, it has. It's been replaced in recent years. It used to be obviously a coppery roof which turned green. I'm not sure if that's the same sort of roof, same sort of substance. No idea. This is pushed in the offside, but that just looks like a green roof of a different material, doesn't it? 144 for 2, single take, and Mead couldn't stop that one in the covers.
It's not unlike Somerset's County Hall in Taunton, actually. Same architectural style.
Tough going for the fielding side today, as it was for Somerset yesterday afternoon, although there was a cluster of wickets mid-afternoon yesterday for Somerset, which would have kept their spirits up. Harrison bowls, glorious stroke through the offside by Lammonby. That's right up there amongst the top 2 or 3 shots of the day.
Yeah, didn't try and hit it too hard. Just timed it beautifully.
148 for 2. Tom Lammonby on 56. Partnership now worth 80. After the early dismissal of Andy Mead, there was 60 runs put on for the second wicket. Then Kohler Cadmore out early in the afternoon session. Ball has been retrieved by Dane Patterson, and Harrison in again to Lammonby, and he's right back on it, rock solid in defence. 148 for 2. Calvin Harrison 8 overs, 1 made, none for 27. Not really been sort of surface that's assisted him in any way whatsoever. Is it going to be at the far end? Still going to be Pennington.
He's getting a good bowl, is Dylan Pennington. No, it's Lyndon James. It's not Pennington, it's Lyndon James.
It's Pennington stood there at the end of the bowling mark, just
It's,
polishing
in
the
fact,
ball.
It's just Lyndon James. Yeah. He's going to be bowling to Tom Abell on 38. He's there in bowls. And Abell just angles the bat on that, drops his hands so that it didn't go in the air, and it's run down to the third man boundary for 4 runs. It was a full shot in the sense that the ball took the edge of the bat, but it was actually well played by Tom Abell because he played it with soft enough hands so that it didn't go in the air.
Is that your
And that's
friend?
150 on the board.
Is that your friend Tractor? Somebody.
I can see Tractor. He's 3rd main bay in the Smith Cooper stand up at the back in a sun hat.
Some very loud and appreciative comments from Somerset supporters.
James in bowls, and it's defended by Tom Abell. He tends to get louder as the day wears on.
Well, that's okay, because in general, most people would tend to flag as the day go on. You need somebody just to keep the spirits lifted.
Yeah, absolutely. And he is very good at that, especially when Somerset are in the field and on the receiving end of some serious run scoring. He will keep the spirits up. James bowls, and Tom Abell defends. Again, just not bringing his bat down quite straight. Needs a little bit more of the pendulum about it, a little bit less of the scythe.
I mentioned Nottinghamshire's Cornishman a wee while ago when Beth was with us, of course. More recent times than both Charlie Shrek and Neil Edwards, of course. Not so bad. Jake Libby now at Worcester, of course. Proud Cornishman.
Yeah. Slipped through the Somerset net to Jake Libby. As Abell's back on his stumps, playing this out into the offside. Callington boy, Jake Libby.
They used to always have a fine run in the National Village competition, didn't they? Callington, I'm sure they did.
Lyndon James in his 9th over, bowling to Tom Abell outside the off stump. Abell batting patiently, 42 from 87 deliveries. Both the batsmen going along at around about 50 runs per 100 balls. Tom Abell's strike rate in the blast is near 140. Tom Namanby's not quite so exalted, but still pretty useful. As James bowls, and there's a single here into the covers as Will Young has ground to make to his left. A good single, that. 155 for 2.
But a lot of big scores around the country. It's not been the norm in recent times. These matches in between the two sort of blocks of T20 blast cricket. Very often you'll have players coming out still playing T20 cricket, and sides dismissed well inside a day. But there's been some big scores up and down the country this week.
James bowls, and Lamonby's looking to run that down to third man, but can't get it past Dane Patterson at on the 45 on the offside. End of the over, 155 for 2, 43 to Abell, 56 to Lamonby. The partnership now with 87.
6 overs to go until the tea break. We're already 10 minutes into overtime. Obviously with Harrison bowling, it's saved a little bit of time. It did look like we were going to be hugely behind where we should be, but Harrison to continue. This will be his 9th over. Comes in off about 4 strides. It looks like one of those trotting Lipizzaner ponies as he makes his way in. Spins this one away from Abell. Tall man, South African born, but spent a lot of his early years in New Zealand. Comes in again and worked away by Tom Abell, went deep into his crease and just watched it onto the face of his bat, and then eased it past short leg. Easy run, 156 for 2. I go round the wicket again to Lamonby. He's got Jack Haynes right in his eye line, right in front of him. Harrison bowls, and Lamonby just gets forward and a little push and run down the ground to Dane Patterson. Another single, nicely judged, nicely taken. Don't let the spinner settle. 157 for 2. Not been much threat at all in this session from Notts collectively. Next ball is hit back, and the long arms of Calvin Harrison, almost like Roger Hargreaves missed a tickle there as he stopped that ball. There's no run. Abell one big blow away from a half century.
Maybe that was the top spinner.
Yeah.
Seemed to hurry on to Tom Abell as he went back. It was a little bit short of a length, but it hurried on to him. A little bit of overspin.
97 runs have been scored since lunch. Harrison bowls, and could be 2. Well, there will be at least 2 here. Ollie Stone having to do the fielding. Way to our left in front of the Larwood and Vos. Ropes well in on that side. 159 for 2. Tom Abell has 46. Tom Lammonby 57. They've added 91. All is well in the Somerset Garden this afternoon.
Yeah, these two, they'll want to get through to team without sustaining any further damage. One wicket fell in the morning session, that of Andy Umeed. One so far in the afternoon session, that of Tom Kilvey-Cadmore. Dane Patterson always poses a threat. Skiddy, fast, medium pace. Slip and sort of deep gully. Joe Clark as Patterson bowls to Lammonby. Comes watchfully forward, plays it out into covers. Jack Haynes fields. Players making more noise in the crowd at the moment. Bit like in the COVID year, when we relied on the players for the atmosphere.
Yeah.
Somerset were one of the noisiest. They were the noisiest side that certainly I encountered in that year. Great year that was for Tom Lammonby. 3 centuries in the Bob Willis. This time he's defending that good ball from Dane Patterson, who I think it would be fair to say is bowling well within himself. He's just concentrating on line and length. Patterson on this pretty placid strip of turf. It looked a little bit, I don't know, mottled, I think was the word I used yesterday at the start, but it's played perfectly well. Just the occasional ball maybe bouncing a little bit more, a little bit less than usual. This is driven by Lammonby and pick up a single as Pennington has to move to his right at mid-off. 160 for 2. So Somerset now exactly 200 runs behind with 8 wickets in hand. We're in the 48th over, so Somerset ain't going to get 5 batting points, even if they don't get bowled out before then. As Pennington is there, bowls outside the off stump, not far outside the off stump. As I keep saying, he's taking guard on both of these batsmen, taking guard on off stump, as is the modern fashion. What guard did you take, Dave?
2.
Yeah, me too. Vivian Richards did as well. You can find yourself playing around the front pad if you're taking guard on off stump. As Abell plays that out into the offside.
Only, irrelevant what I did really, but the only thing I did differently was left arm over. If I was opening the batting and there was a left arm over, I would go on one leg, because I'd often find myself getting, I don't know, falling across and being given out LBW early on. So trying to stop that by batting on the leg, trying to keep my pads outside the line, trying to make it obvious that the ball had pitched outside the line.
Good thinking. Patterson in and bowls to Abell, who drives without timing, aiming for that gap between extra cover and mid-off, but Hasib Hamid able to get across to stop it. End of the over, 160 for 2. Patterson 10 overs, 3 maidens, none for 23, 46 to Abell, 50 58 to Lammonby. And we have 4 overs to go before the tea.
Yeah, just a little ripple of the flags at the far end, and if anything, they're rippling in the direction they don't usually. Normally the breeze comes from the west, but just a little bit from the east there as they both standing bold and proud. 160 for 2, so we have had the 100 runs in this session. 4 overs to go until tea as Harrison bowls to Lammonby. That's the 101st run as he cuts it away down to Patterson at deep backward square. 61 for 2 this morning. Ollie Stone out for 83. He was smartly picked up at the slip by Craig Overton. Low down from the bowling of Miguel Pretorius. Harrison bowls, Abell defends. The Notts innings was prolonged a little bit. That was 345 for 9. They got the third batting bonus point. Final wicket adding 15 in all, of which 14 came from the bat of Dane Patterson before he picked out Pretorius from the bowling of Aldridge. That was it. Notts were 360 all out as Abell defends to Harrison. Aldridge 5 for 94. He finished with Dylan Pennington 29 not out. His score for Nottinghamshire. Distracted slightly, I'll tell you why in a moment, as Abell works it on the leg side. No run. Australia-India in the World Cup in the Caribbean, playing in St Lucia. Australia won the toss, they put India in. India 43 for 1 after 4, but it's now raining. Don't necessarily think that helps Australia. 161 for 2. If it's terminal, this is pushed back to the bowler. India through from that group, and any one of Australia, who probably need a win, or Afghanistan or Bangladesh, who both play this evening, can go through with them to join South Africa and England in the semi-finals. And a poor ball from Harrison is given the treatment it deserves. It was
Tom Abell's 50.
A loopy full toss, punched away, and quite rightly Abell able to celebrate. Been at the crease for 2 hours, faced 101 balls, 7 fours, and was emphatically crashed away through the leg side for 4.
Yeah, it's been an understated knock so far from Tom Abell. Hasn't been timing the ball as well as he can. Only his 3rd red ball innings of the season, and neither of his 2 previous ones amounted to more than a handful of balls. So he can be forgiven for wanting to not exactly play himself in, but regain a bit of rhythm and timing. Good news for both Nottinghamshire and Somerset, which I'll bring you after this delivery from Dane Patterson, which is driven nicely square of the wicket by Tom Lammonby. Ollie Stone is quickly onto it though and sends in a good return, so it's just a single. 166 for 2. The squad has been named for the First Class County Select 11's 3-day match against West Indies at Beckenham, starting on Wednesday 3rd of July, Wednesday next week. And it includes Farhan Ahmed from Nottinghamshire and Sonny Baker from Somerset. Tell me about Farhan Ahmed.
He's the younger brother of Rian Ahmed of Leicestershire, another young spinner. Making great advances through the academy and the age groups, and now with the second 11.
Patterson in the bowls to Abell, and Nottinghamshire just trying a different tactic here with a short mid-wicket, short mid-off, and a shortish cover point. Presumably on the basis this the odd ball is sticking in the pitch. How old is he? Farhan? He can't be very old. He's the younger brother.
16, 17.
Yeah.
That, of course, was a route into first-class cricket for a number of young players, including James Rew, who I saw up at Durham, played behind closed doors for
against India.
Yeah.
Patterson to Abell. The full squad: Farhan Ahmed, Sonny Baker, Harry Duke from Yorkshire, Bertie Foreman from Sussex, Ben Geddes, Surrey, Josh Hull, Leicestershire, Eddie Jack, Hampshire, Will Luxton, Yorkshire, Ben McKinney, Durham, Jamal Richards, Essex, Hamza Sheikh, Warwickshire, Harry Singh, Lancashire, and John Turner, very promising young fast bowler from Hampshire. So well done to all of those young cricketers, and they are all young cricketers. Patterson in bowls, and Abell cuts, hits it hard into the ground. It bounces out to Lyndon James at straight cover position.
Yeah, that game I did. Nottinghamshire had a decent contingent in that one. Asiba Mead played and scored a century against India, and that was his route back into Test cricket. He played in the Tests against India that summer, and then went on the ill-fated Ashes tour the following winter. Liam Patterson-White and Lyndon James both played, and they both played the year after when New Zealand played them.
Oh, a good ball from Dane Patterson. It has Abell hurrying to play a defensive shot, making sure it doesn't cannon into his pads.
Kevin Marriott says Jake Libby actually a Lou boy. Family live at nearby Pellint. Played most of his club cricket with Callington before heading off to university. It was Cardiff he went to, wasn't it? He made his first class debut for Cardiff, CCCU.
Patterson bowls, and slightly crooked looking shot from Tom
Where
Abell.
Somerset are 166 for 2. We just got 2 overs to go until the tea interval here. It's been a fairly soporific afternoon. Somerset added 100 runs for the loss of 1 wicket. Knots earlier all out for 360, closing in on tea. Somerset virtually 200 behind at 166 for 2.
And there's ball by ball commentary on the BBC Sport website. And
That was short notice.
It was indeed. The odd leaf blower is
about half a second.
being called into action to blow the hover cover up again. Just need to keep it topped up. Don't think there's any rain forecast. Well,
No, there isn't.
I'm pretty sure there isn't any rain
Might be some
forecast.
showers at the weekend, they say.
There's Harris, and then round the wicket to Lammonby. Missed out,
This is out there.
a little bit. Yes, had one that was really asking to be pulled away behind square on the leg side, and he's clothed it a little bit straight to the fielder. No run. Here comes Harrison again. Nicely picked up and pitched up and driven into the offside. James will field. Single taken. 167 for 2. Yes, for 59 and 3/4 minutes of every hour. The only person I can hear in my ear is Anthony or a guest. Oh, high full toss from Harrison, a really high full toss, and that's been slammed away, 1 bounce for 4. He could have actually hit that into the Dave Bracegirdle retirement department had he got underneath it, but Abell slams it away for 4, and that's the century partnership. 103 from 189 deliveries. Tom Abell's contribution 54, Tom Lammonby's contribution 43. Well done, gents. Poor ball from Calvin. Tom Abell all over it. There's Harrison in again and bowls, and this time it's run to short third, and there's no run. And generally get about 15 seconds notice just to say Radio Nottingham coming to you, or we can hear the news. And over at Trent Bridge, there's Dave Bracegirdle, but just a girdle. This one's defended. Just about managed to get the report in on time. 171 for 2. One ball left in the over. Splendid partnership. Won't want to spoil it now and lose a wicket with just 7 balls left before the tea break as Harrison bowls to Abell. That one popped a little bit.
A little bit of bounce and turn.
End of the over.
Just, I was going to say just out of the bowler's footmarks, but there hasn't been much rough created by the bowlers, has there?
No.
It's a very hard pitch, this one. And I suppose we didn't have the heavy roller on it between innings, we just had the light roller. But pitches these days do get very, very hard. And it makes them hard to bowl on for the quicker bowlers because they're coming down their left foot onto surfaces like concrete, sending shockwaves up through their bodies. 1 over then to go before the tea interval. Dame Patterson will bowl it from the Stuart Broad end to Tom Lammonby, who gets that on the thigh pad and it just lobs out into the onside. We've got this, it's the mirror image of the field set for Tom Abell, with the 2 fielders in catching positions on the offside at short extra cover and short straight cover, and short mid wicket, hands on knees. Patterson bowls, and Lammonby doesn't time a cut shot, but he'll pick up a single as Harrison has to move from slip to backward point to do the fielding. 172 for 2.
They're back on in St Lucia, Australia, playing India if you want to dodge away from us during the tea interval. There's coverage of that on 5 Sports Extra, but keep tabs on you. Make sure you come back in time for the resumption. Be off for about 20 minutes here. 172 for 2, and that's just 4 balls away.
Patterson to Abell, who drives and very well stopped by Asif Hamid. One of 3 close fielders now in front of the wicket on the offside. And again, this may just be Asif Hamid bringing the changes in the same way that Ben Stokes does for England, setting what they call funky fields, maybe trying to break the batsman's concentration, plant seeds of doubt as to whether the ball may be sticking in the pitch or not. Patterson bowls. This is pulled by Abell down to Ollie Stone. Just be a single. 173 for 2. We've got 2 balls now remaining before the tea interval. The sun is out. And it's warmer than ever. Beautiful summer's afternoon. Just a breeze stirring the Somerset flag into action, and indeed the Nottinghamshire flag, either side of the pavilion here at Trent Bridge. Patterson round the wicket to Lammonby, and Lammonby plays a solid looking defence. You heard was from Dame Patterson. I don't know quite what he was getting excited about. Maybe a little bit of late swing, but if there was, then Lammonby was equal to it.
Bit of kidology. Let's make the batter believe you. Hooping it round corners.
Patterson turns at the end of his run. Short mid-wicket. Leg gully. Patterson bowls and nothing doing. A defensive shot from Tom Lammonby. That brings the afternoon session to an end. 173 for 2. So Somerset have added 100 and 13 during the afternoon session for the loss of the wicket of Tom Kohler-Cadmore, who was very well caught by Tom Moores down the leg side, getting an under edge. Kohler-Cadmore to a ball from Ollie Stone for 38. But it's been hard work for Nottinghamshire's bowlers and fielders on a pretty unyielding pitch and a fast outfield. They've stuck to their task very well, but they haven't been able to break this partnership. And Abell goes in to tee on 55, Lammonby on 62. The partnership's worth 105, and the score is 173 for 2.
Nicely summed up, Anthony. Many thanks to Beth Farr for popping up and joining us through the session, and many thanks for you being there. We'll be back in 20 minutes. Please join us. Hello everybody, welcome back to Trent Bridge with Somerset just about ready to resume from there. Tea time score of 173 for 2. Messrs Lammonby and Abell both nicely ensconced in the middle. Each have passed their half century and each look ready to go on and get plenty more. Nottinghamshire having a tough old time with the ball. It's 1 wicket in the afternoon session taken by Ollie Stone before lunch. A wicket for Dylan Pennington. Notts made 360. Somerset look well poised to at least get up and challenge that total as they get through this session, and by lunch tomorrow should have a match that's very much on an even keel. 173 for 2. Somerset trailing by 187. Calvin Harrison to start things after tea. Not so -2 on the over rate, so let's hope we see plenty of Calvin Harrison. 4:30 already. I'm Dave Bracegirdle. Here's Anthony Gibson.
Yeah, Harrison to open up from this Radcliffe Road end, bowling to the right-handed Tom Abell. He's in and bowls, and Abell stretches forward, plays a orthodox defensive shot amidst much excitement from the three close fielders, wicketkeeper Slip and Jack Haynes under the helmet at forward short leg. Abell again forward, killing the spin.
It's clear they've been given a G up just from the fact that everybody's just gone ooh from the first 2 deliveries.
Bit more energy, I expect. Yeah. They've been asked from the good ball that from Harrison. Just dipped on Tom Abell. Full length delivery and a little bit of dip and maybe a little bit of swerve as well with the revs that Harrison's putting on the ball. He's in and bowls again. This is another good ball on a good length. And every delivery being greeted with outstretched arms and gasps of amazement, surprise. It hasn't knocked out all 3 stumps. Harrison bowls, and there'll be a run here for Abell. The first run after tea as he turns that through mid-wicket. It's picked up by Lyndon James.
From the warm-ups, looks like Ollie Stone's going to get the second over, and that won't be ideal for him if he's going to be trying to bowl as quick as he can with Calvin Harrison at the other end racing through his overs at 90 seconds apiece.
Yeah, good thought. Good thought. It's Harrison to the left-handed. Lammonby is back on his stumps, playing the ball off the pitch and playing it successfully out into the offside. End of the first over after tea. 174 for 2, just the 1 run added. That to Tom Abell, who moves on to 56. Lammonby still on 62. Calvin Harrison 12 overs, 1 maiden, none for 42. Figures that flatter him slightly, as he has bowled rather a number of full tosses.
So Ollie Stone, who since we last saw him bowl has swapped his Nottinghamshire county cap for a white floppy sun hat, hands it over to umpire Debenham, who had lots of Ollie Stone in his ear earlier on with the ball change and the non-ball change that followed. The two have renewed acquaintances briefly, and now Stone back at the end of his mark. Just having a word with the Nottinghamshire captain, Asiba Mead, as to what sort of field he wants. Only got 1 slip, Calvin Harrison. So not overly attacking. Not really, just trying to dry up the runs and hope there'll be a mistake somewhere along the line. An unfortunate chop on or play at one that you don't mean to. There is Stone trying to bring about that error. Bowls now to Abell, who has been relatively error-free throughout his time at the crease. 174 for 2 he defends.
He's played and missed once or twice, Tom Abell. He's played and missed more often than Tom Namanby, I fancy.
Yeah, I think over the course of 3 hours at the crease, you can expect that, can't you? Yeah.
I expect even Jack Hobbs played and missed occasionally.
Stone starting his 10th over. Figures of 1 for 29. Bowls now and Abell defends. He's a stylish player to watch, Anthony. Jack Hobbs.
I wish I'd seen him. I wish I'd seen him.
174.
Carried on till the age of 54.
Yeah.
100 hundreds he scored after the age of 40. Remarkable cricketer.
Who's the player you'd most like to have seen? Gimblett.
Frank Woolley.
174 for 2. Abell on 56. Drives this competently, confidently, crisply. Any other word beginning with C that you want to throw in there, but straight to a Seaber Mead, and there's no run.
Yeah, Frank Woolley, the Lion of Kent. Wonderful left-handed all-round batsman. Scored something like 58,000 runs in his career. He too went on long after the age of 40, played test matches for England after the age of 40. And of course, all those runs scored on uncovered pitches.
Next ball on its way, and this is eased into the offside. No run.
I sometimes think there'd be a case for reintroducing uncovered pitches, particularly when you get a pitch like this one or the one that Notts played on down at Taunton a few weeks ago. You can't get a result inside 4 days.
Waiting forever for them to dry out, though, aren't you?
Well, they didn't in the old days. If they were wet, they were wet.
Yeah.
And the ball spun, especially if there was hot sun. And you get a sticky wicket and a wet wicket drying out.
You'd never get back on nowadays. 174 for 2. Stone in once more, wide of the pegs. This goes through to the keeper. Until 1994, I always regretted the fact I'd never seen Hanif Mohammed play live, because of course he was the world record holder with his 499. Never saw him play. Of course, then Laura went past it with his 501. Saw Laura play plenty of times. Actually, I was once with friends when the West Indies were here, and Brian Lara came over and said, "Hello, mate," and shook my hands in front of friends. Now, he didn't know who I was from anybody, as this is pushed into the offside. Genuinely got me confused with somebody else. But that went down well.
I bet it did.
Yes, that got relayed in the pub that evening, and for 1 or 2 evenings that followed. No idea who I was, but came over, "Hello, mate, how you doing?" and shook my hand and walked off. 174 for 2. Lamanby 62. Abell 56. It was the day here in 2000 that Paul Franks played his one and only England international List A match against the West Indies, and Lara was in the squad but rotated. He sat that one out.
I interviewed him shortly after he scored his 501. Harrison to bowl another over, driven by Lamanby off the bottom of the bat, and there's no run. The next game was against Somerset down at Taunton, and I was instructed by the sports room in London to get an interview with the great man. He wasn't very forthcoming. He was perfectly pleasant. But and that comes off the inside edge and will run away down to the boundary for 4 byes. It wasn't an inside edge at all. It was just sharp turn from Calvin Harrison. From the bowler's footmarks outside the left-handers off stump.
Mark that spot, somebody, quickly.
Yeah. Well, that'll encourage Calvin Harrison.
That one went, didn't it?
It did. But, bounced and turned. Did too much. Harrison to Lammonby. Oh, was beaten. The seed of doubt had been sown, and Lammonby was a bit late on that defensive shot, a little bit tentative as well. Pats his bat in the crease. Back on his stumps, turning this into the onside, into a gap. Scatters 3 pigeons in the outfield. And they go through for a single, 179 for 2. Scoreboard is incredibly quick putting the runs up here.
I was going to say that's the best place to play Harrison. It's from the non-striker's end, but of course if you're at the non-striker's end to Harrison, you're facing Ollie Stone.
Yeah. Tom Abell on strike. Harrison bowls. This is pushed through. It may have been the top spinner. It seemed to dip on Tom Abell. Good over this from Harrison. Getting a little bit more out of the pitch as the day wears on. This is pitched right up, driven by Abell without any timing out into the onside. Fielded by Jack Haynes, who congratulates the bowler on a good over. Just the 1 run from it, 179 for 2 at the end of it. Abell on 56 and Lammonby on 63.
The other thing with Ollie Stone, I'm watching him here, when Harrison's bowling, he's fielding at this end at mid-off. So Harrison going through his overs in less than 2 minutes every time. Stone's finishing his over. He's having to come all the way down to this end and be last in, he's last in position because he's got the furthest to go for the Harrison over, and he's got the furthest to walk the start of his over. At the far end, he probably should stay down at that end because he's not going to get much of a breather between deliveries here at all. No, it's probably only going to be a 4 over blast, but save your energy. Here he comes to bowl to Lammonby, who I think was genuinely beaten there. I'd need to see a replay. The instinct, the first thought was that he had a little push at that one.
Oh, he did. Yeah, he certainly played at that.
Good. Quick bowling from Ollie Stone. A little bit of breeze rippling the flags again. Nottinghamshire county flag about a quarter of the size of that enormous bed sheet that Somerset have brought. My word, didn't realise you could hear Donington Park as a motorbike roars by. Police following him. 179 for 2 as this is helped into the offside straight to Jack Haynes, who's alternating between an over under the lid with all the paraphernalia on and then an over in the covers with his floppy sun hat on.
Tom Lammonby just needs to get himself together again after the tea interval. He's just been a little bit tentative. Beaten, I think, 3 times now. Twice by Harrison, once by Ollie Stone.
Here comes Stone again from the far end. Bowls. Lammonby just runs this out onto the offside, gets an easy single. Is that too easy, Anthony? Just work it there, take the single?
Yeah, it's sensible shot.
It's a sensible shot. It's a gap that probably should have been filled. Don't know where you're going to get the fielder from, but allowed him to get off strike very easily then.
Yes, I mean, it's reverted to sort of relatively conventional field. 2 men out on the hook. Short mid-wicket. We haven't got those short covers that we had.
Score is 180. Stone bowls. Tom Abell tucks up, defends, pushes it out into the offside to Joe Clark. No run. It's Will Young, I beg your pardon. No, it is Joe.
Somerset exactly halfway to Nottinghamshire's total of 360.
Yeah, need 31 to save the follow-on, to avoid the follow-on.
So this stage in the Notts innings when they lost those 4 wickets
Yes.
in a hurry.
Yeah. Here comes Stone. Bowls pulled away, nicely controlled by Tom Abell. Will get a single. Committee balcony pleasantly full today. Enjoying the cricket. They'll have had I'm sure, a nice day in there. Don't know who the guests are today. Some Somerset directors, committee men were up yesterday, we heard. Hope they enjoyed their day, if they were only up for the first act of this 4-day match. They might have stayed for the week. 181 for 2, Stone round the wicket. Bowls to the left-handed Lammonby, that's beautiful, but we'll pick out Lyndon James on the lakeside fence for a single. It's 182 for 2. End of the over. Let's just have a look. Here comes Ollie Stoneland to come down to this end to field. They'll all change over. We'll just have a rough look at how long it takes Calvin Harrison to bowl this over.
It's very strange. Perhaps the idea is just, I don't know, give him a little bit more of a break while he wanders up to the top of his mark. Anyway, Harrison is bowling to the left-handed Lammonby. Appeal for a catch behind, which is given not out. Not behind, short leg rather. And off the pad.
Yes, it fulfilled one of the requirements. It was caught by the fielder, but
Yes,
there was no bat involved.
Didn't sound like there was any bat involved.
It didn't, but it's, from the Notts perspective, the most encouraging thing that's happened for a while.
Harrison bowls. And he's getting a little bit more out of this pitch since tea, is Calvin Harrison.
He's just, as you said, brought a little bit of doubt into the minds of Tom Lammonby.
Yeah. It's important he keeps the pressure on. Harrison, that is. He's there and bowls. Tosses this one up. It's driven away through the offside by Lammonby. It'll just be a single. Slater fields at deep extra cover. Nice shot from Lammonby. Over pitch from Harrison. 183 for 2. Lammonby on to 66.
Umpires have stopped swapping over now. At least Ben Debenham has stopped swapping over from square leg to square leg. He's staying on the Bridgeford Road side. We'll see if Malinder does the same.
This is short and cut by Abell. There's a sweeper out. Dylan Pennington patrolling the cover boundary, so it's just a single. 184 for 2. Just losing control of his length the last 2 deliveries. Calvin Harrison, one over pitched and one just a little bit short. He's in and bowls. And this big drive from Lammonby comes off the bottom edge. It's going to be pulled in 5 yards inside the boundary in front of the pavilion. But that was a loose shot from Tom Lammonby, who just seems to have been a little bit unsettled since tea. Proceeding anything but calmly. Harrison, last ball of this over to Lammonby. Plays a solid looking defensive shot to another good ball from Calvin Harrison, who has figures of 14 overs, 1 maiden, none for 47, and he's been bowling a lot better since tea than he did before tea.
Yes, indeed, yeah. Lovely panoramic views of Trent Bridge provided by cameras up on high here. Nice stillness, quietness about the day. spectators, I think, would have appreciated a little more action this afternoon, but day 2, you knew where really Somerset were aiming to be by tea, just back through that afternoon session with very little damage, and that's what they did. 186 for 2 is Stone into Tom Abell. Played beautifully, helps us into the offside. There's no run. Partnership worth 118 for this 3rd wicket. 2 o'clock. And the covers with the ball, taking an absolute age to wipe it and inspect it and polish it and then eventually release it back to the bowler, Ollie Stone. Clark actually standing an extra cover in the very same position that he hit the ball to straight to Tom Banton yesterday. Next one is cut away behind square and diving stop of nicely executed diving stop and roll by Ben Slater. They get 2 runs, but he saved a couple there, there's no doubt about that. 188 for 2 and
He
2
did
more
well
to
down
Abell,
there
yeah.
on those net pitches.
Both now in the 60s, Abell 60, Lammonby 68. But a bit of talk of today, for various reasons, about Junior Rue, Tom Rue. I was having a look at the cricket scores at tea time, next ball, and an inside edge here. There's a match going on. They're actually playing at just down the road there at Loughborough today. There's a match going on which they're calling a men's one-day international series. England under 19s playing a Young Lions Invitational 11. Obviously a one-day match, 50 overs aside. Young Lions Invitational 11 batted first and got 288. Thomas Rue was out for 6. Farhan Ahmed, we mentioned earlier as well, out for 13. This is pushed into the offside, and there's no run. I think there were 1 or 2 other names. Let me just have a little look. 1 or 2 other names that we might have heard of in the Young Lions Invitational 11. Then Thomas Rue is keeping wicket. Farhan Ahmed is the captain. But in the England under-19s, Freddie McCann, who's here on the Nott staff, Rocky Flintoff, who of course you'll all have heard of, Hayden Mustard, the wicket-keeper from Durham, son of Colonel Mustard, 188 for 2. Nice looking shot into the offside. What was his name? Mustard. Phil Mustard, that's it. Noah Fain, who's a young batter from Essex, who has played against Notts, he's on it as well. So they're all at Loughborough today. England under-19s, Young Lions Invitation 11. Young Lions 288 all out, and England under-19s in reply 171 for 5 in the 32nd over. So 118 required from 19 overs. This is driven down the ground by Abell for 4. Lovely straight drive. Leading run for that one. Lovely
Best shot he's hit, Tom Abell.
So these players, their performances through the age groups, through the academies, through the, once they get into the England system at various age groups, they're all being monitored, all watched, all competing against each other for spots. And very often there's games like this that go a little bit under the radar, but it is all part of the development of young players getting a little bit of exposure to representative cricket. And I'm sure some of them will be eyeing up a spot in the various county sides for the Metro Bank in August.
There's some strong teams, strong selections in the second 11 championship as well.
Yeah.
Good players playing in that, particularly when the blast is on. Harrison going to bowl another over from the Redcliffe Road end. Up appeal for LBW, presumably. It's Lammonby. I thought he got his pad well outside. Off stump, I must say. He did indeed, and he was. Presumably they thought he was really playing a shot, but I think he probably was. Not hiding the bat behind his pad. This is driven back to the bowler by Lammonby, accompanied by much excitement. Close catches. Harrison bowls. This is driven by Lammonby into a gap on the offside, just for a single. Slater comes off the boundary to do the fielding. 193 for 2. Lammonby on to 69.
Match at Canterbury between the bottom two. Kent 244, Lancashire 347 for 2. Luke Wells out for 150. Josh Bohannon not out at 154.
Harrison bowls to Abell. This is short and not timed, but hit into a gap on the offside, so they'll get a comfortable single. Just 3 pigeons are still out on the square or the rectangle.
It's often a white one amongst them.
Yeah. Harrison bowls, tosses it up, and Lammonby comes uncertainly forward to a ball that's dipping on him outside the off stump.
Never sure if it's just a pure white pigeon or a dove, but very often when there's a dozen or so of them there's always a pure white one amongst them.
Harrison bowls shorter, quicker, turned into the onside, catch it, shouted Tom Moore. There's never any realistic chance of that, as it went quickly past Jack Haynes at short leg. 195 for 2 at the end of that over. Lammonby on to 70, Tom Abell on to 65.
Most advanced game anywhere in the country is at Edgbaston, where we're now into the Hampshire second innings. They're 13 for 1 in their second innings, leading Warwickshire by 57. At Chelmsford, Essex 157 for 4, replying to that Durham first innings score of almost 600, 587 all out. Worcestershire 89 for 3, replying to Surrey's 490. All the scores, a reminder, on the BBC Sport website and app as Dylan Pennington comes on air. And in the World Cup in St Lucia, India 143 for 3 after 13 overs. Rohit Sharma out for 92, made from 41 balls, 7 fours and 8 sixes.
Yeah, calls for a big score. Ian Shepherd always looks on the bright side of life. Reminds us that also playing in that game down at Loughborough is Archie Vaughan. Somerset's Archie Vaughan, who made 83 from 83 deliveries.
195 for 2. Pennington into Lammonby. As with soft hands onto the offside, fielded by Will Young. Saw the name, didn't realise it was...
Yep, son of Michael.
Is he?
Yep.
Oh, right.
He's at school at Millfield and been playing for Somerset Seconds, and he's signed a Somerset contract, which was, to me, a little bit of a surprise. I rather fancied he might follow his father's footsteps into the Yorkshire setup, but no.
So in that match that we know of, we've got the son of Phil Mustard, the son of Andrew Flintoff, the son of Michael Vaughan. 195 for 2. Pennington in again to Lammonby, and again a leading edge, went quickly onto the offside. Fielded by Haynes. Wasn't in control of that one.
He just needs to get through this little patch, does Tom Lammonby. Just lost, whether he's lost concentration or lost his touch momentarily, but he's looked distinctly uncertain since tea.
Yes, Andrew Thompson's been in touch as well. Please don't forget Archie Vaughan is playing. Thank you, Andrew. Next ball driven crisply up to wideish mid-off, and Patterson shies at the stumps. And pretty sure Lammonby was home and doing the crossword on the broadsheet by the time the throw came in, but there was still some.
I don't think Joe Clark was over impressed with that throw from Dane Patterson.
I'm staggered we haven't had a 5 yet. I really am. It's got to happen. The throws, as we know, are always pretty hard, and the backer-uppers are good, but it's a short boundary on that side. You only need, just the ball just to clip a stump, and it will deflect the backer-upper, and we'll get a 5 on 96 for 2. It's wide of the pegs and through to the keeper. We had Roger Marshall pop in and say hello this morning. They're not scorer. He's working here with Polly Rose, and now, talking to Roger and other scorers, the holy grail as far as a scorer is concerned is if they can mark an over, 1 run, 2 runs, 3 runs, 4 runs, 5 runs, and 6 runs. That is the holy grail. That's the one that the scorers like to see in their book. That was very, very rarely, of course.
Don't think it ever happened to me when I was scoring for the BBC.
Pennington in and pushed into the offside, and there's no run. Easier to come by is a different outcome from every delivery, particularly in T20 cricket. You might have dots and 1s and 2s and leg byes and all sorts of things, but yes, that's the holy grail. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, but obviously the 5 doesn't very often happen. Certainly not squeezed in between a 4 and a 6. Abell 65, Lammonby 71. His delivery is again just eased away onto the leg side. The field set deep, allowing that single. Somerset just milking the bowling, rotating the strike. Totting the runs up, 197 for 2. And it's the end of that over. Ollie Stone wasn't on for that long after tea, gave it a go, but was then replaced by Dylan Pennington. Harrison,
tough
meanwhile,
going for the bowlers, isn't it? Particularly the quick bowlers.
He's bowled 15 on the reel here, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Harrison either side of tee.
Calvin Harrison looking the most likely to make the breakthrough for Notts. No sunshine at the moment, but high clouds, plenty of blue sky. Temperature in the mid-70s. Harrison bowls and Abell stretches forward.
What's that in centigrade at?
About 23 or 24, something like that. Harrison bowling his leg breaks, bowling over the wicket to Abell. That's quicker and shorter. Top spinner probably. Turned out to deep mid wicket for a single. 198 for 2.
I was told yesterday that I think it's Martin Scott who runs the beer in every stand group, and I think it was their annual day today, and they've not been in touch. They like to have a beer in every stand, working their way through the day around the ground. So if you're listening to us, let us know where you are.
Harrison in and bowls. This is short and pulled away by Lammonby. It will be cut off in the deep by Ollie Stone. Good piece of fielding. They'll come back for the second run, and that is the Somerset 200 on the board. 200 for 2 in the 62nd over, so they're going along at just over 3.2, something like that. Runs an over. Harrison to Lammonby, who turns that into a full toss by coming down the pitch. That only brings him a single as he plays it out to Ben Slater at deep extra cover. 201 for 2, Lammonby on to 74. Rather more confident shot that from Tom Lammonby. Harrison to Abell. Good length delivery. Abell unsure as to whether to hang back and play it off the pitch or come forward. Eventually decided to come half forward. Harrison bowls shorter and quicker and able to pick up a single into the offside. 202 for 2. Abell on to 68. Waste no time bowling his overs, Calvin Harrison.
No.
Another 23 overs to be bowled in the day. 202 for 2. Partnership now worth 134.
Yep, smack on 5 o'clock as well, so on red alert just for the 1 second cue from
Just
BBC
as well you,
Radio
just
Nottingham.
as well you mentioned that.
202 for 2. Still going to be Pennington. So 23 to go, as Anthony has just pointed out. So 15, 16 in an hour. It's going to be 6:30ish, I would imagine. We'll finish here. Here comes Dylan Pennington, post-season signing from Worcestershire, and Tom Abell helps us into the offside, and there's no run. Joe Clark doing the fielding, and he I think he's making out mock disgust that Dylan Pennington wasn't going to get into a position to back up had he elected to shy at the stumps. There was never any reason that Joe Clark was going to shy at the stumps, and no real reason that Dane Patterson should exert himself to get into a position. They both knew what was going to not happen in that particular instance. 202 for 2. Pennington in again. Bowls short, again pulled with the roll of the wrists by Abell out to Ollie Stone. Single taken. Frustrating for the fielders out there in the deep on the leg side, the Fox Road stand, because normally when the rope's right out, you can have a bit of a natter and a chin wag and catch up with one or two of the spectators in that Fox Road stand, but the rope on that side is well in, so you're almost standing in the middle of nowhere out there. Nobody to talk to. Billy no mates. Pennington into the left-handed Lammonby, and he deflects this down to Slater at long leg. Another single. 204 for 2. Somerset going along very, very nicely here. Just like to do this for the remainder of today and the morning session tomorrow, and then they'll feel they really are in a strong position. Pennington to Abell. His times is cut. One bounce to Lyndon James at backward point, no run. One slip Harrison. Third man Ben Slater, and 3 others on the offside saving 1. 2 on the leg side saving 1, and 2 out in the deep. Just in case Tom Abell takes on the hook. There comes Pennington again. 1 for 36 his figures in his 14th over. This one's left alone by Abell, and the weary lot of the fast bowler. Dylan Pennington has a little look and then sets off back to his mark to do it all over again.
Yes, well, the new ball will be due shortly before close of play today. 17.1 overs to go before it's due.
And the campus hopes to take over 200 students by September.
So where is that update for local radio listeners?
On day 2 of their county championship match against Somerset. Let's go to the latest from Dave Bracegirdle, who's at Trent Bridge.
Yeah, seems an awfully long time ago since Nottinghamshire took a wicket, just straight after lunch. In fact, it was when Ollie Stone dismissed Tom Kohler-Cadmore. Since then, a partnership worth 136 in progress. Somerset 204 for 2, replying to Nottinghamshire's 360.
And there's ball-by-ball commentary on the BBC Sport website.
End of the over. Seba Mead and Dylan Pennington with their arms round each other at the far end. I don't know if Pennington's saying, I'll have one more skip, or he's saying I don't want any more skip. I see Bermude. Just wonder if it might be about field setting or perhaps a different plan. You need a plan. Doesn't matter what the plan is, as long as you've got a plan.
Yeah, absolutely.
I see Bermude is sprinting back to his fielding position like a man who's just come up with a cunning plan.
Harrison to Lamont. He's forward, just running this off the outside edge down to short third man. Quite deliberate shot. Pennington around to do the fielding. A single is taken. 205 for 2. Lamont on to 76. He's not making it easy for these two Somerset batsmen. It's Calvin Harrison getting a little bit out of the pitch. He's in bowls, tosses this one up, it's turned into the onside by Abell for a comfortable single. Abell on to 70, so both batsmen in the 70s. 76 to Lamont will be 72. Abell bat well together, these two. Harrison to Lammonby. He's back on his stumps, and again he's playing that little run shot. This time it goes straight to Pennington, and he won't get the single that he's looking for. Has to be careful though, because he's unless he's picking the googly, which I suppose is possible. He's playing against the spin, against the leg break anyway. This is a reverse sweep, which he makes contact with, but hits it straight on the bounce to first slip.
It's all pouched by Joe Clark.
He likes the reverse sweep, Tom Lone, but he's not all that good at it. This is full toss, and that's 4 runs. As he gets it wide of Dane Patterson. Bit of a gift that. Moves on to 80, 210 for 2.
Yes, he likes those. Most people do, especially if you've been out of the crease for as long as Lammonby has.
Came in first wicket down when Andy Mead was out early on in the innings. This is 5th half century of the season. To go with 1 century. He's back on his stumps, turning this into the onside, but won't get it past Will Young. End of the over. 210 for 2. I'm just trying to remember when it was that these two Toms put together a big partnership down at Taunton. Perhaps Ian Shepherd could remind me if he's listening. Might have been against Northants a couple of years ago. So they do bat well together, left hand, right hand combination. Good friends as well.
Just looking for any obvious change to the field. Trying to bring a little bit of a catching wall in on the leg side there. 2 short mid wickets. Hoping that Tom Abell will clip a fullish ball in the air to either Clark or Haynes. Pushes it to Joe Clark, but safely all the way along the ground. 210 for 2. Overs to go after this one. Tough sort of day for the fielding side. Not winning the toss yesterday. Seabermead choosing to bat. His side ran up 360. This is played by Abell. Again, just carefully out into the offside, and then he takes a moment just to go on a little walk out onto the leg side. I would have said towards the square leg umpire, but it isn't, because Neil Mallender has quite sensibly and rightly remained on the Bridgeford roadside, square of the wicket on the offside. Though it's been warm, not been too much bright sun, but if it was on the other side, it would have been looking straight towards it. So stands there, easier to see. This is on the pads and helped away down to Will Young, who's down below us. Don't often see Will Young down at long leg. New Zealander with a good return into Tom Moores, who took a really excellent catch early to get rid of Cole and Cadmore, who went hard as a pacey delivery from Ollie Stone, went to hook it away, got a bottom edge down the leg side, and Moores diving at full stretch, got a glove underneath it. It was a very, very good catch. Pennington round the wicket. Come on, Dill, they say. It's in now and bowls to Lammonby. But got his line wrong. Tickled down the leg side by the left-hander. Down to Slater. Lammonby onto 81.
Seems to have got over that sticky patch after tea. Tom Lammonby looking more like his pre-tea self.
212 for 2, Somerset. They've avoided the follow-on, by the way. Not that it ever seemed likely they wouldn't, but this is pushed back to the bowler. But they're mathematically safe. They're 148 behind, and that in itself is slightly concerning for Nottinghamshire followers, that they're only 148 behind with 8 wickets in hand. That's going to descend, you'd imagine, by another 60 or 70 this evening.
It's getting hard to see any other outcome but a draw to this game.
Pennington bowls, Abell helps it into the offside.
One or other side would have to bat really badly.
I was just going to say, out there I can hear on the other end of the radio lines and the other end of the live stream, people saying you've not seen our capacity to collapse in the second innings, because all sides say it, and not, I'm sure Somerset have done it as well, but not certainly have had a capacity to do it. They've done it at Taunton infamously a couple of times in the last 2 or 3 years.
They might have done when these two sides played the whatever it was back in April, but as it was, they batted out with greatest of ease, a huge partnership. And this pitch is not unlike that one. It's perhaps a little bit less dead. It's comatose rather than dead. As Lammonby is forward, bat and pad close together, there was certainly plenty of bat involved. And his pad was certainly outside the off stumps. I don't know quite what they were appealing for, because you can only be out if you're struck on the pad outside the off stump if you're not playing a shot, and the fact that he hit the ball suggests that he was. It's a dot ball though. 212 for 2. Harrison to Lammonby, a full toss, and Lammonby fails to make the most of it. Hits it straight up to Ollie Stone at mid-off. Harrison bowls. Oh, and this comes off the edge of Tom Lammonby's bat, but we played it with soft hands, so it did go. It was in the air for a bit. Had there been a silly point, it would have been a catch, but there wasn't. So a single is taken. 82 to Lammonby, 213 for 2. Harrison bowls, and there'll be another single here, as that's played into a gap on the onside.
That would have driven me absolutely crackers. Just to drop it on the leg side and just walk a single.
And the forward short leg going to silly mid off. Harrison bowls to Lammonby, short, it's in the air, played out away into the deep. They'll come back for 2 runs as Ollie Stone does the fielding out there. That was very short from Calvin Harrison. Probably getting tired, even spin bowlers get tired, the fingers get tired. Especially on a hot day like today. 216 for 2, Lammonby on to 84. Full toss driven, but only as far as Lyndon James, who shies at the stumps. And that was a risky single by Tom Lammonby. But he gets home all right. Throw missing, he probably would have been home okay.
Yeah, so.
85 he has, 217 for 2. He did manage to run out Matt Renshaw at the Oval when he needed 1 for 100 and hit it down the ground, and Matt Renshaw was run out trying to complete the single on Tom Lammonby's behalf. And then a couple of balls later he got his 100, and then the very next ball he was out LBW. So it wasn't a particularly glorious passage of play despite the century. Patterson coming back.
He is now the highest scorer in the match, Tom Lammonby. Gone past Ollie Stone's 83. He's going to be facing the 3rd different bowler from the Stuart Broadend since tea. Ollie Stone, Dylan Pennington, and now Dane Patterson. South African runs in round the wicket. Lammonby a little, again, just too easy. Just a little push into the offside and takes a single. And that is the 150 partnership brought up. 277 balls, again an even split. 72 of them to Tom Abell, 68 of them to Tom Lammonby. Right-handed Abell back on strike. Sure, Calvin Harrison shouldn't be stood there. Yeah, right-hander Calvin. He was stood at where he had been for the left-handed Lammonby. Now moves across to the conventional first slip position. No ball. We could hear. I think yesterday, if they still shouted it. Definitely heard the shout of no ball.
Definitely heard that. Yeah.
220 for 2. Somerset trail by 140, and extras up to 20 in this innings. And that's just tinkering with the field a little bit. They do seem to fancy that Abell might be vulnerable to one chip to short mid wicket. It's not happened yet, still hasn't. It's played back to the bowler.
It's hard to know what to do though if you're a fielding captain with the pitch as dead as this. It's, ball's not really passing the bat. It's not really sticking in the pitch, not obviously so.
Sammy King is on the field as a substitute. See Pennington and Stone. Not sure who's popped off for a comfort break. Is Joe Clarke out there? It's delivery on its way now, and Abell push up to a mead, and there's no run. I think it must be Joe Clarke here. Now the last remnants of a catching cordon are finally done away with. The last sole slipper, Calvin Harrison, has moved out into the cover region. 220 for 2. Said a moment or two ago, you need some sort of plan, whatever it is. Plan is get him on the drive.
Pitch it up.
Patterson in, and it's just helped out as far as Sammy King. Only played for Notts in the 50-over competition the last 2 seasons. Came into the game, for his debut 2 seasons ago at Cardiff, obviously against Glamorgan, as a concussion replacement. I think it was Lyndon James who got one on the bonds and had to retire hurt, and another wicket or 2 went down. And hang on, who's this coming at? He's not on the thing, and because you generally don't get fed the information straight away. But I think it was Lyndon had to retire hurt, concussion sub. So unusual way to make your debut as this is dropped on the leg side by Tom Abell, single taken. 221 for 2. That was scattering pigeons. Now, is that the pure white pigeon that's down there amongst? I don't think it is. I think it's a scruffy one.
There's hundreds of them live under one of the canal bridges. Bridges over the canal. Obviously a favourite roost.
Last ball of Patterson's come back over, and again to Lammonby, pushes it straight back to him. Lammonby remains on 86. Tom Abell 73. Somerset 221 for 2. Trailing Notts by 139. A lot of numbers being thrown at you there, but with 18 overs to go, we can say that Somerset are in a good position.
Yeah, 18 overs to bowl this evening, 13 overs before the new ball. So ideal timing really for the new ball. Notts will be able to bowl 5 overs with it this evening and then have a second bite of the cherry tomorrow morning when the forecast is good. But they'll want to, well, certainly if they haven't broken this partnership before the new ball, they'll want to break it with the new ball and ideally pick up another wicket or 2 as well. Harrison bowls to Abell, who whips this away through the onside, but straight to Ben Slater, who's patrolling the mid-wicket boundary, so it's just a single. 2 for 2. Abell on to 74. Crowd quiet. Harrison bowls. Lammonby is forward, bat and pad close together. No doubt that he was A, playing a shot, and B, got his pad outside the off stump, especially as he's batting on off stump. Harrison around the wicket. Lammonby again. Right forward. Bat angled down. He's got great powers of concentration for the most part, Tom Lammonby. For the most part. Sometimes his concentration just snaps and he plays a really daft shot. This is driven on the full toss out to deep cover for a single. 2-2-3 for 2. Lammonby on to 87. Tom Abell goes without saying this is his best scorer of the county championship season. It's only his 3rd innings. She's short, he cuts it, and it's half stopped by young Mr. King at backward point. Saves a couple of runs. 2-2-4 for 2.
Yes,
he was on to 75.
I suspect there's 1 or 2 other fielders that are very pleased that went to Sammy King and not them. Needed a full-length dive by the youngest player out there.
Lammonby back on his stumps this time, turning it into the onside, fielded by Jack Haynes from forward short leg. End of another over. 2-2-4 for 2, 75 to Abell, 87 to Lammonby. And we've got just over an hour's worth of overs to go.
Yeah, we've got the umpires getting together for a chat. 17 overs to bowl and they're having a bit of a chat.
Don't know what they're chatting about.
Get on with it, as they say.
Is that Ollie Stone going off? Bottom of the pavilion steps, I think. He's just signalling to Hasib Hamid.
Yep. It's still going to be Patterson. 224 for 2. Bowling to Tom Abell on 75. Cannot conjure up a breakthrough here. There is
there was a noise.
A moment, a glimmer.
There was a noise, wasn't
Brush
there?
of the pad, presumably, as it goes through to Tom Root. To be fair, nothing from Dane Patterson or Tom Moores, but all the others like us up here could just hear a faint nick. We've got Ben Debenham and Hasib Hamid again chatting. It's not like they're not as captain to involved in so much dialogue with any of the umpires, but it's not been a harmonious day, let's put it that way. 224 for 2. Patterson in again, and this is eased out onto the offside, and there's no run, or seemingly from our position 3/4 of a mile away. It's not been a harmonious day out there. It seems like there's been lots of but why, or why can't we out there?
The players seem to be getting on fine. There's Jack Haynes having a chat there with Tom Lowndes.
Oh yeah. I think they were a little disgruntled about the replacement ball that was taken out of a suitcase and brought into play in the 24th over of this innings, and wasn't then changed for ages and ages and ages. Single down to long leg here.
Its replacement doesn't seem to have done very much more than its predecessor.
No. 225 for 2. Lammonby back on strike on 87. Shame it's not Australian, because that's a superstitious number, isn't it, down there?
It is 13 short of 100.
There is Patterson, asking and given, gets the wicket there. Maybe a slower delivery from Patterson, but he's got Lammonby in front. Won't get his 100. Maybe he is Australian after all. 225 for 3. Notts have got a bowling point, but right now, more significantly, they've broken that partnership, one that's frustrated them since right after lunch. And it's 225 for 3, and Dane Patterson picking up his 18th wicket of the season, and it was long overdue on the day.
Absolutely plumb. I don't know what Lammonby... that's what I mean by just this loss of concentration from time to time, just rather aimlessly playing across the line of a straight ball. And he'd been out there for a long time. It's a fine innings from Tom Lammonby. 173 deliveries, 8 fours for his 87. And fine effort of concentration on a slow pitch against a good attack. And keeping up his excellent form in the county championship season. He'll be disappointed not to turn 87 into another century, but well batted Tom Lammonby. And scratching his head as he walks off.
Yeah. I presume we've got another Tom coming to play.
Yep, that is Mr. Banton.
Has made his name really as a white ball opener, but fair play to him. He's happy, he's clearly content to carry on playing Red Bull County Championship cricket, and happy to bat, no doubt, wherever he can be squeezed in. There's one or
He's
two
been working
other
really hard on his red ball game.
Yeah, one or
Both
two
the
others
last
we
two
can name
winters.
that have decided not to continue with red ball cricket. But nice to see Tom still doing it. He's got a crikey. What is he? Is he warm-blooded or cold-blooded? He's got a sweater on. Never know which is which, but there we are.
He's scored 418 runs in 10 innings, best of 133, averaging 46.4, which is about twice as much as he averaged last season.
I don't know if he is, but occasionally you come across these Fruit Loops that they say, "Oh, can only bat in a sweater," albeit a short-sleeved one. But you don't need one today, Tom. He's got rid of the left-hander as well for the time being. Of course, it might only be a ball, because James Rew's not too far. James Rew's left-handed, isn't he?
Yep.
Yeah. Might only be for a ball if they get him out. We'll have another lefty in there. There's Patterson bowling, and very, very close indeed. Playing the miss from Banton. ALOTBCL says, well batted Lammers. You're half right. Tom Lammonby's dad came over to Devon as an overseas player in the 90s from Australia. What about that? Thank you, ALOTBCL.
Always look on the bright. No, is it? Always. No, it's
Yes,
not.
yeah,
No.
you're right.
Is it? Yeah.
Always look on the
Yeah,
bright
it is, yeah.
side of life, it says. Clever play on words.
It's been a long day.
Patterson over the wicket. Bowls to the shuffling Banton. He shuffled forward then as Patterson was coming in. And it's the end of the over. Successful one for Nottinghamshire. Successful one for Dane Patterson. 14, 3, 31, 1 his figures.
Yeah, wicket came rather out of the blue. With, as I was saying, just a momentary lapse of concentration on the part of Tom Lammonby. But he's staked an early claim to be my interviewee of the day. Especially if Tom Abell is not out.
An early claim.
Early claim.
You had plans yesterday, and they had different plans as Tango came out to see you.
Yeah, well, I think Casey Aldridge was on the treatment table. In the meantime, though, it's Calvin Harrison bowling short to Tom Abell, who just plays this out of the offside, and Hasib Hamid is quickly across. He's always good value, Steve Kirby.
So poor old Casey got his 5 for this morning, and you don't want to know.
There's Harrison bowls, and Abell stretches forward. Very important that Somerset don't lose the other component part of that partnership, as often happens in cricket. One partner goes and the other follows soon afterwards. Abell turns this away into the onside. Should just be the single. There's a good tumbling stop out there.
Returns it laid down on the ground.
Dane Patterson.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
Single is taken 2-6 for 3. Means that Banton will be on strike. Tom Banton won't have had much experience of facing leg spin in red ball cricket. And it'll be interesting to see how he goes. He scored 2 centuries in his first-class cricket career. Harrison bowls short and quick, and that's cut down to backward point where Joe Clark fields.
Didn't he spoil a one-day game here 4 or 5 years ago now, Tom Banton?
That was the semi-final of the Royal London. Ooh, appeal for catch behind, and given that's the end of Tom Banton. He's caught behind without scoring. One that bit and turned and took the outside edge, and nicely taken by Tom Moores. And this game takes a sudden twist in the fortunes of the respective sides. 2-2-6 for 4. Banton is gone. Caught Moores, bowled Harrison without scoring. It's 2-2-6 for 4.
Well, somebody always said add 2 wickets to the score, didn't they? It's incredible that we've gone all this time without a wicket, and then, lo and behold, 2 go down in consecutive overs. Poor old Tom Banton. He didn't need the sweater, Tom. Yeah, just to finish that. It was a knockout game, certainly, and I thought not so. Well, I don't know whether it was a competitive score or not, but very, very quickly, Tom Banton made a whole mess of it and virtually won the game on his own.
It was early May in 2019 when the Royal London One Day Cup was played early in the season, and semi-final here.
226 for 4. So we're getting through the Toms. When I say we, don't mean me. We've got another left-hander. I did say, didn't I, we might only be a ball or 2 before we have a right-hand, left-hand combination. Tell me the order from here on in. We'll go 7. You know, assuming we're not playing night watchman.
Aldridge will go 7.
Then Overton, then
8.
Pretorius.
Pretorius 9, Leach 10.
And if this pair took it to 4 overs from the end, would it?
Jake Ball, I think, will probably come in.
That's
as
what I was.
right watchman.
That's what I was
Although
thinking.
I don't know, it might be Jack Leach's.
Of course, yeah, he can do it.
Yeah, but at Chesterless Street, it was Jake Ball, I think, who came in, but that may just be a trick of the memory. But, well, good piece of bowling by Calvin Harrison. And a nasty delivery to receive when you just come in. Poor Tom Banton been sitting there all afternoon with his pads on.
Happy sweater.
Has played back up the pitch, and really should have been a single there, but James Rue was ball watching. So there wasn't a successful over for Calvin Harrison. 20 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 70. The end of that over. 226 for 4, and a lot now depending on Tom Abell's shoulders. Not for the first time.
He's on 77. It's a little chat with James Rue. Going to be taking Patterson to continue. Overs to go in the day. Here comes Patterson. Ball's now and is defended. .226 for 4. Today then in this innings, Andy Umeed for 4. Crikey, that seems a long time ago. Tom Kohler-Cadmore for 38. Tom Lammonby 87. Tom Banton without scoring. As Patterson comes in again and bowls, and this is nudged into the offside. There's no run.
Oh, good.
A little bit of cloud cover.
That's excellent news that Kevin Howells will be joining us tomorrow. Which means we'll be on 5 Live. Sorry, 5 Sports Extra.
I don't think so. I think there's a Women's International on 5 Sports Extra all day tomorrow. As this This one is pushed into the offside by Dane Patterson. No run on this occasion. Wonder how long Calvin Harrison will continue to operate from this end, the Ratcliffe Road end, either side of tee now. 20 overs.
I'd keep him on until the new ball. He's bowled really well since tee.
Yes, indeed. But like you said, even spinners get a little tired. 226 for 4. Patterson to bowl to Abell, and that was a get off the strike. Ball down the leg side, tickled away. Sammy King appears from underneath the TV gantry in front of us. And then, then comes trotting in, and then he says, "Oh, hang on, Skip, where do you want me?" And I don't know where they want him. They're going to push him. No, he's being moved hither and thither. Entirely sure Asiba Mead knows where he wants him. He's gone to backward point now. One slip, Calvin Harrison, then backward point, almost on the 45 now. Sammy King, as James Rue defends back to Patterson. It's Rue's third delivery face, 227 for 4.
He needs some runs, James Rue. 241 so far this season, but 114 of those came in one innings, so just 127 in the other 9 innings that he's played.
Patterson to the Somerset keeper. This down at the feet of Will Young on the leg side, and the end of another Patterson over. 15 overs, 1 for 32 to Patterson. There's a lot of waving going on. Can you bring this out? Can you bring that out? Batters want drinks, fielders want helmets and replacements and all sorts of other bits and bobs. Going to be Harrison, I think, when they've sorted themselves out. Again, Ben Debenham's involved in prolonged chats. Neil Mallender at this end. You can almost see the thought bubble coming out of his head. Get on with it, lads. Get on with it.
They're going to have 2 close catches for James Rue. I think that's why the 2 helmets are out there. In the meantime, though, it's Harrison to Abell. Abell forward. He's on 78, is Tom Abell. He doesn't tend to suffer from lapses in concentration. Harrison bowls to him. He's back on his stumps to a quicker delivery. Maybe the top spinner. Keeping it out. The whole atmosphere of the game has changed in the last 15 minutes or so with those 2 wickets. Batting looking much more tricky than it did for most of the afternoon. This is short and turned into the onside by Abell for a comfortable single. Moves on to 79. 228 for 4.
Cricket World Cup, India made 205 for 5 from their 20 overs. So Australia need 206 to stay in.
Tall order against that Indian attack. Of course, we don't know what the pitch is like. Probably quite short boundaries. So, James Rue does indeed have company. He's got a forward short leg and a silly point. Harrison bowls to him and he goes for the sweep. And the bail come off there?
No, the bail hasn't come off, but I think it came off Tom Moore's glove, so it wouldn't have been played on anyway. I think that was my understanding of it.
The brightest shot. Going for the sweep. You haven't scored in your fourth delivery.
Scattering close to the wicket fielders as he did so. Nearly dragged it on.
He did. He lacks nothing in confidence, James Rue. Harrison bowls to him, pitches this one up, it's a full toss, driven away for his first run. Slater will field out in the deep, and it will just be a single, so Rue is underway. 229 for 4. Deficit now 131. Somerset 21 runs short of first batting point.
Just too many full tosses from Calvin Harrison today, and that one was an expensive one.
Going to Abell, turns it into the onside, but there's a man there waiting for it in the shape of Jack Haynes. End of that over. 229 for 4. Harrison 21 overs, 1 for 72 with one maiden. The one wicket being that of Tom Banton, who was caught behind without scoring.
Yeah, as it turns out, the full toss brought a run, but has got Rue down to this end. He'll be facing Dane Patterson. 72 overs have gone. The ideal scenario for Notts obviously is more wickets this evening, especially if they can potentially get one before the second new ball becomes due, and obviously then they'd have a decision to make on whether to take it this evening. Might fancy the chances if a night watchman is brought out against that second new ball, but that's all in the future. Here's Patterson into bowl to James Rue. Plays this out onto the leg side. Will Young underarms the ball towards the non-striker's end, but the only problem was he didn't pick the ball up, but Abell hadn't gone anywhere anyway. 229 for 4 here at Trent Bridge on day 2 of this Division 1 County Championship match. Somerset 3rd going into this round of matches, not 6th. Patterson into bowl now, and Rue gets off strike. Must check that actually, because I know Notts were 6th. They might have slipped to 7th after the Worcester washout. Division 1 table. I know Notts are 6th yeah, going into this round. Surrey 115, all played 7 games at the halfway stage. Surrey 115 points, Essex 113, Somerset 3rd 99, Hampshire, Durham, then Notts 79, Warwickshire 77, Worcestershire 70, and Lancashire and Kent playing each other this week at the bottom 2. Next delivery left alone by Tom Abell as it goes through to Tom Moores, who's missed it, and that's gone down behind him and hits the rope now for 4 byes.
Yeah, it's the second lot of 4 byes he's conceded. The first lot were not his fault, but I'm afraid those 4 byes were down to Tom Moores.
First one being from the Calvin Harrison sharply spinning leg spin.
Oh no, that's another one, wasn't it? Yeah, but in that case, because there was one from, I can't remember whether it was, I think it was Ollie Stone bowling. He bowled a wild delivery down the leg side. And Tom Moores didn't have a prayer of getting a glove on it.
Comes Patterson into Abell, and he's pulled this again up to Ollie Stone. Single taken. Just having a little check on extras. Yeah, so we've had 12 byes now.
Yeah, 3 lots of 4. But only 4 of them was Tom Moores culpable.
235 for 4, next delivery. Left alone by Rue, but good leave. Didn't hear that death rattle behind him as the bits of wood went flying in all directions.
I'm sure there've been more instances of batsmen being bowled or LBW not playing a shot since this fashion for off-stump guard came in.
Yeah.
He's always taking guard outside his off-stump, is Thomas Root. James Root.
Patterson in again to him. Turn to leg. Now to Ben Slater. They'll only get one here. Slater's got a good arm. Puts it in the gloves of Tom Moores, and we've found our way through another over. 2:36 for 4. 12 to go. Here on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Radio Somerset, and on the live stream. Glad to have you with us as we meander towards Stumps. Just wonder if it is going to be, as Anthony suggested, Harrison, just to keep going until they say, right, what will it be? 5 left in the day, we'll take the second near ball.
Yeah, I think that's what I would do anyway. I'd keep Pennington and Stone up my sleeve. Harrison bowls to Rue, who's late on that as he goes back on his stumps, comes off an inside edge, picks up a single, but just a little bit lackadaisical there, James Rue. Thought he had more time than he in reality did.
Thank you for saying that. The amount of people on television that say lackadaisical drives you bonkers, doesn't it?
2:37 for 4. Oh, edged and dropped. At least I think it was an edge. Was it an edge? It flew to Joe Clark at slip. Off the, I think it was came off the glove. Did it come off the glove of Tom Moores? Well, I don't know whether that was an edge or whether it's just really sharp turn. I haven't seen the replay. Abell this time gets the meat of the bat on it.
Yeah, we should say that there's been one or two issues with the replay machine today, as those of you watching the live stream will have noted. Apologies for that.
Well, I'll just have to wait for the live stream to catch up as Harrison is in and bowls to Abell, who perhaps slightly unnerved by that ball that bit and turned. Whether or not it took his outside edge. We may be able to see in just a moment. Harrison bowls and Abell this time getting the spin right forward. It's a good spell this from Calvin Harrison. It's good to see a leg spinner operating as well. Harrison bowls. This is on leg stump. Turned down to deep backward square leg for 2 runs. Good tumbling stop down there by Dane Patterson. Well fielded for well, he's not a big fast bowler, but he's a fast bowler, and he had to get down quickly for that 'cause it's a very short boundary. 2 runs to Abell. Well, here we are. Here's the replay. Let's just watch this. I think it probably was an edge. I don't know. What did you make of it? What was your instinctive reaction to it?
Instinctive reaction, an edge and dropped, but it wasn't. I don't know. If it is an edge and dropped, there's normally a little bit of reaction and frustration and disappointment. There didn't seem to be any of that. Yeah. As Patterson comes in, bowls to Rue, just works this away off his hips for a single. Now to Lyndon James, who we've not seen in the attack, I don't think, since before tea. 240 for 4. Somerset within 120 of Nottinghamshire's first innings score. If you're just coming in from the day's labours, Nottinghamshire this morning batted on for about 35 minutes or so. Ollie Stone out for 83. The last man was Dane Patterson for 14. Dylan Pennington 29 not out. Knocks 360 all out. Patterson in and bowls to Tom Abell, who was on 82 not out and defence. And Somerset, when they batted, they've lost Umeed to Pennington for 4, Kohler Cadmore to Stone for 38, Lammonby to Patterson for 87, and Banton to Harrison without scoring. 240 for 4. Things were looking much rosier in the Somerset garden at 225 for 2, but those 2 wickets going down in quick succession just giving Notts a little bit of a spring in their step as we close in on the final furlong of day 2. This one wide of the off stump. Tom Abell just seemed to be a little late on that one.
Yeah, he was, wasn't he?
Goes through again to Moores. Took a really good catch, a top draw catch to get rid of Kohler Cadmore down the leg side. He went to take on Ollie Stone. It was like 2 rams butting heads there. Kohler Cadmore and Stone. Kohler Cadmore took on the short pitch ball. 2 men out for the hook, and he bottom edged it down the leg side, and Morse took off and took a one-handed, nicely gloved pouch at full stretch. 240 for 4. Next delivery is worked away by Abell for his 83rd run, matching Ollie Stone's score, most of which were made yesterday, but fell this morning with a century in sight for the 2nd time this season. .241 for 4. Been very hot, very warm, very sultry out there. Hardly a breath of wind, but we'll be behind. We've got the windows open, but we're behind glass in the commentary box. No seemingly prolonged periods of hot sunshine. It's down the leg side. It's just been a warm day, hasn't it, with the sun hiding somewhere.
Sultry. Tractors moved from the back of the Smith Cooper stand down to the front row, just sitting there above the IPA in his black t-shirt and maroon Somerset broad brimmed sun hat.
241 for 4. James Rue on 5. Blocks this delivery from Dane Patterson. Looks skywards with a weary stare, and then turns round, collects his belongings from the match official at the far end, Ben Debenham, who calls over. 10 to go, 60 deliveries left, 241 for 4 Somerset. There are 119 adrift, and today we've had Nottinghamshire advance their first innings score by 34 runs for the loss of 2 wickets. Well, we had 6 wickets in the day and 275 runs. So it's 275 for 6 on the day thus far. It's been not exactly galloping along, but absorbing nonetheless.
It's a slow pitch and not so bowled well. Batsmen have had to work hard for their runs, apart from the occasional full toss from Calvin Harrison. This is not a full toss, it's a half volley which is driven into the fielding pads of Jack Haynes at City Mid-Off. Tom Abell on 83. Harrison bowls, drives, just a single though, as cover out in the deep. Ollie Stone on the deep cover boundary. They belong to 84, 242 for 4. Important that these two are still here at the close if Somerset are going to have any realistic prospect of getting themselves in a position where they've got a useful first innings lead. Harrison bowls and Rue is back on his stumps, turning this away into the onside. It'll just be a single as Ollie Stone again does the fielding. 243 for 4.
Tom Abell, assuming he stays there, will very much be inside of 3 figures before the close here.
Harrison bowls short, Abell cuts, and there will be 2 runs here at least, and they're going to settle for 2 as Ollie Stone is a long way away in the deep, sends in average sort of return, not all the way to the stumps. Tidied up nicely by Tom Moores. Abell on to 86.
He's just got to block the good balls and turn away those that he can for a 1 or a 2. And he'll be there before the stumps.
Harrison bowls. Turned away into the onside for a single. With Patterson doing the fielding. Abell on to 87. Perhaps not so fateful for Tom Abell, who is 100% English.
A batting point 1 boundary away now for Somerset as well.
They've done pretty well with batting points so far this season, Somerset. Harrison has a run here as that's turned just past Jack Haynes at forward square leg. 247 for 4. Rue on to 7. Will keep the strike. 9 overs remain in the day. 4 overs before the new ball, which I should imagine Notts are going to take, given that neither Dylan Pennington nor Ollie Stone has bowled in the. Don't think they've bowled since tea, have they?
Yes, Stone had, they have 2 or 3 overs, and then Pennington the same, and then they brought Patterson on. So
he's doing the donkey work, isn't he, Dave Patterson, at the moment?
Yeah, so they maybe held them back for that. Might just feel everybody's shattered. Let's not waste the second new ball. Let's have it brand new first thing in the morning after a good night's sleep. I guess that's another way of looking at it, another point of view. We'll have to see what Asib Hamid's decision is in a moment as Hamid bowls. Rue plays this nicely, pulling it to leg for 4.
That's a batting point.
Yeah, his most convincing shot of his innings so far. And 250 brought up, 251 for 4, and match bonus points again level at 4 each. That was a nice shot from James Rue. Moves on to 11. Somerset trail by 109 here at Trent Bridge. Comes Patterson, a bit disappointed with that first ball. This time right on the money, and Rue back in defensive blocking mode. Elsewhere, the batting sides in Division 1, Essex 209 for 4, Lancashire 383 for 4, Hampshire in their second innings 60 for 1 at Edgbaston, leading Warwickshire by 104, and Worcestershire are being blown away by Surrey. Surrey 490, Worcestershire 115 for 7. So possibility there of Worcestershire being right in the mire at the end of this round of games, and Surrey stretching their lead at the top. Next delivery sees James Rue reaching forward and defending.
Hard to see anyone but Surrey winning the county championship at this stage, isn't it?
Yeah.
Especially with Essex in trouble against, well, not in trouble, but they're not going to win against Durham.
Certainly not.
Only 6 rounds of championship matches matches to go after this lot.
Here comes Patterson, 77th over of the innings in progress. And for the second time in the over, James Rew has the chance to pull to leg, and this time nicely fielded on the fence by Lyndon James. Just a single on this occasion.
Good piece of fielding that, because that ball was travelling.
It was indeed. 252 for 4. Yes, Essex 209 for 4. Replying to Durham's 587. So, as Anthony points out quite correctly, no chance of Essex winning that. Could well be Kent.
So it breaks my heart to have to say so.
Yeah, could well be Kent and Worcestershire getting cut adrift at the bottom. Patterson bowls to Rew. Just helps himself to become the highest scorer in the match with his 88th run. Pushing it just to the left of Lyndon James. Backward point. One ball left in this over. This is the 77th, so chance of an occasional or part-time bowler coming on and having an over or two is with us. Just having a look at Ben Slater down here. I don't think there's any chance of him being called up to have an over of off-spin. His delivery is pushed back to Dane Patterson. That's the end of the over. 253 for 4. He's put a shift in already, Patterson. 18 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 43. He might have one more to bowl, but oh no, he's got a handshake from the skipper. So I wonder if there might be an over of B. Slater Esquire at the far end. Just wonder. Let's have to see. Don't think he's
off breaks he bowls.
Yeah, I don't think he's given him the news. I've not seen any waving of arms between Hamid and his. Hang on! Ben Slater he's just bent down and touched his toes and had a bit of a stretch. So let's have a look through this over.
Here's Harrison, bowls short to Abell.
Yeah.
Turns that off his pads out to the man Ben Slater on the boundary. 89. Abell moves on to 254 for 4. Somerset now 106 runs behind. And, well, they'd have to bat fairly badly from now not to achieve parity, although one never knows with the new ball and the combination of Ollie Stone and Dylan Pennington. Potent new ball bowling partnership. Harrison to Rew, who lets that one go through to Tom Morse. It spins quite sharply out of the bowler's footprints, but too wide of the off stump to trouble James Rew. Tries again. Rew slog sweeps for 4. Away. There's nobody out patrolling the leg side boundary.
He's gone for a drink. He's gone in the gap between the Fox Road stand and the Larwood and Vose, and he's headed off for an early close of play refreshment. Somebody's thrown it back from the pub.
As long as he's picking the googly, and that was a leg break, it's a perfectly valid shot. Hitting with the spin. Takes him on to 16, score on to 258 for 4. You feel the real test is going to come in 2.5 overs time though, when assuming the new ball is going to be taken. I think it's a pretty reasonable assumption that it will be.
I'm not so sure.
We will see. Harrison to Rew, which just slips out of his hand as he's running in.
Bankard.
Tom Abell just picks it up, tosses it back to the bowler.
It slipped out of his hands.
Malander doesn't even bother to signal dead ball. Harrison round the wicket to the left-hander, and just goes to leg slip. There's a chance of catch it, but it went straight down off James Rew's bat. Who is that at leg slip? Is that
Willie Young?
Could be. Yeah, I think it probably is. This is tossed up, but dips on James Rew, who plays it watchfully out into the onside. Get carried away and go for a big drive, as he might have done. Harrison's mixing it up nicely, and Rew right forward with the bat angled right down, killing the spin, bringing that over to an end. 258 for 4. 16 to Rew, 89 to Tom Abell. We've had 78 overs, so 2 more before the new ball and 7 more before the close.
Well, I was wrong on all counts, because it's not going to be Ben Slater,
And the ASI expects to welcome
and it's going to be Ollie Stone, so he's going to have a loosener over here.
Cricket Nottinghamshire set a target of 360 in their first innings on day 2 of their county championship match against Somerset. Let's get the latest from Dave Bracegirdle, who's at Trent Bridge.
Where we're just waiting to see if Nottinghamshire are about to take the second new ball, due in a couple of overs here. Somerset at 258 for 4. They were going along very nicely indeed before 2 wickets in quick succession in the last few minutes. Lammonby out to Patterson for 87, and then the next over, the leg spinner Calvin Harrison removed Tom Banton. As you say, not spattered on this morning, all out for 360, with Ollie Stone making 83. We've got 7 overs left in the day, but that second new ball will be due in 2 of them. Somerset 258 for 4.
And there's ball-by-ball commentary on the BBC Sport website, and
First ball
Nottinghamshire's wherever after
sent
90
down by Ollie Stone, and Tom Abell defends. Back to the bowler. So this is an interesting one, isn't it? Bring the quick on with
not
the
a
old
bad
ball.
idea, though.
Gets him loosened up, gets his juices flowing, gets him ready. 250. I wonder if they'll do the same at this end with Pennington. As this is nudged up to Patterson at mid-on, and there's no run, or whether Harrison will have another one. Calvin Harrison's figures, in case he goes off: 24 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 86. Monumental effort since the latter part of the afternoon. Something like 8 overs up until tea, and it's carried on going since. No, it must have been a few more than that. So a log, 12 overs up till tea. The 12 afterwards. Is Stone. Bowls to Abell. Plays this up to mid-on. Last thing Tom Abell wanted was to be put under any sort of pressure or scrutiny. Questions asked of him late in the day here by potentially a new ball, but certainly Ollie Stone running in hard with a point to try and get across. Got a white wristband on his left arm, as always, a little bit Stuart Broad-like. Comes in again and bowls to Abell. And he defends. He's got time to defend. It's really not a wicket now that's got excessive pace in it. Even for Ollie Stone, who's amongst the quick hit on the county circuit. Seemed like Tom Abell had all the time in the world there to get into a position to defend it. Back to the bowler.
Veteran commentator Eddie Bevan on Twitter about the county championship, which I'll come back to after this delivery.
258 for 4. Stone in again, bowls and driven down the ground back past him for 4 by Abell. That's a lovely shot to take Tom Abell into the 90s. He's on 92. Somerset reduced their deficit just to double digits. They're 98 behind at 262 for 4.
Yeah, Eddie Bevan saying so many people on Twitter today saying how much they've enjoyed having the championship back again. It was similar to the opening day of the season, easily the best format of all. Sadly, just the 2 games and then nothing till September. Well, not actually quite true, because Somerset have got 2 games in August.
Yeah, back end of August. Yeah.
So this is the 8th round. 7th round is next week, and then
9th round next week.
Sorry, yeah, 9th round next week. Then 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 in September.
262 for 4 as Stone bowls delivery that's angled down to long leg. Abell on to 93.
He'd like to get his 100 before the close, I think. But his main focus will be making sure he doesn't get out before the close. And here comes Dylan Pennington. Takes off his cap, then puts it back on again. Pennington thought he was being called up, but he ain't.
No.
Not just yet.
No.
Calvin Harrison's going to bowl what I suspect will be his final over of the day. It's 25th. 1 for 86 his figures. Been relatively expensive, but he's asked more questions of the batsman than any other bowler this afternoon. With his wrist spin. He's bowling to Tom Abell, who's on 94, 263 for 4. Harrison bowls. Abell turns this comfortably away into the onside for a single. Moves on to 95. James Rue on 16 at the other end. Vital from a Somerset, well, not vital, but important from a Somerset perspective that these 2 are still there at the close, as that's driven up to Lyndon James at a deepish mid-off, nicely timed by Rue. Harrison. Rue turns this to forward short leg on the bounce. Neatly fielded there by Jack Haynes, who'll be able to dispense with his fielding pads after this over, if he so chooses. Harrison bowls. Rue is right forward, suspiciously, watchfully, killing the spin. Some of the crowd have drifted away, not so many people in the Smith Cooper stand as there were earlier on. Rue this time plays it again on the bounce to Jack Haynes at forward. Short leg.
Nice little battle this is, but sadly it's going to come to an end after this next delivery.
Final ball then of the 80th over, being bowled by Calvin Harrison to James Rue. It's short, and Rue just picks up a single out through the offside. And that concludes what's been a very impressive spell from Calvin Harrison. And he's going to get a congratulatory word from his captain. Pat on the shoulder. Well bowled, son. 265 for 4. James Rue keeps the strike with that single. Tom Abell on 95. 5 overs to go before the close. And Jack Haynes is indeed dispensing with his fielding pads.
Yeah, I mean, 25 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 86. He's not going to get covered in glory for that from the
he's bowled well since tea,
yeah, I was going to say from the wider network, just looking at those figures. But if you were here, you'd see what an important role he's actually played in the day, because not certainly got to a point where the quicks weren't producing anything, nor were they likely to produce anything on a surface that wasn't offering them anything. And even though he bowled, I would say Calvin would himself think perhaps bowled 1 or 2 full tosses too many today, but he's done a really good job always asking questions. So So pleased he managed to get a wicket towards the end. Now then, can Ollie Stone, with the second new ball, just try and create a little bit of mischief towards the end of the day with James Rue on strike on 17. First one is an outside edge, runs along the ground down below us for a couple of runs, fielded by Pennington. And the total advances by a couple more, 267 for 4. So
not exactly over-attacking knots, are they, with just the 2 slips?
Chance here for 5 overs of raw regression. And then that ball will still be relatively new, of course, tomorrow morning. Now, is that the old pure white pigeon that's come back?
Yeah, looks pretty white to me. There he goes.
267 for 4. There's Ollie Stone into James Rue. Pushes it out onto the offside, no run.
If I was Ollie Stone, I'd be bowling the occasional short ball at James Rue. He was certainly found out by Gus Atkinson and 1 or 2 others as well.
I'm sure Notts will know all about that.
Jason Holder up at Kidderminster got him out. There's some short stuff. Well, in fact, he bowled a bouncer at him and then bowled a quick ball that clean bowled him as he hung back.
Stone holds the delivery that's not too far away. Good lead from James Rue. There's a long leg and a deep square leg out there for the top edge, but that's to the short side for the left-hander. Imagine anything hit in the air might just drift away and over the ropes. Won't stop Ollie Stone if he thinks it's the right moment to bang one in short. Maybe saving them all up for Casey Aldridge, who repeatedly tried to bounce him out.
Yeah.
Here comes Stone again, bowling to Rue. And that's nicely played. It was pitched up and turned to leg out to Lyndon James. Just a single. Brings Tom Abell back onto strike on 95. 2 balls left in the over. He'd love a short and wide that he can cut away for 4 and then an easy single off the last ball. Might happen.
You could nick off to
Lots of things could happen, of course. Which is why we watch it in the World Cup match. India made 205 for 5. Australia then need 206 to win. They're 81 for 1 in the 8th.
on track.
288 for 4. Next delivery, all down the leg side, and there's the boundary.
Thank you
for
very
Tom
much.
Abell. So now he wants a single. Let's see, Bermead, what are you going to do? 272 for 4. 1 ball left in the over. You'd imagine this will be a bounce. It's got to be a bouncer, but there's no real reason why Tom Abell should do anything other than play as he has been doing. And he's got 4 overs left tonight, and as long as he wants tomorrow really to get this one run, he's on 99. See if he can get it, Anthony.
Thank you, Dave. Well, 99 from 199 deliveries. Tom Abell 1 short of a first century of the season in his 3rd innings. Ollie Stone is in, bowls to Abell, and lets that go through outside the off stump. Oh, it wasn't the last ball.
It was.
It was. It's Ben Debenham didn't move from his position at the non-striker's end, but it was indeed. So Tom Abell will have to wait at least until the next over, which will be bowled by Dylan Pennington from the Radcliffe Road end.
I think everybody, well, certainly the smart ball or the expected ball would have been the short pitch one, wouldn't it, with him on 99, but he didn't. He pitched it up. So it is going to be Pennington. Figures of 1 for 38 from his 15 overs. 3 maidens thrown in there. He got Andy Umeed the first one, thanks to a
Yeah,
Spectacular catch by Will Young.
Neither he nor Ollie Stone's been over bowled. They should be as fresh as could be expected on a hot day like this. After not the whole day in the field, but a pretty hefty chunk of it.
Well, they were out there batting as well.
Yeah, indeed, yeah.
Stone's been on the field all day.
Pennington then.
Pennington, I beg your pardon.
Yeah, around the wicket to Rue, who plays a dead bat shot into the onside. He seemed to have all the time in the world to play that defensive shot, James Rue. It's a thankless task trying to bowl fast on this pitch. Four overs less, one ball remaining in the day's play. Knots going on to 360 this morning from the 328 overnight. Oh, and this one beats the outside edge of James Rue. It was 326 overnight, in fact. So they added 24. 34. Somerset have so far scored 272, so 296 runs in the day so far. It's been steady progress. Somerset going along at around about 3 runs and over. Again, some good bowling from Notts, apart from the occasional Calvin Harrison full toss. Pennington bowls, that's met with a solid defensive bat. It was a quicker delivery that from Pennington, who's just working up ahead of steam. And one thing about taking the new ball with just 5 overs, both of the opening bowlers can give it everything they've got, knowing that they'll be off the field and on the treatment table or in the shower before too long, and can come back refreshed tomorrow morning. Pennington to Rue, drives that nicely away through the offside. That, I think, will be 4 runs. Slater won't overhaul it. 4 runs to James Rue, just over pitch from Pennington. And that's the 50 partnership from 71 balls. So, Tom Abell contributing 22 and James Rue 24, and the other 4 runs being 4 byes.
Yeah, we haven't mentioned the Cardiff game much today. Glamorgan playing Northants. Northants 279 all out. Glamorgan 389 for 8 in that one. It's been an Ashes dismissal.
It's Pennington and bowls to Rue. Defends it into the offside. An Ashes dismissal. It must involve Labuschagne.
Labuschagne LBW bowled Broad for 93. Justin Broad, of course, of Northants, getting the wicket of Labuschagne on the day that, of course, Stuart Broad celebrates his birthday. I mentioned that right at the start of the day. Stuart Broad, Darren Bicknell, fine Nottinghamshire servants of many years, and Vernon Philander, who had a season here and had a spell with Somerset as well, celebrating their birthdays.
Back in 2012, I think that was. Is Pennington to Rue. Oh, pitched up, and Rue goes for the drive. Oh, and so nearly got an outside edge. It was a clever delivery from Dylan Pennington. It was very much like the delivery that removed Andy Umeed, right-hander of course, but again pitched up outside the off stump, inviting the drive. Rue went for it, and unlike Umeed, did not get an edge, but must have been desperately close to doing so. 276 for 4, 3 overs remain in the day.
Yeah, keep going, your man's on 99.
Oh yes, yeah.
I'm happy to watch.
Tom Abell then, on 99. Ollie Stone from the Stuart Broad end into Tom Abell, and they think about a single which was never there, as Will Young very quickly in from extra cover. Tom Abell just wanders away towards where the pigeons are, where the square leg umpire would normally be, but Neil Mallender is at point, because even though there isn't actually any full sunshine at the moment, if it's on the other side he'd be looking into the sort of glare. Slip cordon being reinforced in recognition of the fact that Tom Abell is on 99 as Stone bowls to him. He turns this away through the onside, and that's 100 for Tom Abell. 103 he has from 202 deliveries. He lifts his bat to acknowledge the applause around the ground. 246 minutes, 202 balls with 12 fours. Tom Abell is back. Well batted.
Yeah, lovely innings. Yeah, 202 balls for his century, 101 balls for his 50, so absolutely going along at the same rate all day. 101 ball 50, followed by another 101 ball 50.
Yeah, nice shot to get there as well.
Yes, I've enjoyed that. Well, we've seen enough of you now, Tom. Well battered.
You hang in there, Tom.
Sorry, Stone bowling to Abell, eases it into the offside. Lyndon James Field. It's very easy to see. I know there's warm applause all around the ground. They're very appreciative here of fine stroke play and a fine innings and enjoy their cricket, but it was very easy to see those that were more enthusiastic than the others, and they were the Somerset contingent.
Absolutely.
In the Smith Cooper stand on their feet and absolutely cheering to the rafters there, man. Very well battered indeed. 280 for 4. I think it's at least his second century against Notts. He's going to get more. He's only going to get one more. Notts have left Ben Slater down at third man. This one off the outside portion, and it ran down there quickly. Looked as if it was going for 4 till Ben Slater appeared. First match of the day to reach Stumps is at Canterbury, where Kent are looking as if they're on for a hiding. Kent 244 all out yesterday. Lancashire 402 for 4. 150 for Luke Wells. 182 not out for Josh Bohannon. In that one, 281 for 4. Lancashire warming up to face Notts at Southport next week. Bouncer pulled away 4 runs by James Root. There was the invitation, and it was accepted and met with aplomb. Nice looking shot. 285 for 4, and this could be seen as the trouble with taking the ball late in the day with tired bowlers.
Well, it's not a bad ploy to bowl short at James Root. He's not the most secure puller and hooker.
Last ball of Stone's over. Stone's 15th over. Comes into bowl to James Root. Just drops this on the leg side and will just amble down to the other end like Arjuna Ranatunga in his prime. 286 for 4. 2 overs left in the day. And there'll be 1 or 2 in the Somerset dressing room just starting to loosen the Velcro buckles on the back of their pads.
Yes. Well, Somerset have got to get through these last couple of overs without sustaining any further damage, and it will have been a pretty evenly balanced day. I think even if Notts pick up one of these two, be a big wicket and maybe just give them the edge. It's Pennington is into Rue, turns this into the onside, won't get a run. Just the 2 slips.
I know it's always the way we look at things, but I would say Somerset have edged today.
Yeah, I think probably just. As the wicket has got lower and slower, assuming that Tom Abell doesn't get out in the next 2 overs. I should be talking to Tom Lammonby, hopefully. Close of play. Pennington in and bowls outside the off stump. No shot from James Rue, using the convention that you don't interview a not-out batsman overnight.
Right. I think Notts will have been pleased at lunch with the way the morning had gone. They 34 more runs, got up to 360, decent score to post on the board considering where they were, 7 wickets down but 3 batting points, and having got rid of Andy Umeed before lunch. 60 for 1, they were 300 in front, but then clearly Somerset's afternoon, 113 for 1 during the afternoon session.
Pennington bowls, and this is played off an open face down to deep backward point by James Rue for a single.
This session at the moment is 114 for 2. So again, you'd say Somerset have, if I was a boxing referee, had Somerset have won this 2 rounds to 1 today. And there wasn't that much in the morning session. Somerset would also have been quite pleased to knock off those last 2 Nottinghamshire wickets as quickly as they did, and then lay the foundation by lunch, 60 for 1. So I think they've had a decent day.
Pennington coming back over the wicket to Abell, tucks this away again down to long leg, just for a single. Fancy that's Ollie Stone down there on the boundary. 288 for 4, Abell on to 105.
Wondering where Ben Debenham was going then, but he's decided to go back to crossing over for the right-hander and the left-hander. They stopped doing it for quite some time.
Pennington to Rue, who defends. Rue on 30 from 46 deliveries, so he's not been hanging around. These 2 have added 62 from 84 deliveries after a big partnership between Tom Lammonby and Tom Abell. Nottinghamshire are nearly through the Toms, just 1 more to remove. Pennington, last ball of the penultimate over to Rue, turns that nicely off his pads down to long leg. Will keep the strike. 289 for 4 with 1 over remaining in the day's play.
Yes, 289 runs, of which 105, 143, 230 of the 289 have been scored by Toms.
That's a good start. Very good start.
So 1 to go. There won't be any need for a night watchman. There won't be any need for anybody else to come out and bat this evening. Even if a wicket falls, they'll troop off. 6, or a maximum of 6 legal deliveries left in the day. Would be less, as I say, if a wicket goes down. It's going to be Ollie Stone. 15 overs, 1 for 60 for Stone. Bowls to James Rue and he defends. Born in Norwich, fan of the Canaries, Ollie Stone started his career with Northamptonshire, moved to Warwickshire. He's played 3 test matches for England, came to Trent Bridge last year, played a couple of county championship matches, and just basically started a blast game, then got injured and we didn't see him again. series look fit and well and a real threat, both with bat and ball. Comes in again and bowls, and Rue plays it out on the leg side. Fielded by Will Young.
Do you think it does fast bowlers good to be bowling on pitches like this? Or would they be better bowlers if there was a bit more pace and bounce in the pitches?
Obviously, ideally, they'd prefer to be on a surface where they have got a little bit of assistance with more pace and bounce.
That's Rob Key would probably say the opposite then, wouldn't he? They've got to take wickets on placid surfaces.
Yeah,
to do that, you need to be fast.
We're always preparing people to play in the future. Nice looking shot by Rue. Who's the here and now? Can Hamid get there? He can't. It's really good effort from the not skipper, who laid down flat on the ground. He's okay. He's actually smiling at his own attempt there, which went, in fact, I say smiling. He's got up his rub in the left side of his ribs there, but a bit of a smile from Asib Hamid. He almost aquaplaned into the advertising boards himself. But yeah, we always seem to be preparing for this magical, mythical tour 3 or 4 years in the future, where we need to have players who are prepared and ready to face a kookaburra ball against the fastest attack that's ever been seen on the flattest surface that's ever been seen, instead of playing the here and now. 293 for 4. Rue on 35. Stone round the wicket to try and get a wicket late on, and it's defended.
I take it you're not a fan of the kookaburra.
The 2 matches I saw at the start of the season, no. There was a lot of periods that were even duller than... I've not found today dull. I know some people would come along and would have hoped for a little more
contest.
Yeah. It really has. The Nottinghamshire side have tried to find a way to dislodge some informed players, some permanently set players. Next delivery on its way, and it's defended, but kookaburra ball, as a viewer, a spectator, didn't enjoy really watching the first 2 games, and players I spoke to didn't enjoy either bowling with it or batting against it. Got 1 ball left in the day, folks. Thanks very much for your company. From Anthony and myself, thanks to Beth for popping up from the marketing team this afternoon and sharing a time with us. Tomorrow we'll have the headmaster apparently back in the building with us. Kevin Howells is coming, but Grace Ballinger will be here as well. It's wide of the off stump, bounces a couple of times before reaching James Rue. And that's your lot, as the Gardeners would say. That's your lot. 293 for 4. So Somerset go to bed 67 behind, with Tom Abell 105 not out, James Rue 35 not out, in response to Nottinghamshire's 360. Somerset's day, I think, however you cut it, they've had a good day there, the visitors, at the halfway stage of this one. It's been tough going for the bowlers throughout, but we'll come back again tomorrow morning and see what that brings. What have you made of it?
I think the wicket has had the best of it, really. I mean, we've seen some nice batting. Tom Kohler-Capmore, 38, batted. He's not quite with his usual fluency. Opening the innings, he was a little bit more restrained than he sometimes can be. Tom Lammonby, elegant as ever. Shame that he fell 13 runs short of 100, but good applause from the Somerset camp out on the balcony to applaud Tom Abell up the pavilion steps. Tom Abell not out, 105, his first century of what's been only a short season in first-class cricket, followed in by James Rue, who's batted nicely for his 35. The pair of them have added 67 so far, with power to add tomorrow. So the highlights for me, Tom Lammonby obviously, Tom Abell, and also I think the bowling of Calvin Harrison with his leg breaks and googlies. He was the only one really to offer much in the way of a threat to Somerset batsmen on this very, very docile pitch.
Thanks, Anthony. Enjoy your evening, and look forward to catching up with you again in the morning. Thanks, everybody. I'll be doing an update for BBC Radio Nottingham in a moment, but apart from that, that's us done and dusted for day 2. Please come back and join us tomorrow morning if you can. We'll be on air just before 11 o'clock when day 3 begins. Somerset will be 200, and I've just written it down, 93 for 4. That's 67 behind. Enjoy your evening. We'll speak to you tomorrow.